What distinguishes Broadcasting Scotland from a website or blog, apart from our brilliant programmes?
Hi there, I'm Gordon Ross.
Are the costs we face to enable us to produce those programmes. These costs are significant and ongoing. However, our facilities are able to do so much more if only we had the staff. In the last year, some of our supporters have cancelled their subscriptions. In one way, we would prefer it if it was because they didn't like us, rather than it being because of the financial pressures which we are all under because of COVID. The really positive outcome of our fundraiser is that at a time of economic challenge in Scotland, we will use your donations to create jobs and in a small way contribute to improving the Scottish economy. If you want us to be Scotland's independent broadcaster, able to provide an alternative mainstream television platform, then please support us.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
Just imagine what we could do if we had even 1% of the BBC Scotland channel's budget. Imagine. And then please consider turning your imagination into reality. Please support us if you can afford it.
Speaker, the Government has committed to ensuring unfettered access for Northern Ireland businesses to the rest of the UK market. We have therefore not implemented export declarations on goods moving from Northern Ireland to Great Britain, which has been subject to infraction proceedings by the EU. Under the protocol, by the end of the year, unfortunately, we will have spent £340 million helping traders process 2.3 million customs declarations through the Trader Support Service. This really highlights the need to get on with a sustainable negotiated solution.
David Hewitt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for his answer. Under the protocol, of course, you'll be aware that seed potato imports to Northern Ireland from Scotland are deeply impacted, and the EU are being hugely intransigent on this, despite high demand from the EU and Northern Ireland for the fantastic seed potato product that Scotland has to provide. What is the Northern Ireland Office and other UK Government departments doing to address this issue? Thank you.
Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm most grateful to him. It is, of course, unacceptable that essential goods used successfully in Northern Ireland for generations, like seed potatoes, can no longer reach people in Northern Ireland. And that's why I recently met with Wilson's Country in Craigavon to discuss the issue. And I can't quite make out what SNP members are saying, Mr. Speaker, but I have to say that I do think that it is in the interests of Scotland, Ireland and the wider European Union, as well as Northern Ireland, that this issue should be resolved. The idea that it should be difficult to get seed potatoes into Ireland is quite absurd, and of course it will diminish the quality of potatoes across the European Union if this issue is not resolved, which we would like to do by negotiation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course we all agree that there needs to be a deal with the European Union to resolve some of the outstanding issues, but would he care to comment on the data just released this morning that states that trade from GB to Northern Ireland is up 7% since the protocol was actually implemented?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to say I haven't seen that data this morning. I'm grateful to him for highlighting it, and I should be certain to look it up and reflect on it. But of course, I'm delighted by an increase of trade. He will know that I am, of course, an old liberal free trader, so any increase in trade in any direction will suit all of us very well.
Sir Geoffrey Donaldson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reality is, notwithstanding any data, that many businesses in Northern Ireland are experiencing serious problems as a result of the protocol. And the cost of the Trader Support Scheme, as the Minister has acknowledged, is now well over £300 million. That's the equivalent of almost £500,000 every single day. That is money that could be spent on public services in Northern Ireland. And so what is the Minister and the Government doing to address this issue?
Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to him for the very clear stance he's taken on the protocol. No one can mistake it, including across the European Union. And it's become very clear that unless there is a resolution on the protocol which he and his colleagues in the DUP can accept, that there will not be an executive in Northern Ireland. We continue to make that clear to our partners. We continue talks with the European Union, and I very much hope that we will reach a solution which is acceptable to us and acceptable to him, and which will remove these burdens on his constituencies businesses and individuals and families across Northern Ireland.
Sir Geoffrey Donaldson.
I appreciate the comments that the Minister has made, and we share the same objective, which is to see Northern Ireland's place within the UK internal market fully restored. That means that in the future, the default regulatory position for trade within the UK internal market should be British law, and that British trading regulations and standards should apply across all of the United Kingdom, and that EU law and regulations should only apply where goods are moving into the European Union, and in any event businesses are required to meet EU standards if they want to trade within the EU single market. Does the Minister agree that restoration of our place within the UK internal market is our absolute priority?
Well, Mr. Speaker, Secretary of State and I agreed that this is what we're trying to negotiate, and if we're not able to negotiate, then this will be what we seek to deliver through our bill, which does continue to be before Parliament.
Alexander Stafford.
Mr. Speaker.
Stay.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer questions 2 and question 9 together. The Government remains committed to the Belfast Good Friday Agreement and will continue to work with the Northern Ireland political parties to restore power sharing. One of the things that we have done recently is pass the Northern Ireland Executive Formation Act. This provides a window until the 19th of January 2023 for the parties to form an executive. And I'd encourage parties to use this time productively to restore the devolved institutions and get back to tackling the issues affecting the people that elected them.
Alexander Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Devolution was created to give the people of Northern Ireland, from both traditions, a voice on regional matters which affect them. However, local politicians are failing people in their province by refusing to return to Stormont. Now more than ever, during difficult times, local leadership is needed in Northern Ireland. What steps is my right honourable friend taking to ensure politicians in Northern Ireland are incentivised to restore power sharing, and can he update the House on the progress of talks to this end?
Well done. So stay.
I can thank my honourable friend for his question. It's absolutely essential that the devolved institutions are restored as soon as possible, and that's what the people of Northern Ireland need and deserve. As my honourable friend, the Minister of State, mentioned, the process also requires an extra dimension of trying to get a negotiated settlement on the Northern Ireland Protocol. I remain in close contact with all the leaders in the political parties in Northern Ireland. Indeed, I'm meeting with them all this week as part of the efforts to try and make sure that we can have a constructive dialogue that means the institutions can reform.
Jerome Mayhew.
Mr. Speaker, the Stormont Assembly has been recalled 5 times since the last election, but has failed to elect a new Speaker. It's quite clear that the DUP will not re-enter power sharing until the Northern Ireland Protocol is significantly changed. So does my right honourable friend agree with me that the government must find a balanced solution to the protocol, one that recognises the aspirations of all communities in Northern Ireland, including that of the Unionists, and it's an approach that is set out and enshrined in the Good Friday Agreement?
So stay.
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and I know his interest in this is well-founded. In fact, I'm well aware of his strong interest in these matters, because I recall his father as one of the longest-serving Secretaries of State for Northern Ireland for a whole Parliament between 1992 and 97, and whose tenure actually included the Downing Street Declaration. We're on its anniversary on the 15th of December 1993, which paved the way for the Belfast Good Friday Agreement that we talked about. The protocol has clearly created issues, and we are working urgently to resolve them as soon as possible. It's why we created the legislative window until the 19th of January for talks between the UK and the European Union to develop, and for the Northern Ireland parties to work together to restore the devolved institutions. However, we remain of the view that there is no excuse for the Northern Ireland parties not to be in government as soon as possible.
Jamie Still.
Mr. Speaker, as some members know, and not least the members behind me, my wife hails from Northern Ireland. Mr. Speaker, I thank him. Having had recent experience of A&E in Northern Ireland, it was evident to me that, notwithstanding the finest efforts of doctors and nurses, that the NHS there needs ministerial guidance, and for that reason we must all strive to see the executive restored.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question and his point, which is absolutely correct. Can I also thank those working in the health service in Northern Ireland for the services that they are providing at this time, because they are working extremely hard in trying conditions. But he's absolutely right. These issues are, and there are issues within the NHS in Northern Ireland, are best solved by ministerial guidance by directly elected, locally elected decision makers who are working for them from the executive.
Some shy member, Jim Sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for that response, and on behalf of my constituents who some are sitting in cold houses today, not receiving the energy help that the rest of the UK is receiving from government, can I encourage the Secretary of State and government for the establishment of the Northern Ireland Executive and for vulnerable people who need the energy help and the aid now, to bring that forward and also bring forward and enact the protocol bill, which the people of Northern Ireland want to see that and no more delays.
I'm sure we will, based on the questions that are before us, talk a great deal about the protocol in this questions session. But just on the point he made about people sitting in cold homes in Northern Ireland at this point in time without the energy support they deserve. I mean, energy policy is a dissolved matter with the responsibility normally resting with the Northern Ireland Executive and Assembly, and these matters would have been best sorted and more quickly sorted had that been in operation now. However, yesterday I met with the energy companies myself. There are significant difficulties in how they could possibly deliver this support, and the government is now examining other options as well to try and get this money out the door as quickly as we possibly can.
SNP spokesperson Richard Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nurses across Northern Ireland, England and Wales are planning to take strike action tomorrow, a situation that's been averted in Scotland because of the active involvement of the Scottish Government in negotiating an acceptable pay deal. Can I ask the Secretary of State what role is he and his ministers playing in trying to bring a resolution to this situation in Northern Ireland? And what assurances can he give that he and his ministerial team are adopting a more constructive approach to these pay negotiations than appears to be the case elsewhere in these islands?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. As he will know, we recently set the budget for Northern Ireland, because a budget had not been set at the beginning of this year, to make sure that the budget, the money could be spent. There was no budget set by the executive, and the projected black hole by the Minister of Finance when he was sitting was £660 million. We now have got, these negotiations are facilitated by British government ministers of the type he is talking. But at the end of the day, decision makers and the permanent secretaries and the employers in Northern Ireland will be making those final negotiations.
Chair of the Select Committee, Sam Hoare.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the time of a cost of living crisis, clearly too many people are feeling the adverse effect of the absence of Stormont. And if my right honourable friend hasn't seen it, could he look at the BBC Spotlight NI programme produced by Mandy McCauley, which showed the pernicious activities of loan sharks and the paramilitaries on the most vulnerable people in Northern Irish society as they await their money to help with their fuel? Can I echo the comments of the Honourable Member for Strangford and urge my right honourable friend to give the peace of mind to those people who are most in need and sort this pressing issue out by Christmas so that people can have that peace of mind and try to enjoy the festive period?
Secretary of State.
I thank my honourable friend, the Chairman of the Select Committee, for his question. And firstly, I would say to him, I am fully aware, actually, of the activities of paramilitary lenders. I know of the programme he mentioned. I didn't see it last night, but I actually was in a meeting last week or the week before with the head of Women's Aid in Northern Ireland, who mentioned this very fact to me. There have been dozens, if not more, meetings between various secretaries of state, Bays, myself, ministers of state, the energy companies and a whole host of others to try and get this solved. I guarantee to you that the energy of the whole British government is concentrating on this one issue because we want to crack this nut in the time frame that he suggests, but it is way more difficult than it should be.
Tamanji Singh Desi.
Number 3, please, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman for his question? I have regular discussions with Northern Ireland political leaders and on Northern Ireland matters, including the protocol. and the government is engaging in constructive dialogue with the European Union to find the solutions to the problems the protocol is causing, and we are also proceeding with the legislation which aims to fix these problems in the event that we cannot reach a negotiated solution.
Mr. Speaker, the Northern Ireland Protocol takes a wrecking ball to the deal the Conservatives negotiated, signed and campaigned on, breaks international law and risks new trade barriers in the middle of a cost of living crisis. Secretary of State, political parties in Northern Ireland have been left in limbo by this government. They've been left out in the cold. So given that it was a previous Conservative Prime Minister who negotiated the protocol, why has the current Prime Minister not even visited Northern Ireland yet and to see how it is working and how he is going to sort out this self-created government mess?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. As I mentioned, I actually meet regularly with the Northern Ireland parties, and one of the issues that always comes up is the Northern Ireland Protocol. I believe actually it was negotiated in very good faith between the two parties. However, its practical application is demonstrating on a daily basis to people in Northern Ireland that it is not working, and it is not fully implemented by a long way yet, which is why the government is in talks with the European Union and indeed has its protocol bill running at the same time.
Robertson.
Mr. Speaker, could the Secretary of State update us on those talks with the European Union, though? Are they still at the stage of discussing technical details, or are they actually discussing more substantial issues?
Thursday.
The one thing that I'm quite confident I'm not going to do is give a running commentary on the state of the negotiations or talks between the European Union and the UK government. My right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, did update the House a bit yesterday, but I think he maintains that position as well.
Secretary of State Peter Kyle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good news that the Prime Minister has paused the protocol bill. Can the Secretary of State confirm that negotiations are on track to deliver an agreement that all communities can support by the 19th of January?
Secretary of State.
As the right honourable gentleman knows, I'm a glass half full man, and I really truly believe there is a landing zone that has been identified by all parties to aim for. Can I confirm a date? No. Can I give a running commentary? I'm afraid I can't.
To Kyle.
The intended purpose of the retained EU law bill is divergence from the single market. To avoid repeating the political fallout of the protocol bill, government should be engaging with all communities in Northern Ireland right now, based on a detailed impact assessment. Is that happening?
Secretary of State.
Yes.
Number 4, please.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We speak regularly with a spectrum of businesses and organisations in Northern Ireland, and I would like to repeat the reassurances that we've given about the electronic travel authorisation. The scheme will not apply to citizens of Ireland or the United Kingdom, and I can confirm to her that we fully intend to work with all relevant stakeholders to ensure that ETA requirements are communicated effectively to everyone.
Last week I asked the Prime Minister about electronic travel authorisations and the impact on Northern Irish tourism, and his answer indicated that he did not understand the topic at all. This rang very true with people who believe that this government does not engage with the impact of their decisions on our region and our economy. Will the Secretary of State please bring the Prime Minister up to speed and push to scrap this unworkable proposal, which tourism chiefs from across hotels and attractions of Northern Ireland have indicated would massively undermine our potential?
Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have been engaging with tourism at Northern Ireland. Home Office colleagues have begun that engagement, and of course we will engage widely with everybody who's interested in this issue. But I would have to say to her that there is evidence from other schemes in other countries that tourism will not be adversely affected. What we need to do is ensure that we communicate widely what the requirements will be to enter the UK. And I hope she will not mind me saying that, having listened carefully to stakeholders in Northern Ireland, we are going to be working constructively with the Irish government to ensure that we are supporting people who have a legitimate reason to live in Ireland to get across the border as conveniently as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister will be aware that for decades we've cooperated and worked with the Republic of Ireland, particularly, for example, the Republic not joining Schengen to facilitate movement across the island of Ireland. So would you agree with me that it's perfectly possible to get the benefits of the ETIAS system in terms of security and ease of travel in terms of e-visas, whilst working with the Republic of Ireland's government to make sure appropriate provisions for people who are residents of the island of Ireland?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I agree with him, and I pay tribute to him as an outstanding former immigration minister. Of course, we will be respecting the common travel area. There will be no immigration controls on the border on the island of Ireland, and we will seek to ensure that this scheme works well.
Now comes Shannon Minister Tony Antoliak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the Minister has just said that there will be no detrimental impact on the Northern Ireland tourism sector. This is despite 70% of overseas visitors to Northern Ireland arriving via Dublin, and the Chief Exec of Northern Ireland Tourism Alliance this morning saying she fears this new system puts around 25% of tourism business at risk. So what can the Minister tell the House, the discussions he's been having in government to champion tourism in Northern Ireland and address this devastating impact of additional bureaucracy?
Of course, Mr. Speaker, we'll continue discussions with Tourism Northern Ireland, but as I said earlier, clear communication is what is needed here to make sure that people meet the requirements to enter the UK, and we will continue to work with tourism operators and with the Government of Ireland to make sure that communication takes place. But again, I have to tell her, evidence from elsewhere is that legitimate tourism is not likely to be heavily impacted by this scheme. But of course, all of us want to promote tourism in Northern Ireland and indeed more widely.
James Sunderland.
Question 6, please, Mr. Speaker.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer questions 6, 10 and 14 together. During the bill's second reading in the other place, the government announced its intention to introduce amendments in a number of key areas. These proposed changes reflect what we've heard from the significant engagement that has taken place with victims and survivors and their representatives, as well as community leaders and other stakeholders. As the bill continues its passage, the government will continue to engage constructively with all interested parties on their concerns and how they might be addressed.
James Sunderland.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Could the Secretary of State please confirm that the legacy bill will be tightened up before it returns to this place, notably in respect of making sure that protagonists do engage fully with the Truth and Reconciliation process, not assuming moral equivalence, and also the language of glorification?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. I can give him those assurances of that type. This is why we've proposed the changes as set out by my ministerial colleague at second reading in the other place, which includes sanctions for those that refuse to cooperate with or wilfully mislead the information recovery process. And we'll continue to engage on these and other potential changes. And I can assure my honourable friend that we'll do this before it returns to this House.
Sarah Atherton.
Mr. Speaker, my constituent Edward Vaughan-Jones's Robert Tupara died at Warren Point in 1979. Some 43 years later, the family's wounds have not healed due to repeated investigations and a lack of conclusion. So can my right honourable friend outline when Mr Vaughan-Jones will receive a conclusive report on what happened to his brother so we can finally have closure?
Secretary of State.
Can I thank my honourable friend for... Hi, King. Merry Christmas. Can I thank my honourable friend for her question? And what she's identified in this very, very sad case is that the current mechanisms for addressing the past in Northern Ireland are providing positive outcomes for very, very few people, with many, including the Vaughan-Jones family, waiting decades for answers about what happened to their loved ones and not getting anything. The bill's information recovery process will be supported by comprehensive investigative powers and full state disclosure, providing families with a fast route to as full an account as possible about what happened to their loved ones, as well as she mentioned the word closure, as far as that is possible, because that is what they deserve.
Jarvis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was good to see the Secretary of State visit the Omagh bombing memorial garden just recently, and despite his intention to want to work closely with victims, he will know that there are still concerns being expressed by a range of victims' representatives groups, the Victims and Survivors Commissioners, and concern has been expressed by John Boucher as well. So, expecting the difficulty and the complexities of this, can the Secretary of State say what he's going to do now to make sure that he can bring victims with him on this bill?
Firstly, can I actually thank the honourable gentleman for his continued interest? This is my third questions as a Northern Ireland Secretary of State. Each time he's asked on legacy, sensible, realistic questions. And I will deal with the question, but any time that he wants to have a briefing in the department to get clarity on some of these things in between time, he'd be more than welcome, because I know he cares a great deal about this particular subject. I can confirm we're continuing to talk to all sorts of groups and individuals. Government amendments have already been will be tabled in the other place, which will confirm that the independent commission will be established by legislation to conduct criminal investigations where it judges they're appropriate, ensure that individuals who knowingly or recklessly provide false information to the commission can be prosecuted and have their immunity revoked, and other such areas where we are trying to improve the bill in the way that he...
Owen Thompson.
Question 7.
Secretary.
Thank you. Since being appointed with permission, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to answer questions 7, 8 and 12 together. Since being appointed in October, I've met with a lot of representatives from European states, and my right honourable friend, the Minister of State, holds several good relationships with similar.
Owen Thompson.
Mr. Speaker, there will clearly be a range of views in the protocol going forward, and in any election to the Northern Irish Assembly, those views will need to be outlined clearly. We know this government doesn't respect mandates that it sees coming forward from devolved assemblies, so can the Secretary of State give an assurance that he will respect the mandates coming forward from any Northern Irish Assembly election?
Secretary of State.
I think there's one group of people who shouldn't lecture about not respecting democratic votes. However, this government, I believe, all parties in this place want to see the executive restored, the assembly restored, and should there be another election, that result respected, as the last result should be respected.
John McNally.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has put the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill on ice to allow time for a UK-EU deal to be struck. So can the Minister commit to the House a deal will be struck before April next year, and that this pro-Brexit dispute will not hamper Good Friday Agreement celebrations and the UK's international relations with America and the EU?
Secretary of State.
I think I genuinely didn't think the honourable gentleman's question was that good. I think, actually, that the honourable gentleman should maybe imbibe a bit of Christmas festivities, because I think we should be more glass half full about the opportunities of a negotiated settlement to the protocol issue, which will benefit everybody and all parties in Northern Ireland.
Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Vice President of the European Commission said if there is a political will, issues around the Northern Ireland Protocol could be resolved within a couple of weeks. So will the Minister find the will to reach a solution and commit to a timeline for a deal, perhaps before the end of the 6-week extension to form an executive in January?
I can generally say to the Honourable Lady that the atmosphere in the relationships between the European Union and the United Kingdom government have changed dramatically in recent weeks and months, and that is the basis for all good things.
That completes those questions. Before we come to the Prime Minister's questions, I would like to point out the British Sign Language interpretation of proceedings available to watch on Parliament Live TV. We start with questions to Prime Minister John Stevenson.
Number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the whole House will share my sorrow at the capsizing of a small boat in the Channel in the early hours of this morning and the tragic loss of human life. Our hearts go out to all those affected and our tributes to those involved in the extensive rescue operation. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others, in addition to my duties in this House, including the visit of His Majesty the King. I shall have further such meetings later today.
John Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, a 3.5-hour journey takes 6 hours. A straight journey ends up with 2 changes and a diversion. A train is cancelled at short notice. This has become the experience of a West Coast rail passenger. If Avanti do not get their act together, will the government cancel their franchise?
Very popular question, Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for raising this, and I share the frustration that this is causing to many of his and other communities. Our priority immediately is to support the restoration of services before then making any long-term decisions on the operation of the West Coast franchise, but we will be closely monitoring Avanti's rollout of its recovery plan and holding them account for delivering for passengers.
Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I join the Prime Minister? Our prayers go out to those who capsized in the freezing waters of the Channel last night. It's a reminder that the criminal gangs running those routes put the lives of the desperate at risk and profit from their misery. They must be broken up and brought to justice. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow will be the first ever nationwide nurses' strike. All the Prime Minister has to do to stop that is to open the door and discuss pay with them. If he did, the whole country would breathe a sigh of relief. Why won't he?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have consistently spoken to all the unions involved in all the pay disputes that there are. But I am glad he's raised our nurses, because they do incredible work, and it's worth putting on record. It's worth putting on record what exactly we have done for our nurses. Last year, when everyone else in the public sector had a public sector pay freeze, the nurses received a 3% pay rise. When the RCN asked for more in-work training, we gave every nurse and midwife a £1,000 training budget. And when they asked for nurses' bursaries, we made sure that every nursing student received a £5,000 grant. That's because we do work constructively, and we will continue to back our nurses.
Mr. Speaker, nurses going on strike is a badge of shame for this government. Instead of showing leadership, he's playing games with people's health. And there is a human cost. Alex from Chester has been waiting for a gallbladder operation for nearly 6 months. He's in so much pain, he's been off school since then. His operation has already been cancelled twice. His mum, who I spoke to this morning, is worried sick. When she heard that strikes could be called off, she was massively relieved. She's desperate for the Prime Minister to resolve this. All he needs to do is simply meet the nurses. Now, Alex's mum is listening to this. She doesn't want to hear him blaming everybody else. She doesn't want his usual ducking of the question. She's tuned in now because she wants him to explain what is he going to do to resolve the nursing strike.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's not just Alex. There are millions of others across this country, Alex and Mark, millions of others who will have their healthcare disrupted because of the strike. Now, the honourable gentleman says to get round the table, but we all know what that means, Mr. Speaker. That is just simply a political formula for avoiding taking a position on this issue. If he thinks the strikes are wrong, he should say so. If he thinks it's right that pay demands of 19% are met, then he should say so. What's weak, Mr. Speaker, is he's not strong enough to stand up to the union.
Mr. Speaker, we know it's Christmas, but the party's not started yet. Come on, Keir.
Mr. Speaker, in 12 hours' time, there's a nurses' strike. All he needs to do is meet the nurses. His inaction speaks volumes. As ever with this Prime Minister, it's Tory politics first, patience second. We've never seen a nurses' strike like this before. They've been forced into it because the government has broken the health system. Ask anyone in the NHS. They will tell you they don't have enough staff. 133,000 vacancies. And there's an obvious solution. Scrap the non-dom status and use the money to bring through the next generation of doctors and nurses. That's what Labour would do. Why hasn't he got the guts to do it?
Mr. Speaker, we're already investing billions more in the NHS. We're already hiring thousands more doctors and nurses. But he asked about backlog. He asked about backlogs and the waiting times in the NHS. And yes, what he always fails to acknowledge is the impact that COVID did, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're facing pressures. But we do have a plan. Not just more money, not just more doctors and nurses, new diagnostic centres carrying out millions of checks and scans, new surgical hubs delivering more elective surgery. But if we'd listened to him, Mr. Speaker, the backlog would still be growing, and that's because we'd still be in lockdown.
As usual, Mr. Speaker, he tries to blame everyone else. His department commissioned a report into the NHS which reported on Monday. That report said we've had 10 years of managed decline. It was not COVID. Responsibility is sitting right there. And the reason he can't choose nurses over non-doms is because he's too weak to stand up to the tax avoiders. For 12 years, they haven't trained enough doctors and nurses. So we have the absurd situation of the NHS spending billions on agency workers to fill the gap. Why should the country have to put up with money that should be spent treating patients being wasted plugging gaps instead?
Mr. Speaker, let me tell the honourable gentleman what we are doing. We are actually listening to the independent pay review bodies. They want to undermine them. We've offered a fair pay deal. They can't even decide on a number amongst themselves. We're actually protecting the public. They're protecting their paymasters, Mr. Speaker. For working people in this country, it's Labour's nightmare before Christmas.
Here's Starmer. There he goes again, pretending everything is fine. Try telling that to those on waiting lists or those that can't afford to pay for a next-day GP appointment. After 12 years of Tory failure, winter has arrived for our public services, and we've got a Prime Minister who has curled up in a ball and gone into hibernation. If he can't act on behalf of patients or nurses or everyone who wants these strikes called off, then surely the whole country is entitled to ask, what is the point of him and what is the point of the government he's supposed to be leading?
Mr. Speaker, he talks about COVID not having an impact. Ambulance waiting times for Category 1 ambulance waiting times in February of 2020 were actually completely on target, Mr. Speaker. COVID has an impact, and that's why, as the Chief Executive of the NHS has acknowledged, this government is serious about its commitment to prioritise the NHS. But, Mr. Speaker, let's just have a look at the NHS in Labour-run Wales, shall we? The worst A&E times in the country, Mr. Speaker.
Here's Starmer. Mr. Speaker, under the last Labour government, we had fair pay for nurses and no strikes. Yeah. So I won't be taking lectures from him about that.
Order. Mr. Mulway, you promised to behave. Don't give me a Christmas present you won't want. Come on, Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, this is our final PMQs of the year. So I hope you will Oh, really? I hope you will... Mr. Speaker, what I was going to say was I hope you will pass on all of our thanks, at least on this side, to all those who kept our House and our democracy working. Yeah. And I want to finish this year thinking about our friends in Ukraine. As a result of Putin's barbaric assault on their freedom, millions will spend Christmas in sub-zero temperatures without heating, electricity or hot water. Their suffering is unimaginable, but their bravery is awe-inspiring. So will the Prime Minister join me in saying that whatever other difficulties and disagreements we have across this dispatch box, we are and will remain united in our unwavering support for Ukraine's freedom, its liberty and its victory?
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I join with the honourable gentleman in thanking and paying tribute to all the staff of the House for the fantastic work that they do to support all of us. And I appreciate his comments on Ukraine. It has been a point of incredible unity across this House and indeed the country, something that we can all be proud of in our country, that we have stood behind Ukraine at its hour of need. And as I said yesterday, this Christmas, many families will be laying an extra place at their Christmas table, and that speaks to the generosity and compassion of our nation, and long may that continue.
Angela Richards.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The A3 connects London to Portsmouth through Guildford, and I was delighted to see the new Solent Freeport announced last week, which will increase traffic flows. As the A3 narrows through Guildford, it is sadly the most polluted road in the strategic road network. Short-term sticking plasters like putting up 9-metre-high air pollution barriers that will entrench divisions in Guildford is not acceptable to me or my constituents. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that it is time to think big, it is time to think long-term, and it is time to tunnel the A3 under Guildford?
Prime Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for the question. I know this is an issue that she has long championed. I am told that National Highways are developing a range of different possibilities and solutions for the A3 through Guildford, and I know the Department for Transport will consider the case as it plans its future infrastructure investments.
SNP leader Stephen Flynn.
I wish to join with the Prime Minister and the Leader of Opposition in extending my party's thoughts to all of those involved in the terrible tragedy in the Channel this morning. Mr. Speaker, thanks to positive and proactive negotiations between the Scottish Government and Unite and Unison health unions, a pay settlement has been reached and strike action averted. By stark contrast, the UK Health Secretary appears completely unwilling to negotiate with unions on pay, and strike action is very much still on the table. So may I ask the Prime Minister, when will he see the error of his ways and follow the Scottish Government's lead?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad the UK Government was able to provide £1.5 billion in extra funding to the Scottish Government for public services. The Health Secretary and other ministers have engaged fully, not just with the unions, but with an independent pay-setting process, which takes the politics out of the process and ensures that we can meet those independent requirements with a fair pay deal.
Stephen Flynn.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear, those words will ring hollow in the ears of those people who, unlike the Prime Minister, can't nip into Waitrose for their shopping, nor indeed even turn on their heating at this moment in time. And that's particularly true for people in Scotland, because as we know, average energy bills in Scotland are not anticipated to be £2,500 per year. They're expected to be £3,300 per year. People are genuinely terrified, and that's despite the fact that Scotland produces 6 times more gas than we consume, with some 80% of our electricity coming from low-carbon sources. Decades of failed UK energy and regulatory policy coming home to roost. Is it not the case that Scotland has the energy? We just need the power.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad the honourable gentleman raised the question of energy support. And it's because of the actions of this government that we are providing every household in this country with around £900 of support with their energy bills this winter, £55 billion worth of support. And on top of that, next year, there will be extra cost of living payments worth up to £1,200 for the most vulnerable, whether that's those on means-tested benefits, pensioners, or indeed disabled. This is a government that will always look after the most vulnerable in our society.
Stephen Metcalfe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my right honourable friend will know, the Mayor of London, despite objections, has decided to expand the ULEZ zone across all London boroughs, which will massively impact my constituents and those who share a border with London. Will he therefore urgently speak to the Transport Secretary and encourage him to use the powers at his disposal to reverse this disastrous decision?
Well, my honourable friend will know that transport in London is devolved to the Labour Mayor of London, but it is disappointing that the Mayor, backed by the Leader of the Opposition, is choosing not to listen to the public. The zone is being expanded against the overwhelming views of residents and businesses, and I'd urgently consider the Mayor and the gentleman opposite to be on the side of hard-working Londoners.
David!
Can I associate myself and my party with the comments made by others on the tragedy in the Channel
our thoughts and prayers are with the families' victims. Mr. Speaker, 40% of cancer patients now wait more than 2 months for treatment after an urgent referral from a GP. That's the highest proportion on record and way above the government's own cancer waiting target. I lost both my parents to cancer as a child, and so, like many people across the country and in this House, I know the devastating impact of treatment delays on cancer patients and their families. So I'd like to ask the Prime Minister 2 questions. First, can he give a cast-iron guarantee that the dreadful cancer backlog won't get any worse? And second, when will the government meet its own cancer target?
Prime Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very sorry to hear about the Right Honourable Gentleman's parents. Indeed, I'm sure many of us across this House have our families have been tragically affected by what cancer does, and he's right to raise the importance of meeting our targets. And what I am able to tell him is we actually are experiencing very high numbers of cancer referrals following the pandemic. He'll be aware of that. But thanks to the brilliant work of our NHS staff, cancer treatment rates in the most recent month for which we have data are now back at pre-pandemic levels, with a plan for them to increase further. And recently the NHS also announced plans to fast-track patients direct to cancer tests rather than have to wait for specialist consultation first. These measures will make a difference, and I look forward to updating on them in the new year.
Terry Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the closure of the last bank in Cheadle, yet another of my local communities has been left totally bereft of a high street banking service. So I was pleased when I heard the announcement that Cheadle was to get a banking hub. Unfortunately, my delight was short-lived. When on closer inspection I saw that it was Cheadle, Staffordshire. Whilst I remain pleased for the other Cheadle, would my right honourable friend agree with me that my constituents also need to, access to cash and banking facilities to protect businesses and support our high street? And will he support our local calls for post office banking hubs?
Prime Minister. My honourable friend is a fantastic champion for Cheadle in Greater Manchester. She will know that the Financial Services and Markets Bill will establish a legislative framework for protecting access to cash, and alongside this, firms are already working to provide shared services, as she mentioned, like bank hubs. But what I would encourage my honourable friend to do is to contact Link, which can undertake an independent assessment of a community's cash access needs and determine if shared facilities are appropriate.
Fabian Hamilton.
Mr. Speaker, my constituent Sharon has an 11-year-old daughter who suffers from eating disorders and severe anorexia. She was forced to spend a year in hospital in Sheffield, 40 miles away, because there were no beds in Leeds for children with those eating disorders. This, Mr. Speaker, is completely unacceptable. So will the Prime Minister now commit to ensuring that NHS mental health provision for young people is dramatically improved so that no other family has to ever again endure similar trauma?
Minister.
Well, first of all, can I say to Sharon and her family, I'm sorry about what she's experienced. The honourable gentleman makes an excellent point. Mental health funding, as he knows, is increasing, so we ensure parity of service. He's also right to raise the issue of eating disorders. It's something that provision is currently expanding for. I think 2,000 more children were given the treatment and advice and support they needed last year, and there are plans to go further because it's an issue that needs tackling.
Jason McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Police Constable Nicola Hughes and PC Fiona Bone were savagely murdered in Manchester whilst on duty a decade ago. Nicola's dad, Bryn, is my constituent. He lives in Marsden. He was in Parliament again last week, continuing his campaign for emergency service workers and police officers who die whilst on duty to be awarded the Elizabeth Medal posthumously. Does my right honourable friend agree with me and Bryn that now is the time to commemorate and honour our brave police officers and emergency service workers who make the ultimate sacrifice by awarding posthumously the Elizabeth Medal?
Prime Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and I thank his constituent Bryn for his campaigning. Every life lost in the line of duty is a tragedy, and we remember the lives and service of PC's Nicola Hughes and Fiona Bone. We are determined, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that sacrifice that police officers and other public service officers make is recognised, and we are carefully considering the best and most appropriate ways to do this.
Kirsty Blackman.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Across these islands, people are suffering because of the woefully inadequate policies of this UK Tory government. They've crashed the economy, left millions in fear of the cold this winter, and are stoking division over striking workers rather than negotiating fair pay deals. Why is it that the only people that can rely on this Prime Minister are questionable PPE suppliers of the House of Lords, bankers, and former Prime Ministers getting taxpayer-funded handouts to defend their partying through COVID?
Mr. Speaker, the only people stoking division in our United Kingdom are the party opposite.
Close question, Michael Fabricant.
Question 12, sir.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our priorities are growth, investing in public services and giving businesses the confidence they need to invest. I look forward to discussing this with the Mayor of the West Midlands.
Michael Fabricant.
Mr. Speaker, when my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, recently visited the National Memorial Arboretum, he was slightly late. But I don't blame him, because he had to come by road. Now, my friend, the Mayor of the West Midlands, is supporting an extension of the cross-city line from Birmingham using an existing freight line to make it into a rail service to the National Memorial Arboretum and beyond. So, may I ask my right honourable friend, will he revisit the National Memorial Arboretum again, see the Armed Forces Memorial, and also come to Lichfield and see why we need a leisure centre?
I'd be delighted to come and visit the National Memorial Arboretum again, see my friend and the fantastic Mayor of the West Midlands, Andy Street, to discuss his plans to drive growth and opportunity in the region.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is now well over 3 years since the Conservatives promised the end no-fault evictions. Enfield has the highest rate of Section 21 evictions in London. 30 families in my constituency in the last month alone were made homeless as a result of Section 21. I have families sat in my office trying to keep warm as we try to find them emergency accommodation. Will the Prime Minister scrap this shameful legislation? If so, when?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady will know that we have announced plans to do that and we await parliamentary time. But it's not the only thing we are doing to protect renters, Mr. Speaker. We have passed legislation already to protect tenants from rip-off fees, and we've capped holding deposits because we want to make sure that renters do have the protections that they require and they have that decent homes to rent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Small modular reactors are a hugely important part of our future energy mix. And this Conservative government realised that when it awarded Rolls-Royce Nuclear Section, based in my constituency, a grant of £210 for development. But there's still no clarity or plan for moving from development to deployment. Will the Prime Minister come with me to meet Rolls-Royce to discuss how to move things forward and ensure the UK benefits from this exciting opportunity?
Well, my honourable friend makes an excellent point. I'm delighted that government has awarded £210 million to Rolls-Royce SMR last year for research and development. This does have the potential to benefit the UK and support our energy security and climate goals. I look forward to getting updates and for working with my honourable friend to see this fantastic new technology come to life.
McCarthy.
When my constituent who has dementia was taken ill recently, it took 3 hours for an ambulance to arrive. He then spent 10 hours in the back of an ambulance outside A&E, queuing to get in. And the doctor said to him, "I'm so sorry, we're treating you out of the back of a truck." But as we've heard, the King's Fund has said that the government has presided over a decade of neglect of managed decline in the NHS. So isn't it the Prime Minister, not that doctor, who should be apologising?
Well, Mr. Speaker, that same King's Fund report also acknowledged that there was 40% more funding going into the NHS under this Conservative government. But we do need to make sure that that funding makes a difference. That's why this winter £500 million is being deployed to move people out of hospital beds into social care, to speed up those discharges specifically so that ambulances won't be queuing as much as they currently are. And that money is already making a difference on the ground.
Sakib Bhatti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The community in Kingshurst, which I represent, has suffered an unimaginable tragedy earlier this week when 4 children fell through the ice at Babs Mill Lane. Sadly, 3 of the children did not survive, and one, a 6-year-old, is fighting for his life. They and their families are all in my thoughts and prayers. Will my right honourable friend pay tribute to the community in Kingshurst, which has come together and is supporting each other to get through this tragedy? And will he recognise the heroic efforts of the emergency services, including the police officer who used his bare hands to try and break through the ice and then jumped in the water with fire service personnel without the PPE, risking their own lives to save the young children?
Prime Minister.
I thank my honourable friend, and can I send my condolences to the family and friends of all of those who lost their lives. I also join him in paying tribute to our emergency services for, as he said, their incredibly selfless actions. This whole event has completely shocked the local community, and I know that my honourable friend will continue to do all he can to support his constituents at this difficult time.
Dame Angela Riedel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This year the Tory party has given us 5 education secretaries, 4 chancellors, 3 prime ministers, 2 leadership coups. And Mr. Speaker, the Partridges had to sell the pear tree to pay the gas. So, Mr. Speaker, isn't it the case that after a year of Tory chaos, incompetence and self-indulgence, the best Christmas present the Prime Minister could give to the British people is a general election?
Mr. Speaker, they're happier with that than before, Mr. Speaker. But all I'd say, when it comes to what the British people need this Christmas, Mr. Speaker, in order to ease the disruption on their lives, the best thing that the party opposite could do is tell their union bosses to call off these damaging strikes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After the Second World War, Winston Churchill sent British Conservative lawyers to help to draft the European Convention on Human Rights, and that's something that we can be proud of in this country. But in an age of mass migration, the ECHR is now limiting our ability to control our borders. So in light of the tragedy in the Channel this morning, does the Prime Minister agree he should do as Churchill did, draft a new framework for refugees and human rights, including legal routes, but one way or another, and if necessary alone, we must be prepared to leave the ECHR?
Mr. Speaker, as I told the House yesterday, our new legislation will deliver a system whereby a person who comes here illegally will have no right to stay and will be removed to their own country or a safe third country alternative. That is the system that the British people want to see. That's a system that we will deliver, and I look forward to hearing whether the party opposite will support it.
Sir Olney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As temperatures are plummeting and the cost of living crisis is deepening, ordinary families are facing a Dickensian nightmare across the country this Christmas. Mortgage bills are soaring, household repossessions are up, and nearly 500,000 tenants face a threat of eviction after falling behind on their rent. Too many people are worrying about where they and their children will wake up on Christmas morning. So will the Prime Minister agree to a temporary ban over the festive period on repossessions and evictions so that nobody has to live in fear of losing their home this Christmas?
Mr. Speaker, we provide a range of support to both homeowners and tenants who are in difficulty already. But the most important thing we are doing to financially support them through the winter is by providing almost £900 of support with their energy bills, on top of all the additional support for those who are most vulnerable, including pensioners. That demonstrates the actions of this government to help the country get through what we acknowledge is a challenging time.
Stephen Crabb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, at 9:30, you'll lead this House in a 1-minute silence to mark 80 years since the British government recognised that the Holocaust was taking place in Nazi-occupied Europe. As we come together to mark that moment, will the Prime Minister join me in praising the Holocaust Educational Trust and the extraordinary survivors who continue to do amazing work, ensuring that the next generation understand and learn the lessons from the past?
Mr. Speaker, 80 years ago, Parliament listened in stunned silence as the truth of the Holocaust was spoken in this House for the very first time. So it's absolutely right that you, Mr. Speaker, lead a moment of silence in which we will stand together to remember and reaffirm that truth. I join my honourable friend in paying tribute to the work of the Holocaust Educational Trust, and it could not be more fitting that Britain's Holocaust Memorial and Learning Centre should be built right next door to here to Parliament. We must never forget the Holocaust, and we must stamp out anti-Semitism and prejudice in all its forms, wherever we find it.
Chris Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Caerphilly County Borough Council recently announced a £3 million cost of living hardship fund to help those most in need in Islwyn across our county borough. Does the Prime Minister think it's right that local authorities are forced to cover the costs of 12 years of economic mismanagement by this Tory government?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what the honourable gentleman fails to acknowledge is that because of the actions of this UK government, not only are we supporting people in Wales and across the United Kingdom with help with their energy bills, we've also provided £1.2 billion of extra funding for the Welsh government to use to give to local authorities to support their constituents, and he would do well to acknowledge the benefits of the United Kingdom and the actions of the UK government.
We have a record 4,000 newly qualified doctors training to be GPs, which is really excellent. But we do have an issue with retention, which is made even worse in areas like mine, which have extremely high housing growth. As the son of a GP, what will the Prime Minister do to fix this?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know this is an issue that my honourable friend has talked and championed for a long time, and he's right to do so. We do have record numbers of GPs in training at the moment. We're also making sure that we support primary care appointments and primary care access, and I know that my honourable friend, the Health Secretary and Chancellor, are looking at how best we can increase retention, particularly with regard to pensions, and I look forward to getting his suggestions.
Final question, Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a written response from the DWP, it was confirmed to me that an unpaid carer earning more than £132 a week in their job is classed as being in gainful employment and as a result loses their carer's allowance of £69.70 a week. Now, caring doesn't stop. It never stops. So can the Prime Minister explain to me the rationale of this decision, given that we are trying to get economically inactive people back into work? And secondly, can he explain why it's his government's position that £132 a week is enough for people to live on?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I first start by paying tribute to those up and down the country who give up so much of their time to care for others. And I'm actually delighted that the government is supporting the honourable member's bill, which will give a week of highly flexible paid leave to unemployed carers. I think it's the right thing to do, and I'm grateful that the honourable lady is taking it forward. The carers allowance is a means-tested benefit. It's part of many other benefits that are available to support people, and as I've said, right now there is significant support in place for people through Christmas with their energy bills.
That completes Prime Minister's questions. Just let the House clear. Right, let us come to the statement from the Home Secretary. Shona Braverman, Home Secretary.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a statement about an incident in the Channel this morning. This is an ongoing search and rescue incident, but I can confirm that at the time of making this statement, tragically, there have been 4 fatalities. It would be inappropriate, Mr. Speaker, for me to go into further detail at this time. There is a multi-agency response to this terrible tragedy. His Majesty's Coast Guard, the RNLI, South East Coast Ambulance, the Ministry of Defence, Police and Border Force, together with French vessels and commercial fishing vessels and contractors at Western Jetfall, have responded. This morning, Mr. Speaker, I have spoken to Border Force officials based at Dover, Manston, and involved in the search and rescue effort. I've also spoken to my French counterpart, the Interior Minister, Gérald Darmanin. A full statement will be provided to the House in due course once the facts have been fully established and the necessary investigative work completed. I know that everyone in this House and across the country will join me in expressing our profound sadness and deepest sympathies for everyone affected by this terrible event. I know that they will also join me in offering our profound gratitude to those working on the search and rescue operation. Yeah. That very much includes those who are responding to the incident. Commander Dan O'Mahony and his team are working tirelessly with military colleagues and other partners, day in and day out, to try to prevent this type of tragedy. They are undertaking immensely difficult work, and we should all be extremely grateful to them. Mr. Speaker, these are the days that we dread. Crossing the Channel in unseaworthy vessels is a lethally dangerous endeavour. It is for this reason, above all, that we are working so hard to destroy the business model of the people smugglers, evil, organised criminals who treat human beings as cargo. As the Prime Minister told the House only yesterday, it is not cruel or unkind to want to break the stranglehold of the criminal gangs who trade in human misery and who exploit our system and our laws. He was right. This morning's tragedy, like the loss of 27 people on 1 November day last year, is the most sobering reminder possible of why we have to end these crossings. We recently agreed the largest ever small boats deal with France, with more boots on the ground patrolling their beaches, UK and French officers working together in both countries. The Calais Group of Northern European nations works to disrupt trafficking and smuggling all along the migration route and has set an ambition for a UK-EU-wide agreement on migration. And since 2015, we have welcomed 450,000 people here from all across the world via safe and legal routes, making these dangerous crossings totally unnecessary. But it was evident that we had to go much further, which is why the Prime Minister announced a new package yesterday. It includes a new, permanent, unified small boats operational command, bringing together the military, civilian capabilities and the National Crime Agency. It will coordinate intelligence, interception, processing and enforcement using advanced technology, including drones. We are adding more than 700 new staff and doubling the funding for the NCA to tackle organised immigration crime in Europe. The Prime Minister announced yesterday a new agreement with Albania. For the first time, Border Force officers will be embedded in Tirana Airport, helping to disrupt organised crime groups and people smugglers, risking people's lives unnecessarily. And early next year, we will introduce new legislation to make it unambiguously clear that if someone comes to the UK illegally, they should not be able to remain here. Instead, they can expect to be detained, and swiftly returned either to their home country or to a safe country where their claim for asylum will be considered. Late or spurious claims and appeals will not be possible, and once someone has been removed, they will have no right to re-entry, settlement, or citizenship. This will act as a deterrent, and it will save lives. As we grip illegal migration, we will create more safe and legal routes, working with the UNHCR to identify those most in need and introducing an annual quota set by Parliament. We will work closely with local authorities to determine capacity. Mr. Speaker, it isn't true that our capacity is limitless. We are already spending millions on hotels every day. People do not need to seek asylum if they are already in a safe country. It is vital, literally vital, that we end the illegal crossings in the Channel, and I commend the statement to the House.
Shadow Home Secretary Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Home Secretary for advance sight of her statement. This is truly tragic, deeply distressing news, and all of our thoughts and prayers will be with those who have lost their lives and their families and friends who have lost loved ones in the icy waters of the Channel. We will be thinking too of those who will be receiving support and medical assistance, who may have been rescued as well. And all of us will give our thanks to the brave responders and rescuers in the Border Force, in the RNLI, in the Coast Guard, in the MOD, in our emergency services, and in the French authorities, responding not just today to this awful, awful tragedy, but also who do such heroic work every single day. It is only because of their brave work that more lives have not been lost. It was barely more than a year ago that 27 lives were lost when a boat went down. And all of us have warned, all of us have feared that it was just a matter of time before more lives were lost. It is, of course, why the UK and France both need to act to stop these dangerous boat crossings. The brutal truth as well is that criminal gangs have made money from those lives that were lost today. They have profited as people have drowned. Day after day, week after week, criminal gangs are putting lives at risk for money. And the other brutal truth is that far from stopping those criminal gangs, those gangs have grown and grown. And the UK and French governments and authorities have failed to stop the criminal and smuggler and trafficking gangs proliferating around the Channel. Those gangs have created a multi-million-pound criminal industry with lives at stake, and the action against those gangs has been too weak. There have been barely any prosecutions or convictions and barely any inroads into the smuggler gangs. Just 3 convictions for people smuggling a month at a time when tens of thousands of lives are being put at risk each month. It is why we have long called for a long time for a major boost to the National Crime Agency, because we do need major action. And yesterday, the Prime Minister announced an increase for the National Crime Agency. I am glad that he has made some progress on this, but can the Home Secretary clarify what does it mean in practice? How much additional funding will there be in practice for the National Crime Agency? How much, and specifically for the action on the smuggler gangs? How many additional full-time staff will there be? And what is the sense of scale on this? Because I fear still that this is too low and this is too little given the scale of the problem we face. Yesterday, the Prime Minister announced a small boat operational command. Again, how different is that to the previous clandestine Channel Threat Command, led by Commander Dan Omani, which has been in operation for some time? Will it still be led by Commander Dan Omani or by somebody else? Will it be the Home Office or the MOD in charge? Is it correct that the Navy has been told they will be standing down on the 31st of January? Can she update us too on the French patrols and surveillance? Has the 40% promised increase in patrols started yet, and when will it? Was this boat picked up as a result of increased surveillance? If it wasn't, what was the reason for that? The Home Secretary has also referred to safe legal routes. She was pressed at the Select Committee on a lack of safe legal routes for children trying to unite with family in the UK. When will she be taking action to address that, to prevent children seeking to rejoin family in the UK, making desperate journeys? And she referred to the Prime Minister's statement yesterday. Can she clarify? We have also called for the fast track for safe countries and for the backlog to be cleared. The Prime Minister said he had set a personal target of 117,000 cases to be cleared by the end of next year. Number 10 later said that target was 92,000. Could she again confirm which of those it is? The responsibility for the lives that have been lost in the Channel lies with the criminal gangs. They need to be caught, they need to be prosecuted, they need to be jailed for the loss of life in the cold sea, and we need comprehensive action. We gathered in this House just over a year ago to lament the loss of 27 lives. None of us want to do so again. None of us want to be here again. That's where we need action before more lives are lost in peril on the sea.
Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, today is a day to demonstrate our sympathy for the victims and the families of this deadly and tragic incident. It is a day to express gratitude to our hard-working emergency services, border force and search and rescue and MOD colleagues who at this moment are conducting an operation in the Channel in very difficult and challenging circumstances. The Honourable Laney mentions a few points, and I want to respond to some of those in detail. The Small Boats Operational Command is going to be a new operational command that the Prime Minister announced yesterday as part of our plan to go further on the action that we will take to stop the boats crossing the Channel. This means that we are setting up a new HQ, the Small Boats Operational Command in Border Force, to bring our channel and processing operation under a single Home Office command with military support for specialist planning and operational advice. As part of this, we will bring in new air and maritime capabilities, including new drones, land-based radar, fixed-wing aircraft, and more. And we will be more than doubling our current permanent staffing levels, with 100 new staff at HQ and over 600 new operational staff based at Dover. That's a sign that we are strengthening our resolve, we are strengthening our will, and we are strengthening our efforts to do whatever it takes, as the Prime Minister has pledged, to stop the boats crossing the Channel. It will improve our intelligence and information sharing with the French. It will improve and build on the cooperation that we have with partners in France. The deal that we signed last month with colleagues in France is a big step forward in our cross-channel cooperation, for we share a common challenge. And that new arrangement will see more dangerous and unnecessary crossings being prevented. Last year, our joint efforts prevented over 23,000 unnecessary journeys. To date, this year, that number is 31,000. That in itself is insufficient, but it's a step in the right direction, and the agreement that we have struck afresh with the French will go further to enhance our joint working. She mentions safe and legal routes. Since 2015, we have made it possible for 450,000 people to come here via safe and legal routes. That's a record of which I am immensely proud. Those are people who have come from countries like Ukraine, from Syria, from Afghanistan. There are people who have come from all over the world, directly from places of danger, including via the UK resettlement scheme, where people have been selected by the UN refugee agencies from countries including Ethiopia, Iraq, Sudan, Eritrea, Somalia, South Sudan and Yemen. And so we will extend safe and legal routes once we have dealt with the appalling people smuggling gangs risking people's lives, as we have seen this morning. And lastly, she talks about our track record on this issue. This government won't stop until we have seen progress, until people understand that taking this lethal journey is not safe, it is not lawful, and it will not lead them to a better life in the United Kingdom. Our capacity, that there are millions of people around the world who are fleeing conflict and poverty and who seek a better life elsewhere. Our capacity in this country is not infinite. We cannot accept everybody who wishes to come to this country. That is a reality of the world, and it's a reality of life. The other party would suggest otherwise. I hope that she will join us in our strengthened resolve to stop this problem by supporting our measures and supporting our legislation next year.
Tim Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I echo the sympathies of the Home Secretary and the tributes to the rescue services. And frankly, it is a miracle that no lives have been lost in British territorial waters before now. And that's a tribute to the professionalism of Border Force, of the RNLI and Coast Guard and others. And being no doubt, the blood is on the hands of the criminal gangs responsible for this tragedy. Of course, the best thing would be for those boats not to leave the shore in the first place. So can she update the House about any progress she may be having in discussions with her French counterparts, which will persuade them either to intercept those boats if they get into the water and bring the passengers back to French land from where they started, or when they do intercept people on the beaches about to get into the boats, that they are arrested and detained rather than set free and allowed to try again the following night. That is the only thing that is really going to stop this immediately, as we need it to happen.
Well, my right honourable friend is right, and I'm very proud of the new agreement that we have struck with our French colleagues in this regard, and already there has been progress. In the last few weeks, there have been initial deployments of embedded officers under the deal, with the first full deployments before Christmas. The joint headquarters function is up and running, with regular operational planning meetings between the UK and French law enforcement and intelligence agencies, and we are working together with French partners to achieve the Calais Group agreements that we struck last week to deepen our intelligence cooperation with near neighbours.
Alison Gullis.
Here.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I first want to thank and pay tribute to my honourable friend from Cumbernauld, Kilsyth and Kirkintilloch East, who so ably fulfilled this role before me.
Here.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I and my SNP colleagues send our condolences, our sincerest condolences, to the families and friends of those 4 reported to have died in the early hours of this morning, and hope it will be possible for those rescued to make a full recovery. And we give thanks to all involved in rescue efforts in such perishingly cold conditions, and those still out searching in the Channel. Madam Deputy Speaker, we want to end these crossings. Everybody does. But the reality is, and as it has always been, that while safe and legal routes do not exist, and while people wait years for applications for family reunion, desperate people will continue to take life-threatening journeys because they feel they have no choice. The Nationality and Borders Act, despite the rhetoric, has not proven to be the deterrent the Home Secretary expected. So will she finally recognise that safe and legal routes are essential to allow people to get here safely, and that they should be expanded now beyond the limited Afghan, Syrian, Hong Kong and Ukraine routes, not at some vague point in the future? If the Home Secretary truly wants to break the lucrative model of organised crime behind this, she should bring in Dubs and Dublin-style routes and allow people to apply from abroad and get on a plane rather than forcing people to get in a flimsy dinghy in the depths of winter. It's cruelty, Madam Deputy Speaker, to ignore the reality, and dangerous to keep repeating the same mistakes. People are paying not only with money but with their lives. So will she listen to the evidence and, instead of just talking tough, act to bring in safe and legal routes for everybody now, because sympathy is one thing, Madam Deputy Speaker, effective action is another.
Hear, hear. Hear.
As I said, I'm incredibly proud of this country's generosity and, in fact, this government's track record on extending the hand of friendship to actually over 300,000 people this year alone who have fled persecution, conflict, and who've come through humanitarian routes to find shelter and safety in the United Kingdom. I strongly dispute her suggestion that somehow our system is inadequate. But nonetheless, that's why the Prime Minister has nonetheless committed to go further, ensure that there is a legitimised, capped, quotarised system of safe and legal routes going forward, which will be part of our measures after we've tackled the issue of illegal migration.
Sir Roger Gale.
Deputy Speaker, can I add to that already expressed my own appreciation for the work of those who were engaged in the rescue operation under appalling conditions last night, and also to the East Kent hospitals that have been treating the survivors, some of whom are still fighting for their lives and some of whom, I understand, are women and children. Madam Deputy Speaker, the House on both sides has rightly condemned those who are responsible in peddling the floating death that is the cross-channel traffic. Could my right honourable friend tell the House how many people, following the efforts of the Calais Group and the United Kingdom government, have been arrested and brought to trial?
Well, I want to thank my honourable friend for all of his efforts in supporting the local community following this incident, but also throughout, because I know that particularly in Kent there is pressure on communities and authorities relating to illegal migration. There has been considerable effort and focus by the police, by the NCA and other agencies on tackling organised immigration criminal gangs. So far this year, 55 organised crime groups have been arrested, and there have been over 500 arrests. And I know that having met with the NCA, having accompanied them a few months ago on a dawn raid to arrest a suspected people smuggler, that this work is extensive, it is coherent, and it's set to increase following the Prime Minister's announcement yesterday.
Dame Diana Johnson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Home Affairs Select Committee, can I express our sincere condolences to all those families who've lost lives? Can I also pay tribute to the emergency services who are operating in such appalling conditions and carry on doing so today? And also highlight the work of the RNLI and the fishing boats that came to the rescue of the dinghy as well. And many of us on the committee have met Border Force officials, immigration officers and contractors who work at Western Jetfoil and at Manston, and we know how distressing these events must be to those people at those places. Obviously, we need to wait for a full statement about what's happened, but I wondered if the Home Secretary might be able to share whether she thinks there are any more actions that can be taken to pursue these evil individuals who facilitate and organise these trips across the Channel in these dinghies. What more can the government do to make sure those people are brought to book?
Well, what more we can do forms part of the plan that the Prime Minister announced yesterday, focusing on the operational command and our resources at Dover and working with the French. We want to investigate 100% of the small boats and we want to arrest all of the pilots that we can identify. The Nationality and Borders Act brought in new offences designed specifically to deal with illegal arrivals, and there have been considerable numbers of investigations and arrests and prosecutions relating to those new offences. But of course, when there is a tragedy like this focuses all of our minds to see what more we can be doing so that this doesn't happen again.
Natalie Elphick.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was awoken this morning to the news that bodies were being brought into Dover and that the boat had overturned in the Channel. It is the news that I, as the Member of Parliament for Dover and Deal, and people across my community fear day after day, particularly in wintry and cold conditions. That boat shouldn't have been in the water in the first place, let alone in these kind of conditions at this time of year. So can I ask my right honourable friend if she could consider making urgent discussions with the French and arranging that summit with President Macron, because the bottom line is that in this case, the boat, I understand, was around the meridian line in the Channel. And this is the second time we have seen such a situation. It is time for joint patrols on the French beaches to stop the boats getting in the water in the first place, and a joint security zone across the Channel to make sure that incidents like these can't happen and we bring small boats crossings to an end.
I want to thank my honourable friend for all of her work throughout and during the last few years dealing with this issue. I know that she speaks very powerfully for all of her constituents who are directly affected by illegal migration. The agreement with the French was a step forward, but it is not the end point. It will deliver an increased number of personnel and resources who will be focused on the issue of intelligence sharing, interception, prevention, investigation, and ultimately the law enforcement response. So that the prevention, the preventative element of this issue is strengthened. We will continue and build on our constructive dialogue that we have with the French. And I know that they share the goal that we have, which is to bring this problem to an end.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Death by drowning at sea must be one of the most horrific ways imaginable of meeting your end. I'm sure that's something which is understood only too well in the nation's island and coastal communities where this news will have been felt particularly keenly. The Home Secretary has told us, quite rightly, that safe and legal routes are effective in bringing people here. That's why you never find Ukrainians or people from Hong Kong in these small boats. So why does she think that the creation of safe and legal routes for people coming from places like Syria, Eritrea or Afghanistan has to wait for the Home Office to get its act together? Because I have to tell her, I've been waiting as a Member of Parliament for 21 years to see that happen, and I've not seen any sign of it yet.
Well, as I've said, we have an extensive programme already of welcoming people through humanitarian routes to this country, and I've listed some of the countries from which people have arrived. The Prime Minister has set out the plan, but it's clear that fundamentally we have to send the message to anybody thinking about coming to the UK that you must do it through a legal means, you must do it through a lawful route, and jumping the queue, putting your life and that of others at risk is not an acceptable way of coming to the United Kingdom.
Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, the Home Secretary will be aware that there are plenty of safe countries in Europe that have fully functioning asylum systems. So, does she agree with me that anybody fleeing persecution should claim asylum in the first safe country they come to?
Well, we are clear that there are. This is part of the element relating to the Albania agreement that we have recently struck. That makes clear that Albania is a safe country, just as the ambassador for Albania made clear at the Home Affairs Select Committee very recently. There is no reason why people should be coming to the United Kingdom and claiming asylum from Albania.
Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed. Madam Deputy Speaker, I join the Home Secretary and colleagues in expressing my profound sadness at the terrible loss of life and thanks to those involved in the rescue. But the House needs to ask itself, why are mothers and fathers getting in these boats with their children in order to seek to come to the United Kingdom? It is because they know that until they are in the country, they cannot claim asylum. And therefore, I know the Home Secretary is absolutely committed to ending this illegal trade, but does she not recognise that until safe and legal routes, let's start with family reunion. One of the reasons they may not want to stay in France, but to come to the UK, is because they have a family member here. And if our families were separated in this way, we need to address that, and we need to provide safe and legal routes.
I think the reality is that, of course, where we have routes and where people have met the relevant criteria, they are enabled to come here. But the reality is that it is not the case that any person across the world who wants to choose the UK as their destination of choice can just do so without legitimate grounds. We should make sure that we in the UK are doing our fair share. 300,000 this year alone, I think, would qualify as a very admirable track record of humanitarian support. But it's right that people should only come here when they have the legal basis to do so.
Sir John Hayes.
Speaker, I associate myself with the Home Secretary's remarks about the tragedy and commend her for her determination in dealing with this. Last week, along with others, I met one of those who was responsible for the Australian Sovereign Borders Scheme when they were tackling illegal migration there. A key part of that scheme was to challenge the messaging at source used by the people traffickers. Their cruel and callous sales pitch is that Britain is a soft touch, and once you get here, you will never leave. So will she look at dealing with that messaging at its place of origin, using the intelligence and security services and all other means to counter it with the vehemence which she personifies?
The harsh reality is that many thousands of people are being sold a lie. They are being sold a lie that if they hand over large sums of money to criminal gangs, they will have the promise of a new life in the United Kingdom. But the reality, the harsh truth of that lie, is that they are putting themselves at risk, lethally. Sometimes they are entering into unlawful arrangements. They are exposing themselves to exploitation, and they are coming here unfairly and illegitimately. And it is not the right way to come to the United Kingdom, and they are not welcome.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like all members, I obviously hold out sympathy to those that died last night, and thanks to those that risked everything to try and save life at sea. They should be thanked for all of that. It is obviously correct to condemn people traffickers and all that goes with them. However, there is a reason that people take these dangerous journeys. They are absolutely desperate. They wouldn't do it otherwise. So instead of the ritual condemnation of people traffickers, could we have something more positive about what we're going to do to support those desperate human beings? The Prime Minister acknowledged there are more around the world than has ever been before, and make a positive contribution towards dealing with the causes of flight in the first place: war, environmental disaster, human rights abuses, and so much else. So condemning is easy, but it's holding out the hand of humanity and friendship to very desperate people that is what we should be doing today.
I think we've got to get a reality check here. And the reality is that not everybody getting on a small boat, an unseaworthy vessel, paying thousands of pounds to criminal gangs is a refugee. Not everyone coming here illegally is coming here from humanitarian grounds. There's considerable evidence that people are coming here as economic migrants illegally. That is what we are trying to stop.
Stephen Metcalfe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for the actions that she is taking? But can she update the House on what she's doing to reduce the pull factors that encourage people to risk their lives in crossing the Channel? And how she's ensuring that the people who take those risks know about them and know what they will receive once they get here, to combat that lie that she mentioned they have been sold?
Well, my honourable friend makes the right point, and we will be taking further action to properly investigate and enforce against things like illegal working. And my right honourable friend, the Immigration Minister, will be leading a task force set up within government and other departments which will take a coordinated effort to ensure that we are better policing this issue. But ultimately, this comes down to deterrence and ensuring that we have the right laws in place. And that's why it's absolutely vital that we introduce and pass legislation that makes clear if you come here illegally, you will be detained and you will be removed to a third country or to a safe country.
Joanna Cherry.
Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Joint Committee on Human Rights, can I extend condolences to the families and friends of those who've died, and also pay tribute to the brave emergency services and rescuers. Madam Deputy Speaker, nobody in this House wants to encourage organised crime or people smugglers. But 2 years ago, a Home Office report suggested that deterrent policies are ineffective. But notwithstanding that, yesterday the Prime Minister announced a legislative package and refused to confirm that he wouldn't derogate from the European Convention on Human Rights if he felt it was necessary in order to enforce that legislation, not against people smugglers, not against organised crime, but against asylum seekers. Now, at the Tory Party conference, the Home Secretary was reported as saying that it was her position that ultimately the United Kingdom does need to leave the European Convention on Human Rights. What I want to ask her today is this: is that still her position?
Well, the Honourable Lady talks about deterrence, and I disagree with her respectfully. I am incredibly convinced that deterrence must be a necessary element of our plan to fix this problem. And if you look at other countries around the world, like Australia, who had made huge progress in dealing with a very similar challenge, it was a deterrent element of removal that actually was integral to reducing the number of illegal arrivals. And that's why I'm a big supporter of the Rwanda scheme. I think that's an important element of our plan to fix the problem. And I would gently urge her to support our legislation, as I said, which will make clear that if you arrive here illegally, you will be detained and you will be removed.
Craig McKinley.
Mr. Speaker, we all feel very deeply for those lives tragically lost wastelessly overnight, which makes the measures announced by the Prime Minister yesterday to break this evil trade of people smuggling even more relevant today than it did yesterday. But let's talk plainly in this place, Madam Deputy Speaker. This boat did not magically appear on the median line. It was launched from a French beach, a safe country. And it feels like Groundhog Day. A little over a year ago, we were having a similar debate when there was an even worse tragedy. And following that, the then Prime Minister made a broad and expansive offer to the French President for UK boats to be allowed to go on the sand, on the ground, to stop these launchings. Could my right honourable friend make that broad and expansive offer once more to the French? Because it's patently true that they have not managed to stop this evil and miserable trade in human tragedy.
Well, we're still establishing the exact facts about what did or didn't happen around this particular incident. But I would say that the French this year alone have been successful in preventing approximately 30,000 attempts to leave the French coastline. Is that enough? we would like that to be a considerably higher number. And that's why the French government and the UK government are working hand in hand to increase our resources, to increase our joint working, so that ultimately we have a meaningful preventative mechanism in the Channel.
Sammy Wilson.
Deputy Speaker. Our thoughts and prayers have to go to those whose families have been destroyed by the tragedy that occurred in the Channel, but also our anger, and the anger of this House ought to be directed at those who callously exploit people who are desperate, or some people who are just simply misled for profit. And I would this party, and I believe the whole House, should be supporting the government in the efforts it's making to, first of all, prevent those people who are selling places on these boats from getting customers in the first place, because they'll know that when they come here, it's going to be no advantage to them. They will have to leave again. But at the same time, for those who genuinely need to seek refuge in this country, what steps is the Minister taking to ensure that the safe legal routes are strengthened, more resources are put into that, so that there's no need for people to give in to the exploitation of these people smugglers?
Well, my honourable friend is right, and that is why the Prime Minister announced yesterday that we will have a capped safe and legal routes programme, which will come into force once we have tackled the issue of illegal migration. But he's right to highlight the criminality. The criminal gangs are sophisticated, they are well organised, and they are working across several countries. That's why working with European partners is a core element of our plan to fixing this problem. I was very pleased with the support demonstrated by international partners at the Calais Group meeting of Interior Ministers that I attended last week.
Simon Fell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a tragedy from top to bottom. Dozens of souls huddled in an insufficient boat travelling across the world's busiest shipping lane in -4-degree waters. These journeys shouldn't be undertaken at all. Our thoughts are obviously with those who've lost their lives and those who are fighting for their lives right now, but I'd also like to pay tribute to those who are working in the Channel, keeping people safe and picking them up when these boats do capsize. We met some of them in our work in the Home Affairs Committee. I welcome the Prime Minister's statement yesterday, but would my right honourable friend agree that really what we need to do is tackle these gangs and go back upstream and make sure that those who are peddling a lie, saying that these journeys are safe, that people can live a successful economic life here, are wrong, and go after their money, and also target the social media companies who allow adverts to be shared online promoting these routes as being safe and an easy way to access the UK?
Well, yes, he's right. Tackling the criminal gangs is essential here, and that's why on the back of the Calais Group agreement that I struck last week, I was really glad that we've all committed to the UK supporting resources at Frontex at the European border, because many of the people arriving here in the Channel will come from outside the EU through the Western Balkans and make their way right across the EU to northern France and then take the journey that way. And if we can help bolster that EU border, that will have a preventative element. And he's absolutely right about social media, and that was part of the discussion last week as well.
Debbie Abrams.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to add my voice to the condolences to the family and friends who've lost loved ones, and also my gratitude to all the rescuers. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Refugee Convention, which we were not just a signatory but an author, was established at the end of the Second World War as a result of the horrors of the Holocaust, which we are remembering here tomorrow. Will the Home Secretary publish the minutes of the meeting that her ministers have had with the Refugee High Commissioner, and whether he supported the measures that the Prime Minister announced yesterday, in particular whether he thinks they're going to work?
As I said, I'm very proud of the track record that we've got on welcoming people here who are fleeing persecution, who are coming here for humanitarian reasons. Over 300,000 people alone this year, but 450,000 people since 2015. And we will consult on the cap that the Prime Minister announced yesterday for those coming through safe and legal routes in the future. How the cap will be decided, we will incorporate lessons from our successful community sponsorship approach pioneered through Homes for Ukraine, and we will ensure that fundamentally it is a decision legitimised and authorised by directly elected and accountable members of Parliament.
Dean Russell.
Deputy Speaker, what we have heard today is truly a tragedy, and my heart goes out to the families and friends of those who've lost their lives, and thanks to all of those who put their lives at risk to work to rescue them. We talk about compassion a lot in this place. Isn't it the most compassionate thing to make sure we smash these awful gangs, these serious organised crime gangs, who are not just traffickers, which is awful in its own right, but today we hear once again murderers. And actually the work that we need to do here is to legislate and use every possible avenue to end the pull factors and to end these awful gangs. So would my right honourable friend please confirm to me that we will do everything we can to stop this awful crime happening and this awful tragedy happening again?
The Prime Minister set out his resolve unambiguously yesterday, and I am hand in hand working with him on the plan. We will do whatever it takes. We must make it clear to those people who are thinking about embarking on a very dangerous and illegal journey that they must not get onto a makeshift vessel, put their own lives at risk, and let themselves be exploited by criminal gangs.
Patrick Grady.
Speaker. So everyone is expressing their condolences to the loved ones of those who lost their lives. But if I understand the Home Secretary correctly, what she's saying is that the people who were pulled alive last night from the Channel, because they've come here from a safe country, they are not welcome in the United Kingdom. Is that really her position?
I'm not commenting on the specific facts at all of the incident that has taken place right now. This isn't a time for politics, with respect. This is actually a time to express gratitude for those very brave and heroic emergency service workers who are working in very challenging circumstances, to express our condolences for those who've been bereaved, but also to strengthen our resolve to make sure that this doesn't happen again and that we successfully combat the evil trade of people smuggling.
Richard Drax.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. What an unpleasant question, may I say.
Absolutely.
May I thank my right honourable friend for her statement. May I praise the emergency services, and obviously I commiserate with all those affected by this terrible drowning at sea. Can I pick up on the point from my right honourable friend from East Worthing and Shoreham? He rightly says that we've got to stop this on the beaches if we can't stop it before. My right honourable friend has mentioned technology. Surely, with satellites and drones and a well-coordinated operation with French and British personnel along the French coast, we can stop this. Is that the case, or are there not enough resources and drones and satellites to pick up and where these boats are being launched from?
Well, we are increasing the amount of technological capability available to Border Force. We are doubling the funding for the National Crime Agency, which will now be embedded in the operational command at Dover to ensure that drone technology, military capability and sophisticated information sharing can properly take place across the Channel, so that actually we can build the evidence not only to prosecute any illegal activity, but also to prevent it.
Tamanjit Singh Dassi.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Following this truly tragic incident, my thoughts and prayers are with the families of the victims who were desperately seeking to cross the icy waters of the Channel in a small boat, given the lack of safe and secure routes. I want to pay tribute to the incredible work of the rescue services who were risking their lives. But in particular, does the Home Secretary agree with me that the RNLI, which is staffed by volunteers and funded by donations, is one of the most selfless institutions in our country and deserves our full support?
Well, he's absolutely right, actually, in terms of the way he describes the work of the RNLI. They are an incredible organisation which responds first, in many instances, to incidents of crisis and emergency, saving lives, helping people in distress, and they have my full support.
David Simmons.
Madam Deputy Speaker, firstly, may I commend the Home Secretary on the work that she's been doing with our neighbours and allies to tackle this issue. My constituent, Sohaila Nolan, who is a successful academic of international standing, came to the UK as a refugee from Iran a couple of years ago. For her family in Iran, there is no safe and legal route by which they could come to join her in the UK. But should they travel overland and come in a small boat, they stand around a 98% chance, under our laws, of being granted asylum in the United Kingdom. So does my right honourable friend acknowledge that the success of our ambition to break the model of the people smugglers by ensuring that those who come to the UK by irregular means are not successful depends entirely on the existence of a safe and legal route which, if it has not been used, can, in our law, count against those who come here by irregular means?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for all of his work and his previous track record before he came to this place in supporting people coming to this country. I think the reality is that the UK will continue to provide safe and legal routes to those refugees in most need. But the practical truth is that there are 100 million people around the globe who would like to leave their country of residence and potentially come to the United Kingdom. That's simply not possible. And therefore we do need an element of control combined with compassion and generosity. But yes, control, fairness and legitimacy that underpins any kind of humanitarian arrangement that we have. And I'm very proud of the track record that this country and in fact this government has demonstrated over recent years.
Order, before I call the next question, I'd be grateful if the Home Secretary would address the Chair. When she addresses the House with her back firmly to the Chair, it's not only discourteous, but we can't hear her. And it would be very good if she would face the right way. Also, I must say, we have time this afternoon. We could go a little faster. This is a sombre and serious matter to be considered, but that doesn't mean that it can't be done at a pace. Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is indeed a very dark day. I was in the House last year when we marked the death of 27 people in the Channel, and I heard very much the similar calls from the Home Secretary then about smashing criminal gangs. However, 45,000 people have since taken that perilous journey to the UK. It doesn't work. It only pushes people into the hands of people traffickers. So when will the Home Secretary acknowledge that she has to create safe and legal routes for people to come to the UK to avoid more tragedy?
Well, we have made some progress in tackling the illegal crime gangs. And since the Nationality and Borders Act, the number of prosecutions for new offences has increased considerably by over 200%. That act, of course, created new offences relating to people smuggling, illegal arrival and entry, and facilitation. And both of those new offences have been used considerably by our enforcement agencies.
Rachel McLean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I thank the Home Secretary for her statement, and my constituents would also like to add their prayers for those affected, and we would also like to thank the emergency services. Madam Deputy Speaker, somebody sold a desperate person a passage in a boat. Somebody encouraged
that person to get into a boat on a freezing cold night when the seas were of an appalling temperature. Somebody did that knowing that that person they took the money off, thousands of pounds, could die. That is where our anger should be directed, and it rightly is. So can she update the House on what more she can do working with the French in those camps, providing practical advice and some messages warning people about the dangers of making that journey? And when does she think that kind of work can start to take place?
My honourable friend is absolutely right to highlight the need for greater action to disrupt the criminal gangs, particularly upstream and in the way that they advertise and communicate with the people who they're exploiting. They use social media considerably to propagate a lie, to fuel this illegal trade, and they are shameless and reckless indeed in their behaviour, selling a journey in life-threatening conditions, putting people's lives at risk and causing nothing but misery. They must be stopped.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. I think all of our hearts were broken when we saw the news this morning, and also grateful for the emergency services being able to save some of those people in the boats. But further to the question from the member from Ruislip, 15% of those in the small boats are from Iran. And many of us across this House have expressed solidarity with those people speaking up for their basic rights and facing persecution, whether for their religious or their political views. So the Home Secretary needs to set out exactly, and we need a straight answer to this question, how one of those brave people in Tehran or Mashhad, where we've had executions this week of people, can come to the UK safely to be with a family member. Explain, Home Secretary, they deserve that. You can't just simply say, sorry, we're full up.
Well, as I've said on several occasions, I'm very proud of the track record that we've demonstrated not only since 2015, but actually this year, with over 3,000 people coming here for humanitarian reasons. And there are several mechanisms through which people can get here, whether that's the UN resettlement scheme, whether that's family reunion, or whether that's the mandate resettlement scheme. Those people who are genuinely in need, and if they meet our criteria, will be supported in the United Kingdom. It's something I'm proud of.
Paul Bristow.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Peterborough supports more asylum seekers and refugees than any other city or any other place in the east of England. We are a caring city. This tragedy in the English Channel will affect communities hard in Peterborough. But doesn't this awful, awful incident demonstrate on compassionate grounds the need to stop the boats, destroy the business model of the people smugglers and save lives?
That is why we will be bringing forward legislation to make it clear that if you are coming here on a small boat illegally, you will be detained and you will be removed. That is not just the right thing to do, that is the compassionate thing to do.
Kristen Oswald.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Home Secretary herself has just described this journey as a lethally dangerous endeavour. So how desperate does she think that the people making that journey must have been to attempt it? I think that the weasel words that she's been using about dealing with a safe and legal route after dealing with the people smugglers are shameful. I think that the UK government's approach to this issue is dehumanising. It is wholly, wholly inadequate. And I would ask her again to think very carefully about why these people are making this journey and how safe and legal routes can be provided now.
Hear, hear.
I'm not going to lower my standards lower myself to the standards that the Honourable Lady invites me to by making this about political point scoring. This is, as I've said, a tragedy. It's a human tragedy that transcends politics. We are all united in our sympathy and our condolences, and we want to make sure it never happens again. That's the aim of this government, and it should be the aim of the Honourable Ladies.
Marco Longhi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, today's awful tragedy is one many of us predicted. Members in this place are very keen to blame gangs, but it is actually members in this place and their zeal to showcase their altruism who are preventing or stopping the boats on their perilous journeys by not replacing aspects of the Human Rights Act that does not work for us, or even exiting the ECHR. Let us remember this, Madam Deputy Speaker. These are people who willingly put themselves in harm's way, and criminal gangs would disappear if demand for their services went. When will we, Home Secretary, make the Rwanda plan work?
As my honourable friend knows, I believe in the groundbreaking partnership that the United Kingdom has struck with Rwanda. I believe that it is a mutually beneficial arrangement, it is compassionate, it is pragmatic, and it will be a big step forward in solving the challenge with which we are grappling. It is currently in the courts, and we are awaiting a judgment from the High Court, which will be due very soon.
Mike Kane.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The former Home Secretary signed a Franco-British Operational Research Unit agreement to combat migrant smuggling in the Channel with the French Interior Minister, Gérald Darmanin, which the Home Secretary may recall. That was to a fanfare announcement a little like yesterday, and that was on the 12th of July 2020. Does the Home Secretary consider that agreement a failure?
In 2021, for example, our joint efforts between the French and the UK saw more than 23,000 dangerous and unnecessary crossings prevented. This year alone, that figure is 31,000. The UK-France Joint Intelligence Cell has dismantled, so far, 55 organised crime gangs, and it's secured over 500 arrests. We would, of course, like to go further, but that's a good start.
That agreement was a failure.
Scott Benton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This country has led the way in providing safe and legal routes for those in genuine need, most notably those fleeing from Ukraine and Afghanistan. However, does the Home Secretary agree with me that it would be completely impractical for asylum claims to be made directly to the UK from any country in the world, as our system would simply be crushed under the weight of tens of millions of claims from economic migrants from every corner in the world?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. There are over 100 million people worldwide who are struggling, and whilst we will do everything we can to support those countries and development and cooperation and our foreign office work, and there are so many ways in which the UK is a great ally and partner of many, many countries around the world, it is simply impractical, unsustainable and unfair, fundamentally, to have the kind of system to which he alludes.
Stuart C. MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, the Prime Minister rather skirted round the issue of whether UNHCR had been consulted on this plan. But the United Nations High Commission for Refugees have since described the Home Secretary's plan as, and I quote, a troubling step away from a commendable humanitarian tradition, and one which would undermine the global refugee system at large and would be a violation of international law. So why did she not consult UNHCR, and why is she setting out to undermine the international system of refugee protection?
Well, I know we disagreed over the issue of leaving the European Union, but one reason that I voted to leave the European Union was to take back control of our borders and our migration policy, to restore sovereignty and supremacy to this Parliament on how our migration policy should be run. It is for this Parliament and directly elected people running this country to make the decision on how we should run our migration policy, who should come here, and how we apply our humanitarian arrangements.
Flora Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I share the shock and grief of the whole House at this tragedy. 3 years ago, I was elected, and in my maiden speech, I talked about child reunion of unaccompanied asylum-seeking children seeking refuge here. Within the EU Withdrawal Act, I was told by ministers it should be in the Nationality and Borders Act, but it was rejected within that. In the light of this tragedy and the shocking situation of many unaccompanied asylum-seeking children having to get into boats, but many being stranded in camps, will the Secretary of State look at the very relatively small numbers of these children who have family members here and could have a safe and legal route, but currently don't?
Well, whenever children arrive, and indeed unaccompanied asylum-seeking children arrive in the UK, they are provided with considerable levels of support, funding and care, and we ensure that their safeguarding is a priority for them and for us.
Carol Monaghan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Rhetoric in this is so very important. And that's why it's so disappointing when I expected the Home Secretary this morning to tell us about the incident, tell us how many people were still missing, tell us what was happening to the survivors, how they were being supported. That instead we heard words like enforcement and deterrent. We've heard a lot about safe and legal routes this morning. Well, I have a constituent whose sister and brother were in Afghanistan. The brother, unfortunately, was executed by the Taliban 2 months ago for the work he did with the British forces. The sister worked with an NGO working for women's rights and girls' education. The sister does not qualify for any safe and legal routes. How should she seek asylum in the UK?
Well, we have set up 2 specified schemes for Afghans. We have the Afghan Relocation Assistance Policy, ARAP, which is an uncapped relocation scheme for Afghans who directly supported the United Kingdom government and military efforts in Afghanistan. And so far, approximately 11,000 people have arrived in the UK through that scheme, and there are many more who've come through other schemes relating to Afghanistan.
Beth Winter.
Deputy Speaker. This truly heartbreaking tragedy comes immediately after the Prime Minister's tub-thumping stop the boats statement yesterday. This government's policy is cruel, inhumane and puts people at risk of danger, exploitation and, as we tragically saw last night, death. It's clear that to stop deaths in the Channel we need safe routes to claim asylum. So will the Home Secretary consider proposals being made by a number of agencies, including the Home Office's Union PCS, such as a safe passage visa? And will the Home Secretary meet with representative PCS Union to discuss this and other effective and humane recommendations contained in a Safe Passage for Refugees report?
What is cruel and inhumane is desperate people being conned into a trick to hand over large sums of money, make a treacherous journey on land and on sea, in the hope, the fruitless hope of a better life in the United Kingdom. That is not lawful, it is not moral, and it must be stopped.
And finally, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I first of all offer my sympathies to the families who grieve today for their loved ones, and can I also thank the Secretary of State for her endeavours to find a solution to the problems. I note yesterday that the Prime Minister referred to a deal with the French with more boots on the ground patrolling the beaches, more boats in the sea. Can I ask what teeth are behind the patrols to get at the organised criminal gangs and put them in prison, no matter the level of their participation or involvement in this disgusting money-making schemes that have led to death, injury and pain for innocent people?
Well, there is a huge amount of operational collaboration pursuant to the New Deal that I agreed with my French counterpart last month. And that will see, for the first time ever, UK Border Force officers side by side with French kind of Border Force equivalents, looking and analysing, sharing intelligence and working hand in hand to combat, prevent and intercept the departures from France.
Thank you. Point of order, Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Point of order. The Home Secretary did not address my question about the accuracy of what the Prime Minister said in the House yesterday. It obviously matters for us to have accurate information. In response to the question from the member for Hulton, the Prime Minister said that his target was to eliminate the initial asylum backlog of 117,000. An hour later, number 10 said the target was 92,000. The Home Secretary will probably be aware that we assume the 117,000 is the figure that applies to the main applications, the backlog of initial main applications, including dependents. That figure for the backlog is in fact 143,000. So we do need some clarity over whether it is the 117,000 the Prime Minister told the House, or 92,000 or some other figure. And obviously if the Prime Minister has not given accurate information to the House, we would expect that to be clarified and corrected swiftly by number 10.
I thank the Right Honourable Lady for her point of order, and I have no doubt that it has been heard by the Home Secretary herself and her immediate colleagues. As the Honourable Lady, the Right Honourable Lady knows, the accuracy or otherwise of what is said by any member of this House is not a matter for the Chair, but it is a matter for the Chair to ensure that if there has been a discrepancy in the presentation of statistics, that discrepancy should be corrected at the earliest opportunity. And I have every confidence that the Right Honourable Lady, having pointed out her alleged discrepancy in the presentation of statistics, that matter will have been taken seriously by the ministers on the Treasury bench, and that if there is a discrepancy to be corrected, that I have every confidence that it will be done in a timely fashion. Thank you. I don't need any further advice. Thank you. I think I've put it quite clearly. Presentation of Bill. Tim Farron.
Green Jobs Definition and Promotion Bill.
Second reading. What day?
24th of March 2023, Madam Deputy Speaker.
24th of March 2023. Thank you. And so we come to the 10-minute rule bill. Jonathan Gullis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to provide that certain provisions of the Nationality and Borders Act 2022 relating to the removal of asylum seekers to safe countries shall have effect notwithstanding inconsistency or incompatibility with international or other domestic law, to require the Secretary of State to proceed with such removals, regardless of any decision or judgment of any international court or body, and for connected purposes. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to start by giving my thoughts and prayers to those who have so tragically lost their lives whilst crossing the English Channel, as well as their families and our brave emergency service workers who have responded. Today's awful news makes it clear how we in this place must do all we can to end the vile people smuggling and human trafficking gangs that trade in human misery. I welcome my right honourable friend the Prime Minister's announcement in the House yesterday that we will begin to fast-track the removal of Albanians, speed up the processing of asylum claims, move away from hotels being used in places like Stoke-on-Trent, and bring new legislation in the new year to mean if you come here illegally, you can't stay here, which will help to break apart the operating model of these cruel and heartless gangs. The people of Stoke-on-Trent, Kidsgrove and Tork and I find the number of migrants coming across the English Channel from perfectly safe neighbouring European countries like France totally unacceptable and deeply concerning. It is a fact that around 70% of those making the crossings are young men singly coming over on their own, and over 12,000 of these being economic migrants from Albania, of which 10,000 are single adult males. We need to bring this national and European emergency to an end, as well as fulfilling our promise to take to the British people by taking back control of our laws and borders. When we as a country voted to leave the European Union in 2016, the largest mandate in British political history, we did so in order to restore our ability to control our laws, money and borders. The people of this great country felt too much power wrongly lay in Europe and that their voices were ignored. Leaving the European Union and restoring parliamentary sovereignty represented transferring power back to the people who elect their members of parliament to represent their views. Madam Deputy Speaker, I strongly welcomed the Nationality and Borders Act, brought to this House by my right honourable friend and member for Witham, as a landmark piece of legislation that was supposed to seize upon our newfound freedoms post-Brexit and implement the robust and decisive immigration system that the people of this country have been so urgently calling for. Along with my colleagues on these benches, it was a welcome new approach to the issues of sovereignty and border control. I supported the Act because I saw that it presented a real opportunity to deter people crossing the English Channel and therefore break the harrowing practices of the abhorrent people smugglers who operate not just in Europe but around the world. The cornerstone of the Act includes measures to offshore illegal economic migrants coming from safe mainland Europe to Rwanda, copying the successful model used by Australia, which 73% of my fine constituents in Stoke-on-Trent, North Kidsgrove and Tork support, based on a survey I've conducted on this issue. Unfortunately, the extent to which we can make our own sovereign decisions has been brought into question, as immigration lawyers have been able to block deportations to Rwanda through appeals to the European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg. As recently as July this year, my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, wrote in the Telegraph that, and I quote, "Where the European Convention on Human Rights is a problem, I will tackle it. We voted to leave so that we could be a sovereign nation. The ECHR cannot inhibit our ability to properly control our borders, and we shouldn't let it." According to Immigration Enforcement's National Audit Office, only 48% of enforced returns went ahead as planned, due to legal challenges emanating from the European Court of Human Rights, preventing the other 52% from going ahead. I agree with the Prime Minister that the European Court of Human Rights should not use their political interpretation of our laws to undermine the will of the British people. As do the respondents in my local survey, Madam Deputy Speaker, of which 68% agree that we should ignore the European Court of Human Rights like we did with the giving rights to prisoners on votes. My right honourable friends, the member for Halton, Price and Howden, introduced a motion back in 2010 around the right of prisoners to vote in general elections. The European Court of Human Rights at the time ruled that banning prisoners from voting was a breach of their human rights, contrary to decisions made in this House. My right honourable friend and this House forced the then government to block it. The purpose of my bill today is to move a similar motion in relation to offshoring illegal economic migrants, giving us total control over our laws and borders, fulfilling the promises we made to the people of this nation in 2019. I personally think we should seriously consider our position as a member of the ECHR. The Centre for Policy Studies report reflects this view, stating that, as long as Britain remains a signatory to the Convention and bound by the jurisdiction of the European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg, governments will be prevented from adequately enforcing immigration laws. Although we have left the European Union and restored powers back to this House, the democratically elected institution which the British people instil their faith into, it shouldn't be blocked any further from being able to defend our borders and enforce our laws, such as processing illegal economic migrants in Rwanda. Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst we may have freed ourselves from EU control, we still have quasi-legislative supranational institution that fundamentally undermines decisions made in our democratically elected and sovereign parliament. That is why I'm introducing my bill to the House today, My bill will mean we can get the migrants who have entered the UK illegally onto the flights to Rwanda and in the future to other safe third countries to have their claims processed there by changing the law to explicitly ignore the European Court of Human Rights from meddling in our sovereignty on this specific matter. This bill is about demonstrating that Parliament is on the side of the British public and restoring our great nation's territorial integrity. I am steadfast in my belief that we can end the ECHR's trespass on our parliamentary democracy and guarantee this House's position as the ultimate law-making institution of our great country.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. Alison Gullis.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. At this time, in this moment, when 4 people have died and 40 people have been rescued in the Channel, the member of Stoke-on-Trent North has chosen to bring forward this offensive, grubby, dangerous wee bill. He should be ashamed of himself, and if he had any sense and compassion, he would have withdrawn it today. And I'll take no lessons from him on immigration. Glasgow Central is the highest immigration caseload in Scotland, and I am proud that that is so. Glasgow Central, I am proud to say, has nearly 25% of its people born outside the UK, and we benefit hugely from this. Stoke-on-Trent North is only at 7%, just for facts. The Tories would have us ignore the European Convention on Human Rights, ignore the 1951 Refugee Convention, ignore the very humanity and compassion that human beings feel when recognising the plight of others. I'm getting heckled with ridiculous things from the bench and opposite. But the Tories have form, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Tories have form in breaking international law in limited and specific ways, and they want to do so again with this bill today. And I can only assume, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the member from Stoke-on-Trent North has never met anybody who has fled war and conflict. He does not understand the desperation that drives these journeys. His bill dehumanises others, fellow human beings, and the only way he can do this is by not having the compassion to listen, or indeed the imagination to feel what it must be like to stand in their shoes. And I see that week in, week out at my surgeries. This is not what Scotland wants to see, Madam Deputy Speaker. From the Glasgow girls, including Councillor Rosa Sally, my friend, and the Glasgow grannies, Jean Donaghy and Noreen Rials, who stood up against dawn raids in Glasgow in the mid-2000s, to my constituents in Kenmure Street, standing up for their neighbours and preventing their removal. We understand on these benches the plight of our fellow human beings, and we know that we should treat them with the dignity that we would expect if we happened to be in their place. He talks about the Australia model. Well, that Australia model failed. It cost, Manus Island cost over £1 billion a year to run, and it closed in 2017. That model failed and was hugely expensive. Talking tough and acting tough is no deterrent, because they all said that the hostile environment would do it. It demonstrably failed. Then the Nationality and Borders Act would deter people, yet the small boat crossings are still happening, as we have seen so tragically today. And yet we need more, harder, tougher legislation. It will also fail, I can tell them that now. Because it will fail because the people making these journeys are desperate. They are desperate to get here for safety, for family ties, because they know what has happened to them has been so horrific that they will run and keep running until they get to a place of sanctuary and safety. And the member talked about men. Men are also, they should listen to this, the men in the benches shouting, men are also vulnerable. Men who are forcibly recruited and asked to fight. Men who are forced to rape their family and their neighbours are vulnerable. They know that they do not want to do that. And men who we have an obligation to and a duty to in this country, men made vulnerable because they supported US and UK activity in Afghanistan. As the Afghan interpreters have told me, we are here because you were there. Madam Deputy Speaker, in his statements in this matter, the Prime Minister refused to confirm his commitment to the European Convention on Human Rights or the Refugee Convention. The Home Secretary, she's chuckling away there, and she ducked this as well today. These are the international rules and norms
which protect our rights and ensure the safety of human rights. They have been hard won, Madam Deputy Speaker. Their existence should be a source of pride to us all, not an inconvenience to be gotten around by the Tories to suit the headlines of the Daily Mail. The SNP stand firmly against this diminution of treating the most of rights, this diminishing of humanity, this treating of the most vulnerable human beings as if they were some kind of mere cargo to be shipped off. An independent Scotland will take our place in the world, live up to our international responsibilities, ensure that those who do us the honour of coming to Scotland are welcomed, supported and made safe and allowed to rebuild their lives. No one is illegal. This bill just might be. Please object to it.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Division. Be quiet or you won't hear me say division. Clear the lobby. Order. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Mark Jenkinson and Craig McKinley. Tell us for the noes, Marion Fellows and Peter Grant.
The ayes to the right, 69. The noes to the left, 188.
Order! The ayes to the right, 69. The noes to the left, 188. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. Clean up. Order! If people are leaving, will they leave quietly and quickly, please? We now come to the general debate on Ukraine, but I understand that it is not to be moved.
Not moved.
The general debate on Ukraine is not moved. Therefore, in anticipation of the imminent arrival, it really is really rude to keep on talking when there are things being said from the chair. In anticipation of the imminent arrival here in the Palace of Westminster of His Majesty the King, the House is now suspended until 4 p.m. or as soon as possible thereafter. The division bells will ring a few minutes before the resumption of the sitting. Order! Order!
Order.
Yeah.
Order. I have now to announce the result of today's deferred division on the Draft Architects Act 1997 Amendment Regulations 2022. The ayes were 303, the noes were 42, so the ayes have it. We now come to the motion in the name of the leader of the SNP on Scotland's future. Tommy Shepherd to move.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am begged to move this motion on behalf of myself and my honourable and right honourable friends as on the order paper. I actually wanted to start with reference to the Labour Party report. It's a shame there aren't more here. That was published 9 days ago on reforming the Constitution, because it's probably a document that's more remarkable for what it doesn't say than what it does say, but it does do us one great service, which is it makes a compelling argument that constitutional matters shouldn't be debated in the abstract, that there is a very great connection between how we are governed and what happens as a result of that government and the public policy that ensues. And I'm grateful to them for doing that, because I hope that means we can avoid any jibes along the lines of, oh, why is this the SNP's priority rather than talking about the cost of living crisis? Because this debate that we're having today and this motion that we're proposing is absolutely about the real issues that are facing families in this country right here, right now. Tomorrow, throughout England and Wales, the nurses who saw us through the pandemic will be on strike for a living wage. But not in Scotland. In Scotland, Scottish ministers have negotiated a settlement with the trade unions which allows those on the lowest pay to see their wages rise by 11%. And there will be no strikes of nurses in Scotland tomorrow. I'm pleased about that. But let me be clear. We are not satisfied with the situation of our nurses and our health service. We want to do more. We want to do better by our nurses. We want more of them. We want more investment in our health service. We want to build a 21st century health service based on the well-being of our people rather than fixing ill health. And we want the choice to be able to raise revenue and borrow money to make that happen. To do that, we require the powers of a normal, independent country. Or we take the absurd situation with energy supply in our country. We have people sitting, looking through the windows of homes they cannot afford to heat, at wind turbines on the horizon, providing abundant, cheap, renewable energy which they cannot afford to buy because of the ridiculous system of energy ownership and regulation in this country. We want the power to turn that system upside down and change that forever. But to do that, we need the powers of a normal, independent country. Or thirdly, take the debate we had yesterday in this chamber about migration, where we had, to my mind, the rather sordid and unsettling spectacle of these Conservative branches rammed to the gunnels as they brayed and cheered on their leaders' anti-migrant rhetoric. They make the case that migrants are not welcome in this country. Well, not in my name and not in my country. They are welcome in Scotland. They are welcome in Scotland because, I'll give away in a moment. They are welcome in Scotland because we need people to come and live in our country. And we say that not because we just wish to discharge our international responsibility to provide security for those who flee persecution, but also because we know that if those people come to our country, then they will invest in our economy, they will pay their taxes and sustain our public services. Every study that has ever been done shows that the net effect of migration is positive. And that's why we require the powers of a normal, independent country. I will happily give way.
I'm very grateful, and he makes an important point about immigration as the whole. But the Prime Minister yesterday was speaking specifically about illegal immigration. And there is a massive difference, because we do need the doctors of the future tomorrow. We do need the dentists. There are pathways to come in and bring in those skills. The key thing about yesterday was the illegal aspect. And these sides of the benches do not want to see illegal immigration.
Yes, well, I mean, I know this is the fig leaf that you apply to the argument. It would have more logic and rationale if it weren't for the fact that this government has closed down every legal means of coming to this country, and therefore it is the government that is creating illegal immigration into these shores. But that is something of a digression from the topic that I wish to talk about, because the point I'm trying to make, and which I know the Labour Party, and I expect in their hearts nearly everyone does agree with, is that the way in which we are governed and what we do with that government are two sides of the same coin. So this debate about how Scotland is governed is quite critical to what Scotland's future is, and we desire self-government in order to improve our country and to allow it to play a much bigger and more positive role in the world. It's worth recapping how we got to this point, because I know there are people, we might hear it in the debate today, there are people who think, or who believe and assert, that the SNP never accepted the result of the 2014 referendum, and from the hour that the vote was announced, we began campaigning for a second independence referendum. You'll see the nodding heads. It's a popular myth, but it is a lie. And if you want to look at what we said in our election in 2015, when I and my colleagues first were returned to this chamber in a landslide victory in Scotland, look at the content of our leaflets, look at the content of our maiden speeches. We did not come here to press the case for another referendum. We came here in acceptance of a result that bitterly disappointed us, but we came here accepting it and determined to try and protect those who voted for us as best we could within these constraints that we were given. That was the mission we gave ourselves. I'll take an intervention on that point.
On that point, I actually, uncharacteristically, completely agree with almost everything he just said. In terms of actually coming here in 2015, those election leaflets did indeed say this is not about independence. We're not going to fight for independence. We accept the result. However, on the seat of, 56 out of the 59 seats in that referendum, what happened after that? Did you continue? Did the party continue on your non-calls for independence, or did things change straight away?
If the honourable gentleman would bear with me, I think I'm always coming to my next point. I do have a number of things to say. Perhaps it might be better to listen to them and then reflect on the totality of it. But I'm saying that in 2015, when we came here, it was not in our minds to campaign for a second independence referendum. But something changed. Now, what changed? What changed was this. What changed was not that the people who lost the referendum cried foul and didn't accept the result. The people who won the referendum broke the promises they made to win it.
Exactly.
That is what happened. And the biggest promise of all they broke was in regard to Brexit. And when this Conservative government took the United Kingdom out of the European Union, dragging Scotland along with it despite a popular vote to retain our European citizenship, that began to turbocharge the arguments for having a relook at the vote that was taken in 2014. Because in simple terms,
I'm sorry, the honourable gentleman keeps turning his back, that's all. It's facing this way.
In simple terms, the options that were presented in that 2014 referendum no longer existed. They had changed. And it was felt to be legitimate that we should have another look at Scotland's future. Now, I know opinion has been divided in this question ever since. And there is a raging debate about whether it is legitimate to have a second referendum. I'm surprised I haven't already had a once-in-a-generation intervention, to be honest. But the truth is that there is only one group of people who can decide whether or not there should be a second independence referendum, and that's the people who live in Scotland. It's not down to Nicola Sturgeon or to the Prime Minister or to me or anyone else It's a matter for the people. And if the people had given up on the idea, we wouldn't be even having this discussion. But they haven't. A majority of people want to re-look at this question again. Now, you might say, well, how can you be sure that that's their opinion? I mean, is this an opinion poll or what? No. We had an election in May 2021. And this, actually, you may remember, Madam Deputy Speaker, that 6 weeks before that election, we had another SNP Opposition Day debate speculating on what this Chamber's response might be to the results of that election. Now, that was a hypothetical discussion because the election had only just started. This is our first chance to consider in this Chamber properly the results of that election just 18 months ago. And remember that whilst that was taking place in the, right in the throes of COVID and the pandemic, the central question, the central political question at that election was whether or not there should be a further referendum on Scotland becoming an independent country. Now, I know that's the case. I know that's the case, and the Honourable Gentleman, I'll give way in a second and he can correct me if I'm wrong, but I know that's the case because not only was it front and centre of my manifesto, front and centre on my leaflets, the Honourable Gentleman's party put it front and centre on their leaflets. Conservative Party leaflets, every single one of them said, if you vote SNP, you will get a second referendum. Is that true?
I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. Nicola Sturgeon said in that election that a vote for her and the SNP was not a vote for another independence referendum. Was she telling the truth, or was she lying to the people of Scotland?
Lying.
It's quite clear that the Prime Minister, and indeed all of us, sorry, the First Minister, and all of us gave a commitment during that campaign, and indeed after it, that the priority at that election, the priority would be dealing with the pandemic. But it was absolutely also the case that we said that once that is dealt with, once circumstances allow, then we will advance the case for a second referendum. That was clear. Look, we can go back and we can look at exactly what was said, but I am very confident in what I said. No, I won't give way. I've already given way once. If you just try and let me make the point. So let us consider then, because we've not done it yet, the results of the 2021 general election in Scotland, where this was a central campaign point. Well, I'm sorry for those that haven't been following this, perhaps, but we won. Not only did my party win the election, it won it with more votes than it has ever received in a Holyrood election. Hopefully for the last time, but yes.
Not. I'm very grateful for giving way, but actually he rightly points out that Scotland may well have managed the COVID pandemic and used that as the #1 priority. A voter in Scotland could have quite happily voted for the SNP, knowing full well there's no way of giving a referendum because there's no mechanism to be able to do so. So they can support the SNP wholeheartedly, knowing full well that it was your positive record on COVID or the NHS or anything else like education, with independence falling down that list. Is that not the case?
Did you not get the memo? I do appreciate the political skill of improvisation, but sometimes it's not just enough to make it up as you go along. What has just been said is completely at variance with what your party said during the election.
I mean, if the Honourable Gentleman just resumes his seat for a second. I'm very keen that we don't get into what can become a conversation down that end of the chamber with everybody calling each other you. It's happened a few times, but I'm now going to put my foot down and say it's important to speak through the chair, as the Honourable Gentleman knows very well because he's very experienced. Tommy Shepherd.
And as I almost always do, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let us move on. The results were quite clear. The SNP won that election in any normal terms. In fact, it was the best election result that we have had in terms of the number of votes that we received. And our colleagues in the Scottish Green Party, who stood on an almost identical platform in terms of the referendum, did exceedingly well as well. Together, the Scottish Green Party and the SNP had 72 seats out of 129 in that legislature. And they have formed a governing coalition in order to discharge their mandate. That is a bigger pro-independence majority than we had in 2011 when Alex Salmond had the first independence referendum. So the question arises, why was a response from David Cameron that was good enough in 2011 to that result not replicated in 2021 by the then Tory Prime Minister? And I wonder why that could be. Could it be perhaps because that back in 2011 they thought there wasn't a snowball's chance in hell of us ever winning a referendum, and that in order to have one, it would be a good opportunity to humiliate the SNP and those who supported independence, whereas 10 years later, they now fear that if there was another referendum, they would most certainly lose it. And I think that is undoubtedly the case. Now, in any normal circumstances, in any normal democracy, that would have been the end of it. A party would have got elected, it would have formed a secure majority in the Parliament, and it would have been allowed to discharge and implement its manifesto. That's how these things normally work. But not so in Scotland. In Scotland, the UK government went out of its way to try and prevent the implementation of the desire to have a second referendum. So much so that apart from not even granting the Section 30 order that's required under the 98 Act, they also made it quite clear that should the Scottish Parliament pass a bill in order to have a referendum, they, the UK government, would take the Scottish government to the Supreme Court and would be caught up in legal wrangles for a very long period of time. So rather than waste the time and money and then have to have that case examined in the Supreme Court, the Scottish government, rightly in my view, took the decision to refer the matter to the Supreme Court and have it adjudicated on first before tabling the bill. And that is, and I should say, by the way, that just in case there are people who haven't been engaged in the debate, it's not absolutely clear-cut what the outcome of that judgment would have been. Opinion was divided on whether or not the Scottish Parliament had the competence not to legislate on matters to do with the Union, but to consult with people on what they thought the future government of the country should be. And that didn't always cut across party boundaries neither. It wasn't the case that everybody on this side of the debate was absolutely confident they had the powers and everybody on the other side absolutely confident they did not. In fact, one of the people who made a very eloquent case that the Scottish Government did have the power to organise a non-binding consultative referendum was no less than Adam Tompkins, who, until a professor of law, who until relatively recently was a Conservative member of the Scottish Parliament. And he judged that it actually would be within competence. But we know what happened. The Supreme Court in the end decided that the Scottish bill as written was not within the competence of the 98 Act, and it related to a matter that was excluded and reserved as defined in Schedule 5 of that Act. Now, I disagree. I disagree with it. I mean, I would have come to a different outcome, a different judgment, but I'm not a High Court judge. I'm disappointed by, and I don't like the judgment, but I accept it, and I accept that it's the Supreme Court's role to make that adjudication. And it seems to me that the problem is not with judges, the problem is with the law that they were considering. And I say this in all candour to colleagues on the other side of the argument, that the Supreme Court judgment now presents a problem, not just for those who advocate the cause of Scottish independence, it also presents a problem for those who believe in the integrity of a voluntary union of nations within the United Kingdom. And I know that there are plenty on the backbenches in both the big parties who, know little and perhaps care even less about the historical nature of the constitution of this country that we live in. But it is worth recapping that this is not a single central state. The polity that we live in the United Kingdom is a multinational state made up and based upon serial acts of union that have given it quite a unique character. And it is something which up until very recently we had assumed required on the consent of the people in the component nations of the United Kingdom to be part of. We now have a situation following the Supreme Court judgment where it seems that that is not the case, that it is not possible for one group of people in one nation of the United Kingdom to consider reviewing the relationship with the others without their consent. And that means that the idea of it being a voluntary union of nations is dead in the water until such times as the law is clarified or fixed. And it is in an attempt to clarify and fix the British Constitution that we actually present this bill to the House today. Because if you pass this motion, it will then allow for a situation for the leader of my party to do what the leader of the government ought to have done, and that is bring forward amendments to the 98 Act to allow the Scottish Parliament the power and competence to be able to do the things that the Supreme Court ruled it could not do, and which everyone thought previously it was able to do. Now, I know that there are people, perhaps in the Conservative Party, perhaps in the Labour Party, who regard Scotland pretty much as just, another British county in much the same way as Essex or Cornwall or whatever, probably quite quaint, but they don't have any understanding of the fact that it is historically a distinct country, a distinct nation with its own history, its own tradition, its own culture, and its own character, and its own aspirations. That's not really part of their mindset. And I suppose if I wasn't living there and didn't grow up there, then I might think the same way. But what those people do need to understand is that this notion of Scotland being a partner nation within the United Kingdom, that is what most of the Unionists in Scotland believe. That's what they think they are part of. That's why they voted no in 2014. And if that is removed, and we are now told that Scots live in a political system which they cannot change and cannot leave, then you will very shortly see many people saying, well, in that case, I do want to consider the prospects of Scottish independence, because this is not the partnership we were promised in 2014, and it's not what I voted for in 2014. Now, much of this is bound up with the notion of the claim of right for Scotland. And we had a big debate, and as colleagues may remember, in 2018, actually again with an opposition to a motion put forward by my party, when there was a surprising degree of support from all sides of the House for the claim of right for Scotland. The claim of right simply says, by the way, that it asserts the right of the Scottish people to determine the form of government best suited to their needs. It was a declaration formulated in its current form in 1989. It's been referred to ever since, and actually in the last time round, and I'm glad to see one of them present, we had the then Secretary of State for Scotland and the current leader of the Scottish Tories stand up in that debate and say that they endorsed and supported the claim of right for Scotland. Well, you cannot have the claim of right for Scotland and a situation where we don't live in a voluntary union and it can never be exercised.
Yeah.
Happily give up.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman giving way, and I'm listening carefully to what he's saying. I'm just curious that he must accept that there was obviously a sizable minority of the people of Scotland who wanted to be independent. That may or may not have increased. Opinion polls go up and down, as we on this side of the House know all very well. But I'm curious as to whether he thinks that in light of what they're proposing with a modification of Schedule 5, whether there should be a limit to the number of times you can have such referendums. I'm not trying to make the once-in-a-generation point. I'm trying to make the point that it's reasonable for the people of any country to have a period away from constitutional matters and focus on the matters that really matter to people, their lives, their education, their health system.
It's a good point, and I'll address it in just a moment. I just want to finish on this matter of the claim of right, because it is remarkable how uncontroversial this assertion has been over the years, to be honest. I mean, from 89 onwards, I mean, we had it, it underpinned the 97 legislation which led to the referendum and devolution. It was asserted in the Calman Commission that followed that. It underpinned, obviously, the 2014 referendum, and it was asserted in the Smith Commission that came as a consequence of that. And we've never had it seriously challenged. In fact, I've been debating these matters about the Government of Scotland. I had it up the other day for 45 years, since I was a student at Aberdeen University and campaigning in the first devolution referendum in 1979. And in all of that time, it has been understood that the claim of right exists up until now. So it is important, I think, that we reassert it. Yeah, sure.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Perhaps I can help the gentleman opposite out. Because he agreed with me that democracy isn't a one-time event. And you cannot put limits on what happens in politics, in democracy. Because if the party opposite or the party beside us decided that the mood was such in the UK that they wanted to have another referendum on, say, our EU membership, and they put that in their manifesto and they won an election, they would be entitled to do that, wouldn't they?
Indeed so. It has been said that between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. on September the 18th, 2014, the claim of right was being exercised because the sovereignty of the people of Scotland was in their hands as they went to the ballot box during those 15 hours. I think the difference between us and our opponents is that we believe that claim exists in perpetuity and should be exercised any time people want to exercise it, rather than be something that exists only for one day. Now, I think I need to move on if you don't mind. Quickly.
As I understand it, he wants Scotland to pull out of the UK but to join the European Union. How easy does he think that would be, given the EU's stubborn attitude towards Catalan claims and their support of Spain resisting even a referendum?
The difference, of course, between the EU and the United Kingdom is that Scotland's able to leave one but not the other. I imagine how the right honourable gentleman might have felt if he and his Brexit colleagues were wishing for Britain to leave the EU were told, well, you simply can't do that. You have no right to do that. That is the situation that is now being presented to Scotland with regard to the UK. Look, I want to move on and come to a conclusion, because I want to say that, in my view, and I think this is accepted, Scottish independence requires two things. It requires, first of all, the majority consent of the people who live in Scotland, and they need to express a wish for that to happen. And then, secondly, it concerns a negotiated settlement with this place, and it will eventually require an act of this Parliament. Those two things were fused together in 2012 in the Edinburgh Agreement. But it seems now, because of the reticence of the UK government, we are going to have to decouple them and take them separately. So our ambition now is to find some means to allow people in Scotland to express their view on this. And it doesn't sit well for the UK government to take a stance which is actively to try and frustrate and deny that means happening. This motion, if they were to vote for it today, allows the problem to be fixed, because it gives the Scottish Parliament the power to organise the first of those things, and that is to determine the view of the people. We are not asking for the Scottish Parliament to have the power to legislate on the Union or to legislate to become an independent country, merely to have the ability to consult the people and to articulate on behalf of the people that elected them into the Holyrood Chamber. That is what the bill offers us the opportunity to do here today, and I hope very much that people will take it, because the more you tell people that you cannot have something, the more they will want it. We have seen that in recent opinion polls, with a surge in the support for independence, and most significantly in last week's opinion poll. We now see a clear majority of people who say there should be another referendum in this question before the end of the term of the Scottish Parliament by 2026. That's actually the first time there's been a clear majority on the timing of the referendum. So all that is happening by the UK's obstinance and insistence and denial of the democratic mandate in Scotland is that they are fuelling the case for independence. And let me finish with this, Madam Deputy Speaker, that if it comes to a situation where there is a conflict between the British Constitution and the claim of right of the Scottish people, then it is our responsibility, and we will not shirk from it, to make sure that the latter triumphs over the former.
The question is as on the order paper. Minister John Lamont.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very, very grateful for this opportunity to speak in this debate, and I thank the Honourable Member for Edinburgh East for his opening remarks. May I take this opportunity to congratulate the Honourable Member for Aberdeen South on his election as SNP Group Leader. For an MP relatively new to Westminster, it's been quite a coup. Let me start by noting on one point of consensus, since we do seem to have one thing in common. Neither of us seem to be very close to Nicola Sturgeon. We both seem to want the First Minister to do things slightly differently, although that seems to be where we start to disagree. Because whilst I want to see the First Minister focus on the problems in Scotland's NHS, the Honourable Member wants the First Minister to focus on the problems in her de facto referendum plan. That brings me on to one thing in particular I want to welcome about the Honourable Member's election. I want to welcome the brand new approach that he promised when he was elected. We were promised a new tone, more vibrancy, a fresh way of doing things. And look how fantastically it's turned out already. Instead of pushing the usual SNP agenda of provoking grievance, picking fights with the UK government and obsessing endlessly about another referendum, the New Look SNP group are here today provoking grievance, picking fights with the UK government and obsessing endlessly about another referendum. There's a new, younger frontman, but it's the same old SNP pushing division and grievance at every turn. The SNP group is still focused only on division. It's obsessing over the Constitution, and it's distracted from the real priorities of the people across Scotland. The Honourable Member and the SNP group could have chosen to debate Scotland's NHS and the record waiting times under the NHS. They could have chosen to speak about the £250 million ferries that still don't float.
The honourable gentleman was listened to respectfully and in relative silence, so I do hope that the same courtesy will be extended to the Minister and not a constant barracking, which is not a good look. Okay. Minister.
Thank you very much. So I know it provoked the reaction, so I'll repeat it. They could have chosen to speak in today's debate about the £250 million ferries that still don't float. Or they could have chosen to speak about the lack of support from Nicola Sturgeon for Scotland's oil and gas industry, an issue that really matters to the constituents in Aberdeen South. But no, it's the same old SNP with the same tired message that Scotland has heard every year since 2014, when we could have been talking about how to improve schools, hospitals and our economy. I'll happily give way.
I just wonder if the honourable gentleman heard the points I made about the health service, about energy and about migration, and whether he has any reflections on them.
Well, I would encourage the Honourable Member to exercise some patience. Your debate today, the debate the Honourable Member has chosen to pick today, is on Scotland's future. I believe our constituents, for those of us who represent Scottish constituents, for Scotland's future we are concerned about schools, we're concerned about the NHS and we're concerned about the economy, not the debate that we're having today about further division in Scotland. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we debated the SNP's plan, such as it is, to separate from the UK just 6 weeks ago. We debated the Supreme Court's confirmation that the Constitution is a reserved matter just 3 weeks ago. Yet here we are again, and this time the SNP are going round in the same circles in the hope they can do it all again next month, in the early part of 2023. That's if they don't somehow manage to fit in another debate about leaving the United Kingdom sometime before Christmas. No wonder they thought a generation was just a couple of years. The weeks must fly by when you say the same thing over and over again. I'll happily give way.
Well, to the Minister, the SNP were very critical of the electricity and energy regulation in the UK. and said they wanted change in it. They did not seem to realise that all our current regulations are the EU single market in electricity regulations, and it's only because of Brexit this government is now consulting on changing those unsatisfactory regulations.
Well, I'm grateful for that point. Of course, it's a very useful reminder that whilst they advocate breaking away from the rest of the UK, breaking away from Westminster and London, they want even closer ties with Brussels and all the challenges and bureaucracy around that. But I always welcome the opportunity, Madam Deputy Speaker, to talk to that the SNP give us to talk about the benefits that we all get by being part of the United Kingdom and all the positives and strengths that come from working together across the whole country. Because the United Kingdom, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the most successful political and economic union the world has ever seen. In challenging times, we are stronger together. We are better prepared to deal with any crisis, particularly an issue on the scale of the energy crisis, or the very thing that created the energy crisis, Vladimir Putin's awful war in Ukraine. In these volatile times, I continue to believe that the last thing people need is greater uncertainty. This is a time for unity behind a common purpose, not division that would split us apart. The challenges facing all of us across Scotland and the whole of the United Kingdom demand all of our attention. Now, turning to the substance of the motion. Now, as the Honourable Member Wells knows, the Scottish people do not see another referendum as a priority. There is no consensus across Scotland about another referendum and all the division and distraction that that would bring. We already know the process by which a constitutional question can be asked because it happened back in 2014. We had a referendum and the people of Scotland decided our future by an overwhelming majority. It happened after there was a consensus across political parties in the Scottish Parliament, in civic society and among people across Scotland. But that is not where we are today. Now, if the members opposite want to focus their argument solely on opinion polls, then what do they have to say about the polls, including recent ones, that show people do not want another referendum on Nicola Sturgeon's timetable? Madam Deputy Speaker, no matter how many polls there are that show a majority of Scots against another referendum, the SNP still want us to go through the distraction of an all-consuming constitutional debate. It's all they care about. Another referendum at all costs. Yes.
To the Minister giving way. I'm just wondering if he has any thoughts, if the results had been different in 2014, whether several years on we'd be having the go round again for another debate to bring us back if Scotland wanted to.
I'm grateful for that point. I mean, the SNP, the Scottish National Party, are simply not very good at respecting referendum results, whether it's the 2014 independence referendum result or the 2016 Brexit vote. They seem to only like election results that suit their own narrative. Madam Deputy, I don't want to make a little bit of progress, but I will come back to you. People in Scotland are fed up with these divisions, these diversions away from the issues that really matter to them. People in Scotland want to hear what their government is doing to improve education and health. People in Scotland and across the UK want both governments to be fully focused on the issues such as the cost of living, on working together to reduce NHS waiting times and the challenges posed by Putin's aggression in Ukraine. That's why we continue to work constructively with the Scottish Government in tackling all the shared challenges we face. This government's relentless focus will remain on the issues that matter most to people across this country. Yes.
I'm grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker, to my honourable friend for giving way. And does he share my concern that the constant constitutional debate that is taking place in Scotland really undermines the prospect of attracting investment, not only from the UK, who want certainty, but also from foreign direct investors who want stability in terms of where they place their money?
Yeah. I'm grateful. I mean, he's absolutely right. I mean, when you speak to employers, businesses, investors, the last thing they want is further constitutional upheaval, which is exactly what the SNP is focused on. Now, the Scottish Budget, which will be announced tomorrow at Holyrood, gives the SNP a chance to show what they will focus on. I want to make some progress. The Scottish National Party's opening speaker spoke for approximately 30 minutes. You have the SNP have a number of backbench speakers scheduled to speak. I'm going to make a little bit of progress. I'll make further interventions take further interventions later. Now, the Scottish budget, which will be announced at Holyrood tomorrow, gives the SNP a chance to show what they will focus on. The Scottish budget will show up Nicola Sturgeon's real priority, which is another referendum above all else. So far, the Scottish Government, the SNP Government, has budgeted £20 million to spend on another divisive referendum next year. Even after the Supreme Court, they have refused to put that money where it belongs, and that's supporting Scotland's frontline services. They have refused to halt planning on another referendum. They believe that civil servants should keep spending their time on the flawed case for independence. I know that many Scots will view this as a glaring waste of taxpayers' money. Scotland's public services need every penny of funding to be directed towards the front line, not towards the SNP's front-of-centre obsession. Yes, I'll give them.
For giving away that 20 million for a referendum is 9 million less than the profits Michelle Mone took for not supplying PPE. But can I just ask him, energy, pensions, civil service and even the union is devolved to the Northern Ireland Assembly. So as a Minister for Scotland, why does he think it's good enough for the Northern Ireland Assembly to have these powers but not Scotland?
Now, the Scottish Government, the SNP, are continually demanding more powers, and yet they don't even use the powers that the Scottish Parliament have available to them. The Scottish Parliament is one of the most powerful devolved parliaments in the world, and rather than using the powers effectively for the betterment of our constituents, the betterment of Scots, you continually beg for more powers, even though you don't use the powers available to them.
Just a little reminder, I'm not using any powers, apart from the powers that I have as chair. So, again, directing through the chair is rather than referring to them to the SNP using your powers, which is what you said, Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I apologise, but I do think you would use the powers much more effectively than some of their SNP colleagues. Madam Deputy Speaker, so let me throw down a challenge to the whole of the SNP group today, especially its new leader, the Honourable Member for Aberdeen South. Stand up to Nicola Sturgeon and tell her that Scotland's NHS needs that extra £20 million. Tell her that Scotland's schools need that extra £20 million. Tell her that Scottish families who are struggling need that £20 million. Now, I see the Honourable Members shaking their heads. They don't agree with these priorities. They don't agree with more money going into NHS, schools, supporting hard-pressed families. Otherwise, if you don't stand up to the First Minister, if Honourable Members don't stand up to the First Minister, the words today about working to improve Scotland are empty. They are meaningless, and the flawed priorities are clear for the people of Scotland to see. Now let me turn to the positive case for Scotland remaining part of the United Kingdom, because it's a very positive case. While the SNP's argument for another referendum has become incredibly negative and divisive, their language is increasingly irresponsible, and the SNP stand here today grandstanding about democracy just 8 years after a democratic vote with one of the biggest turnouts for any free and fair election anywhere in the world. They stand here complaining that we don't vote enough in a country where we've had at least 10 major votes in the last decade, from 2 referendums to general elections to Scottish Parliament elections to local elections. But facts don't matter to the SNP, because all they do now is ramp up the bitter, negative rhetoric to try and divide people more and more. So instead of focusing on their negative message, let's look at that positive case for our United Kingdom. Our response to the COVID pandemic, our union dividend paying more than £2,000 a year to every man, woman and child in Scotland, our energy price guarantees saving the typical household over £900 on their heating bills this winter, and our winter fuel payment providing pensioners with an extra £300. Now there's much more I could go on, Madam Deputy Speaker, but there is a positive case for our United Kingdom. A record of investment in Scotland's future, of delivering support for Scotland's economy and helping Scottish people through whatever challenges we face together. Madam Deputy Speaker, people in Scotland want their governments to be focused on the issues that matter to them. People in Scotland want to talk about Scotland's future, but they want that debate to be about our future of our schools, our hospitals and our economy. Instead, today the SNP's debate is about the one issue that the members opposite truly care about, and that's breaking up the United Kingdom. Tomorrow is the Scottish budget in Holyrood. The SNP will once again show that they're focused only on dividing people with another referendum that the people of Scotland just don't want. I hope the members opposite will reflect that our time here in this Parliament could be spent on debating any number of issues that are absolutely vital to the people across Scotland. If only they would set aside their obsession, we could focus solely on working together to improve the lives of our constituents. I urge the House today to reject the SNP's motion. Thank you.
Shadow Secretary of State Ian Murray.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I congratulate the member for Edinburgh East, as the Minister has done, on bringing this motion to the Chamber today, and for his introductory speech. But I'm not sure in the near half hour he actually spoke about the motion at all. So we're not any the wiser about what the motion is trying to achieve or what will happen on the 10th of January if it was to pass. Can I offer, so this is the first opportunity I've had, Madam Deputy Speaker, to congratulate as well the Honourable gentleman for Aberdeen South on being the SNP's group's new leader. I suspect he'll be the family favourite to carve the turkey on Christmas Day this year up in Aberdeen, seeing as though he's proven to be quite adept at wielding a knife. And definitely his experience of knifing large turkeys should stand him in good stead as well. You may recall the last time Parliament took control of an order paper, Madam Deputy Speaker. It was the first time since the 19th century on an amendment by the former Conservative MP Oliver Letwin, and in the name of the members for Pontefract and the members for Leeds Central, and it was to conduct indicative votes on the way forward for a Brexit deal, all the way back there in 2019. Now, I'm so very surprised the SNP would want to remind the House of this historic occasion, a process that would have resulted in this House backing a customs union with the EU, but the SNP abstained, so that particular proposition fell. They then pushed for an election, and we all know how that ended. And then, almost 3 years ago to the day, they backed no deal with regards to the Brexit deal on the table. And today they've brought forward a motion they know they can't win, instead of a motion that would put pressure on this disastrous Conservative government, where the guns have to aim. That is what Opposition Day debates should be used for, like the vote that the Labour Party brought on fracking that contributed to the demise of the Conservative government.
I thank him for giving way. In the rewrites, while trying to rewrite history, we confirm that the SNP voted to stay in the customs union rather than some arbitrary notion of a customs union, and that we not only want to go back into the EU, we appreciate the benefits of the customs union, the single market and freedom of movement of people, something that the Labour Party have thrown to the wind.
Sunk the lot. Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman needs to realise when the division bell goes in this chamber, you have a choice. And the choice they made was not to back the customs union that was subsequently lost by a handful of votes. And when the division bell rang on, I think, the 19th of December 2019, on the very thin and poor trade and cooperation agreement, the SNP made the decision to back no deal, which would have been even more disastrous than the deal that we got from the government at that time. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, they chunter from a sedentary position, but the Hansard and the voting record of this House is very clear. I was saying that this is what the Opposition Day debate should be about, like the debate we brought on fracking back last month that brought down the former Prime Minister's government. The truth is, they could take control of the order paper to take extra powers if they wish, the extra powers that they've talked about today, maybe on national insurance, corporation tax, immigration, perhaps. I think the Honourable Member Edinburgh East mentioned that in particular. I mean, it's not like they even use the powers that they have at their disposal already. But they're doing it to get another referendum. Clearly, Madam Deputy Speaker, they've changed the piper, but they haven't changed the tune. I do hope that Santa brings them a new song sheet. But this may be a tall order, given many SNP MPs have been very naughty in plotting against the member for Ross Skye and Lochaber this year. But on the topic of Christmas, I think what the SNP are failing to grasp, when they're busy banging the drum for another independence referendum, is that 1 in 5 working-age Scots are in poverty. 1 in 4 Scottish children are in poverty. and 14% of Scottish pensioners will be spending Christmas in poverty. A shameful record for both the UK and Scottish governments, when previous Labour governments lifted millions out of poverty. I would say what a pleasure it is to be involved in this debate today, but that wouldn't be entirely true, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yet again, when the SNP get precious time to use on any issue they wish, they choose this one again. It's like the famous film Groundhog Day, where Bill Murray relives the same day over and over again, but in this place we relive the same debate over and over again. Every single time they choose the same debate topic. We are in the midst of the worst cost of living crisis in generations. We have the worst Conservative government in history. We have the most appalling economic conditions created in Downing Street by a party who have failed on economic stability, growth and living standards. We have poverty rising, fuel poverty rocketing, an inflation crisis, a war in Europe and the most incompetent, out of touch, out of time UK government. But they want to let them off the hook by reverting to type, and nobody likes that more than this Conservative government. What we could have debated today, the Joseph Rowntree Foundation report that came out this afternoon that shows 7.2 million people going without the basics. This is Britain in 2022. 4.7 million in arrears with their bills. 2.4 million people borrowing to pay bills. 5.7 million hungry, cutting or skipping meals. The cost of living crisis engulfing the country is the biggest worry by far for Scottish families. But the Honourable Gentleman and his party trundle on in a blind pursuit of something that the Supreme Court, as we all expected, confirmed was just a matter of law. Dealing with the crisis requires both of Scotland's governments to move quickly, decisively, and as 70% of the Scottish people consistently say, to work together. Opposition parties of all colours are rightly demanding... I'm happy to give way.
I'm grateful to him for giving way, and I agree with him in his excoriating denunciation of the failings of the Conservative Party. Could he explain why it is that in Fife, in my Fife, in his Edinburgh and all over Scotland, his party is doing dirty deals to keep the Tories in power after the people have tried to vote them out?
I mean, it's extraordinary that the Honourable Gentleman's intervention, that there is no Scottish council where Labour are in coalition with the Conservatives, and they know that. And they know that. And what's upsetting them more than anything else, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the fact that they threw their toys out of the pram in Edinburgh because they couldn't get their own leader elected as leader of the council. And I'm grateful to the Labour group for stepping up to run Edinburgh Council when nobody else was able to command the authority of the council to do so. Madam Deputy Speaker, opposition parties of all... Well, the opposition members are chuntering and bartering from a sedentary position again. Wait till they find out who propped up the minority SNP administration at Holyrood from 2007 to 2011. I think they might want to look that up to find out who propped up that particular administration. Madam Deputy Speaker, opposition parties of all colours are rightly demanding more from this Tory government, but the parties sat to my left seem quite content in ignoring significant powers they have in Scotland that can be used to help people now. The grim reality of this is that I've had constituents, and I'm sure we all have, attend my surgeries in tears, asking what more help they can get to ensure their children don't go to school hungry, how they can pay their bills, heat their homes and put food on the table. It's easy for the SNP to pass the buck, given the circumstances, but have they forgotten that thanks to devolution, the devolution that the Honourable Gentleman for Edinburgh East mentioned, the Scottish Government has the power to introduce new support. They could top up the Scottish Welfare Fund. They could write off school meal arrears. They could cut the cost of commuting. They could offer a water rebate paid through the cash reserves of the water companies. They could spend the £2 billion underspend that they had last year on helping Scots now. This is just some of the things they could do, and we would have been delighted if we could have debated those particular choices in the chamber today, because politics is always about choices. Happy to give way.
The Honourable Member for presenting an array of policy options that could have been pursued in Scotland, but those options also exist in Wales largely. So why has the Labour administration in Wales not followed them?
Well, I'm delighted for the intervention from the Honourable Gentleman, because I would have expected him to stand up and apologise for what his government have done in terms of giving the SNP all the grievance they require to rip this country apart. The bigger threat to this union is not indeed the nationalists, it's this wretched Conservative government. So I would say, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Scottish Government do have the power to mitigate some of the cost of living crisis, but importantly, they also have the choice. And what we're seeing is not just a dereliction of duty, but simply blaming everyone else. And just remember, the new SNP leader for Aberdeen South here whipped his SNP MPs when he was business spokesperson, so they didn't support the vote to introduce a windfall tax on the oil and gas sector to help freeze energy prices, a position he was forced to reverse when he realised how ridiculous it was that he was standing up for the excess profits of the oil and gas sector over Scottish bill payers. But what is clear is that the SNP don't want to have a debate on any of the hot topics of the day, priorities that are being discussed around every single dinner table of homes across Scotland. Why? Because their own record in government for the last 15 years is utterly deplorable. Too many Scots are having to make the choice between heating or eating, but in fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, heartbreakingly, too many Scots don't have that choice at all because they can do neither. That is the sad indictment of both the UK and Scottish governments. But rather than debate these issues today, we have another SNP stunt. And it is a stunt because they know it will fail, but creates the grievance that they thrive off. But while they play these games, the big issues don't get discussed. I was on the Daily Record News website this morning, and this popped up. Quick prop. First thing on there is the news that says, and this is the headline of the news, Scots patient spent 15 hours in an ambulance outside hospital in freezing temperatures. The news article below that, immediately below that, was SNP announced plans for a new bill on Scottish independence. This, in a nutshell, shows just why the SNP choose to talk about nothing else but independence. Madam Deputy Speaker, this week the Homeless Project Scotland group have been tweeting pictures of homeless and vulnerable people queuing up in freezing conditions in Glasgow, waiting for hot food. Last night, there were even children in the queue grasping a bread roll in anticipation of being fed. I wonder what those shivering, vulnerable people would say to SNP MPs if they went down that queue and told them what they were debating today as their choice in this chamber. They have the power to help, the platform to be their voice, but they walk by on the other side. Maybe they're worried that this becomes a debate about how this Westminster SNP group organised a coup against a member for Ross Skyr-Lochaber and then didn't back the First Minister's pick to replace him. Or maybe they are so riven with division that all they can talk about is the one issue that binds them together. Whatever one it may be, I think we conclude, true to form, they're putting their party before the needs of ordinary Scots. For example, we could have been debating education today, the First Minister's defining mission, quote-unquote, to close the educational attainment gap in Scotland, but we can't as her defining mission has been abandoned. Just this week, damning figures were published that showed the attainment gap remained wider than pre-pandemic levels for both primary literacy and numeracy, with the gap in primary numeracy attainment wider than at any point since the First Minister made that commitment. In March 2021, the SNP promised to, and I quote, provide every child in Scotland with a device to get online, including a free internet connection and the support to use it. But in December last year, it emerged that less than 1 in 10 had been supplied. The first full teaching strike in Scotland since Margaret Thatcher's reign is due to the SNP's incompetence and dereliction of duty with the education sector. To have an 11th hour pay offer rejected so comprehensively, provoking real anger among teachers in the process, is an indictment of this government's woeful planning and negotiations on play. Now, they will say, and I congratulate them on getting a deal with the nurses, and they should be congratulated for that because they have got people round the table when this government refused to even talk. But it's only a few weeks ago, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we were told they couldn't do that. They had no money to do that and just blamed everyone else. But it appears they did have the money, and if only they had the will, they could have had this concluded. I hope they have the will with other public sector workers. We could have been debating health. Well, they can't do that either, because they have presided over 1 in 7 Scots now being on a waiting list, A&E waiting times the worst in history, thousands of patients languishing for over 12 hours in trolleys or ambulances. I hear sighs, but there'll be more sighs from the people on trolleys for 12 hours, and only 45% seen within the 4 hours target at the Edinburgh Royal Infirmary, the one that's in my constituency. 1 in 11 beds taken by people who should not be in hospital, despite the First Minister promising to abolish delayed discharge, and the SNP haven't met their own 62-day target for cancer referrals since they introduced the policy over a decade ago. A GP and dentistry crisis of their own making, so it's little wonder they won't want to debate the National Health Service. Maybe we could have debated the biggest issue for our planet, climate change, but they won't do that either, as Climate Change Committee have said this week that, and I quote, the Scottish Government lacks a clear delivery plan and has not offered a coherent explanation for how its policies will achieve Scotland's emission reduction targets. So we won't debate climate change. Maybe they'd like to debate energy, and the First Minister's pledged to set up a Scottish National Energy Company, but they won't because it's been dropped. And the statistics they have been bandying around on renewables have been trashed by the Statistics Authority, and Scottish civil servants have been telling them for a long time to stop using them. The only way to get a national energy company is through a UK Labour government delivering on GB energy that will reduce bills, provide energy security, create jobs, contribute to our climate goals and be owned by the people for the people. So nothing on energy. And what about a debate on Scottish Government spending? After the Auditor-General called on the SNP Government to drop the spin and improve their transparency with better controls to ensure financial decisions deliver value for money for Scottish taxpayers, or perhaps the £2 billion underspend from last year. I wonder why they won't debate the building of ferries and transport services to Scotland's island communities. Maybe we could have debated the substance of their propositions for independence. Hours and hours and hours of debate in this House, but still no answers on their ludicrous and contradictory currency position. Still nothing on pensions. A bit on a confirmed hard border between Scotland and the rest of the UK. Zero on how you can be an EU member without abiding by EU rules. Absolutely nothing on how to deal with the deficit or the debt that would be required to set up a new currency. They haven't even mentioned in this House their economic paper for independence that the First Minister launched a few weeks ago, but everyone else rubbished. They don't want to talk about it because arguing about process is all they have left. They could even have debated how the Tories have crashed the economy, the country's historic low growth over the last 12 years, that this Prime Minister has created the highest tax burden on working people in 80 years, how there's now a Tory premium on everyone's mortgages, rents, energy bills and food shop, their dreadful response to the immigrant boat tragedies, how the Tories have presided over the largest fall in living standards on record since the 1950s, but nothing. The fact is, the SNP are treating the Scottish public like fools. A failing Scottish Government hiding behind the veil of an empty and failing independence policy. And I hear from a sedentary position, Madam Deputy Speaker, but they keep voting for us. That's the excuse I got from the Scottish Health Secretary when I said that we needed £6 million for new GP practices in South Edinburgh, and he said there wasn't a problem, and by the way, if there was a problem, people would stop voting for us. That is their attitude to people bringing legitimate concerns about how the way that they run their government. Now, they don't want to take control of the order paper to make more powers they always call for, or even condemn this government, but to get another referendum that few Scots want. The truth is, this is just a game to them. They could, if they were successful today, just take control of the order paper and dissolve the union. But no, they want to create grievances when people just want to be able to turn their heating on, or feed their families, or get a GP appointment, or an operation, or go to A&E and not wait 24 hours on their trolley. They'd also forgotten that they would still have to get their legislation passed by this House, even if they could get control of the order paper. Nobody wants another referendum anytime soon, let alone the First Minister herself. Less than 30% agree with one on the First Minister's timetable, and only a third think there should be one in the next 5 years. It barely polls in the priority for Scots, and the SNP are always very good at talking about polls when they go in their favour, but the one they were championing yesterday shows less than 20% of Scots want to see independence as a priority. This charade today, Madam Deputy Speaker, says to the Scottish people that their concerns or issues are of no relevance to SNP MPs that are supposed to be here to represent them. They aren't standing up for Scotland, but disregarding Scotland's interests. It says to Scottish voters that at the next election you have a choice to continue with these games from MPs sitting on the opposition benches, or have Scottish Labour MPs on the government side of this House having kicked the Tories out of power. A real chance to transform the UK and a real chance to transform Scotland. Scotland deserves much, much better. Scotland deserves change, and Madam Deputy Speaker, that change is coming with a Labour government.
I would prefer not to put a time limit on, see how we go. That requires everybody speaking for probably 8 minutes. I'm sure Douglas Ross will lead the way in showing us how to do that. Douglas Ross.
Absolutely, Madam Deputy Speaker. I always follow what the match official tells us to do. Can I also say it's a pleasure to be in this chamber, to be representatives of Scottish constituents and to debate issues of importance to the people of Scotland. It's just sad that that's not what we're doing today. We are debating, well, I'll take an intervention from the honourable gentleman.
I'm just asking why he turned up. He doesn't come about here that often, so why is he down here complaining about the debate he's taking part in?
Well, it's not really. It's the despicable behaviour that we've seen from the SNP throughout this debate today. The fact that they have already been warned by the Deputy Speaker for their behaviour today just shows this is a game. The Shadow Scottish Secretary was right. This is all a game to the SNP. They think this is fun. The honourable gentleman who led this for Edinburgh East is laughing. I don't find anything funny in the fact that hours of parliamentary debating time here in the UK Parliament are being dedicated to the separatist cause, not to Scotland's cause. Because the honourable gentleman for Edinburgh East said that he spoke about immigration, he spoke about energy and he spoke about the NHS. Yes, he did, for 30 seconds. For the remainder of his 30-minute speech, it was all about division, all about separation, all about dividing Scotland all over again. And I wonder why did the honourable gentleman for Edinburgh East not want to speak more about health? Is it because this week we heard that the cancer waiting times in Scotland are at their worst ever level? They are sighing, Madam Deputy Speaker. They are barracking us for raising these issues. The honourable gentleman mentioned the NHS, but he didn't want to mention cancer waiting times in Scotland. Last week, when I raised this in the Scottish Parliament, I raised a case where someone had waited almost 2 years from diagnosis to starting treatment for cancer in Scotland. Why would that not be an important issue for us to debate in this Parliament? Today, in my own Murray area, we've finally had a report from NHS Grampian on Murray maternity services. Well, I'm sorry, if the SNP members are going to speak over me when I'm speaking about an issue... the honourable gentleman from Argyll and Bute says diddums. Say that to the Murray mums who have to travel across the A96 from Elgin to Aberdeen or Elgin to Inverness in labour in the back of an ambulance, and the proposal put forward today by NHS Grampian states that it could be up to 9 years from first of all being told that would be a temporary downgrade for a year for the full consultant-led reintroduction of maternity services in Murray. And he says diddums. I say shame on you. Shame on you.
Now, member, perhaps he's forgotten because he's got so many jobs. Perhaps he's forgotten which Parliament he's in. If he wants to make this argument, go to the Scottish Parliament where he's also a member. This is an Opposition Day debate on the transfer of the powers to have a Section 30 order or to hold a referendum on Scottish independence. And perhaps he should address that issue as opposed to the grievance which he seems to be purporting to share with us all. So why doesn't he address the issue at stake? And if I said diddums...
A little long intervention. Douglas Ross.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a grievance for a Member of Parliament to raise an issue on behalf of pregnant mums and families in Murray who are struggling. And they say we can't mention the NHS in here. Well, the SNP spokesperson introducing this debate did mention the NHS. And if I remember correctly, the leader of the SNP at Westminster addressed the NHS to the Prime Minister at PMQs today. So they're quite happy to speak about the NHS when it suits their argument. They're not happy to speak about record cancer waiting times. They're not happy to speak about Murray mums struggling for almost a decade with substandard maternity services. And the Honourable Lady for Edinburgh North is waving that away. Well, I wish I could wave away the concerns of my constituents, but I can't. And they will be disappointed and frankly insulted by the responses from the SNP today. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
Honourable Gentleman for giving way, and nobody on these benches would seek to insult his constituents. And all of the issues he raises are very serious. But the reality is that we have limited powers in Scotland, and we spend those limited powers in our limited budget cleaning up the mess that his government makes and the black holes that they have created. And if we had independence and the full powers that independence would bring, we would be able to do more. Instead, we're cleaning up the mess of his government.
Health
is fully devolved to the SNP Scottish Government at the moment, and the Scottish Government have a record block grant from the UK Government going to the Scottish Government, and they are wasting money hand over foot, and that's why our services, we have record cancer waiting times in Scotland. We have delayed discharge at record levels. Delayed discharge that the SNP told us they were going to get rid of 8 years ago. It's now at record levels. I'll give way one last time because the Honourable Lady wasn't taken by her own members, so I'll give way.
I appreciate him giving way. He will confirm, however, that immigration is not devolved to Scotland, and in leaving the EU because of his government's hard Brexit, we no longer are able to recruit individuals for the health service from Europe in the way that we did before. That's one of the levers. If he's not happy with how the health service is running, he can devolve the powers of immigration to allow us to do what we need.
Douglas Ross.
SNP fail when they get extra powers devolved to the Scottish Parliament, so I don't want to see them have any more, because the people of Scotland suffer. The reason I am mentioning these points about health, about all the other issues we could debate in here, is because these are issues of importance to people right across Scotland. Not a single word from the SNP front bench about ferries. I heard it from the Minister, from the Shadow Secretary of State for Scotland. Why wouldn't the SNP want to speak about ferries and their dismal failure to deliver these lifeline services to our island communities? Why wouldn't the SNP want to speak about education? As others have said, once Nicola Sturgeon's #1 priority, we heard this week how dismal it is performing in Scotland under the SNP. And why haven't we heard from SNP members about Scotland's drug death shame? I do lead the opposition party in the Scottish Parliament, and I would love to take control of debating time in the Scottish Parliament to introduce a bill for right to recovery, to help people who are struggling and losing their lives in record numbers, numbers that have gone up year after year after year. There is a bill ready there, and if I get the opportunity to have debating time in the Scottish Parliament, to push something through, I would do it to do something good, to save lives. What we get here in the UK Parliament from the SNP is time wasting. They are literally wasting the time where they could be focusing on issues of importance to the people of Scotland. So I'm sorry we've had to debate this today. I'm sorry the SNP want to use all their time to stir up the division all over again. But it shows they're absolutely out of ideas on any positive message for the people of Scotland. Thank you.
Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Of course, this debate is titled, the short title is Scotland's Future. And of course, the reason that we're having this debate in this chamber today about process, because we need to find a way that the people of Scotland that have sent members of the Scottish Parliament to our Parliament, a majority elected on a mandate of delivering an independence referendum, that happens. And the reason, Madam Deputy Speaker, that has to happen is because it's that burning desire, that anger about the economic circumstances that we're in within this union. Madam Deputy Speaker, if I take you back every decade, right back to the 1850s, in every decade since the 1850s, Scotland's relative population in this union has declined. Now ask yourself, Madam Deputy Speaker, why is it the case that Scotland's relative population has declined? And it's largely because of economic opportunity. It is about the scandal today, in the middle of this cost of living crisis, that so many of our citizens are in poverty, that so many of our citizens have to ask themselves the question as to whether or not they can turn on the heating, whether or not they can send their children to school with full stomachs. Many of us have come down to this place this week with the harsh reality of a cold winter beginning to take root. And we know the despair that our citizens face. But when we consider energy, and we can think about the lost opportunities of the bounty of North Sea oil that have been frittered away and a lack of legacy for future generations. But now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we face the bounty of green renewable energy. And my party, just a few weeks ago, published a report on green energy. And we talked about the potential in Scotland to increase our energy output fivefold between now and 2050, to create as much as 4 times green energy as Scotland needs, to take our responsibilities as citizens of the world to deliver net zero in Scotland by 2045, to deliver the cheap energy that my honourable friend from Edinburgh East talked about. Isn't it a disgrace that in energy-rich Scotland, when we have got this opportunity of the economy of scale, not just to power Scotland, but to generate energy for our friends in the rest of the United Kingdom and indeed throughout Europe, that people in energy-rich Scotland are paying the price of the Westminster control of the energy market. Because let's not forget, when we consider the pricing regime, that it's based on that wholesale gas price, yet in Scotland, only 14% of our electricity comes from gas. We're being penalised by a market that's not fit for purpose at a time that Scotland has that abundance of energy. That is the cost of being in the Union today. And it's because of that that, yes, we need to inspire and lead people in Scotland as to what an independent Scotland would look like. And just from energy alone, by 2050 we could deliver 385,000 jobs in the energy sector, vastly outnumbering the jobs that we have today in oil and gas. But in doing so, creating the opportunities for a green industrial future, using that surplus energy to attract energy-intensive industries. That is the hope. That is the vision that my party, that my government has for an independent Scotland. And I want us to have that debate, and yes, to hear those on the other side putting the case for the Union, but let's do that in a respectful manner. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we can only have that debate in Scotland. We can only deliver that future when we have the right to have that referendum, that the people in Scotland have the right to have their say. And let me put this in context, if I may. In 2015, David Cameron had a manifesto that delivered a Brexit referendum. We didn't want Brexit. We still don't want Brexit. The people of Scotland want to be part of the European Union. But it's right in the context of the United Kingdom that David Cameron was able to enact his referendum. He didn't have to go to the European Union and ask for permission to put that referendum to the people of the United Kingdom. And of course, after that referendum that we rejected wholeheartedly in Scotland, all that the UK government had to do was enact Article 50. They had that right to say to the European Union that they have decided that their future lay elsewhere. I will happily give way.
I'm very grateful while my honourable friend is getting straight to the heart of the material cost and opportunity cost of remaining languishing in this union. He talks about how the United Kingdom just went straight on ahead with their referendum to leave the EU. Has he ever considered, as I have, that if you put the boot on the other foot and say, for example, England wanted to leave this union, who would block England leaving the union the way we're being blocked?
Well, indeed, that is correct, Mr Deputy Speaker. And let's put this in the context of the claim of right that was raised by my honourable friend some time ago. The claim of right, by the way, that was accepted by every party in this House in a debate that I brought in 2018. And let's remind ourselves, as was said in court in Edinburgh in the 1950s, that parliamentary sovereignty is a purely English concept that has no counterpart in Scottish constitutional history. Mr Deputy Speaker, it is the people of Scotland that are sovereign. And of course that claim of right in 1989 stated that the sovereign right of the Scottish people to determine the form of government best suited to their needs. The All-Party Smith Commission, after the 2014 referendum, concluded there is nothing in its report that prevented Scotland becoming an independent country should the people of Scotland so choose. Should the people of Scotland so choose. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, what is the mechanism? Because we're told this is supposed to be a voluntary union. But we now know, because the Scottish Government has tested the legal case in the Supreme Court, that the Scottish Parliament doesn't have the powers to enact a referendum. Now, I would prefer, and
my colleagues in the Scottish Parliament would prefer, that the government in London accepted the will of the people of Scotland in electing a Parliament with an independence majority, that we do what we did in 2011, and that allows for a referendum to take place. But what we've got, Mr Deputy Speaker, is a Tory government propped up by their Labour friends that are denying democracy to the people of Scotland. That is the reality. And it's on the basis of that that we have had to come to this chamber today and seek to give the powers to the Scottish Parliament to enact the manifesto that they won that election on, and to be able to call that referendum. Because if it is a voluntary union, I will remind the parties on the government benches and in the opposition benches that there was a joint statement on the 17th of June 2014 of all three main Westminster party leaders in the UK and in Scotland, and they signed a pledge that said the following: "Power lies with the Scottish people, and we believe it is for the Scottish people to decide how Scotland is governed." Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, I absolutely agree. And it's right if that statement is true. It is right if the other parties accepted that the Scottish Parliament has a mechanism to enable itself to call a referendum on Scotland's future. Now, I'm standing here today, and I'm going to wind up because I was asked to take no more than 8 minutes. I'm standing in the very seat that Charles Stewart Parnell used to occupy in this House. And let me remind the government of the words of Charles Stewart Parnell when he spoke in Cork on the 21st of January 1885. "No man has a right to fix the boundary of the march of a nation. No man has a right to say to his country, 'Thus far shalt thou go, and no further.'"
Anna Bardell.
Very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it is an honour and a pleasure to follow my honourable friend for Ross Skye and Lochaber. He has led us with diligence, with dedication, and he will continue to be a champion for Scottish independence and an icon in our movement. And Mr Deputy Speaker, we've heard it all today, haven't we? Scotland, get back in your box. You've had your democracy, you've had your referendum. It only happened once. And the lies that were told to the people of Scotland and the promises that were made during both the referendum in 2014 and during the EU referendum are now coming home to roost. And it is precisely because we care so passionately about our education system, about our health system, about the citizens in Scotland, for whom the decisions and the mess that is being made in Westminster is having such a profound impact, that we want independence. It is because Westminster has failed Scotland so abjectly that we so desperately want independence, and that more and more people in Scotland want independence as well. And Mr Deputy Speaker, every 6 days a country in the world celebrates Independence Day from Great Britain, and not one of them has gone back. Independence is normal, and I cannot wait for Scotland to join that list of independent nations. And here's another list, Mr Deputy Speaker. Free prescriptions, no tuition fees, free bus travel for under 21s and over 60s, free personal care for the elderly, game-changing Scottish child payment of £100 a month, baby boxes, no hospital parking fees, no bridge tolls, mitigation of the UK bedroom tax, world-leading climate policies, which include an energy transition fund, a green jobs fund and a just transition fund, redeploying of Syrian and other refugees in our NHS and public services, standing up to this Tory government against Brexit, which Scotland didn't vote for, bringing forward some of the most progressive policies for LGBTQ people, including for the trans community, while many in this government demonise them. I could go on. These are just a few of the life-changing and life-enhancing policies that the SNP have pursued since coming to power in Scotland. And we do that, Mr Deputy Speaker, with limited devolved powers and with one hand tied behind our back. I'm happy to give way.
Listed what she believes are achievements. Are there areas she feels the Scottish Government have failed?
I think that one of the biggest challenges we face is the fact that we are still governed by and large and with so much of the power lying here at Westminster. I am not saying that we are perfect. No government and no leader is perfect. But the reality is that we are doing our very best and filling the holes, the massive holes in our budgets that are being created by this Westminster Tory government. Now, imagine what we could do with the full powers of independence. Because at the end of the day, Mr Deputy Speaker, Scotland was the country that invented the modern world. So today is an opportunity for this Tory government to reflect on the realities of democracy and indeed on that Supreme Court judgment, and listen to people in Scotland and to respect democracy and facilitate Scotland's right to decide her own future. And it's interesting, isn't it? Because if Labour or Tory governments came forward at the next election, or indeed other parties, with a proposal to rejoin the EU, and they put that in their manifesto, they would be allowed to have that referendum if they won. Yet, despite the fact that the SNP keep on winning elections and we keep on getting mandates, the party opposite keep denying the realities of democracy. And it's a sad reality that Labour have joined them in that dash to democracy denial. With such a poverty of ambition, they've at least had the good grace to roll out some of their greatest hits and their ancient acts. Enter one Gordon Brown. Now that's up to and including let's reform the House of Lords again, except we won't because we promised it before and it's never happened, so we'll just keep sending more people there.
Groundhog Day.
Tighter, stricter rules of this broken system? Give me a break. And my favourite top 10 hit, Mr Deputy Speaker, more devolution. Oh great! More scraps off the broken Britain table. No thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, because in Scotland we like our democracy done the way we like our decisions made. Maximum transparency and taking us close to the lives of the people whom they affect. Mr Deputy Speaker, I grew up under a Thatcher government that destroyed Scotland's economy and left a nation riven with inequality and hopelessness. I'm from a working class single mother family who was demonised by the very first famous female Prime Minister. Representation we have found in the Tories does not equal greater equality. And in my teens I grew up with New Hope under New Labour, only to see disappointing and dismal leadership on issues such as the illegal invasion of Iraq and the cash for honours scandal. Because the reality is, it doesn't really matter who's in power in this place or at that dispatch box. This system is broken, Mr Deputy Speaker. Now, we've heard the Lord's Reform song for a very long time from Labour. And if you read the memoirs of one of my predecessors, the late great Robin Cook, you'll understand just how appallingly he was treated by his own party over his attempts to reform the Lords. So I'm sorry, I don't buy it, and neither do folk in Scotland. Poll after poll putting independence increasingly over 50%. And we in Scotland are frankly sick of funding the UK government's mismanagement and failed endeavours in government. And a majority of people in Scotland haven't voted for most of my lifetime. And the words of Robert Burns were bought and sold for English gold, such a parcel of rogues in a nation. Now, speaking of rogues, let's talk about what this UK Tory government have done in office. Lied to people over Brexit and continue to rip up workers and human rights under our membership of the EU. Ridden roughshod over the Good Friday Agreement, threatening peace in Northern Ireland and abandoning people for their narrow anti-EU ideology. Destroyed the UK's global reputation, cut benefits to the poorest, and brought forward policies like the abhorrent rape clause and two-child cap, which makes the lives of many vulnerable women even more precarious. They've crashed the economy with their ill-judged mini-budget and failed austerity. They've cut international aid and turned their back on the most in need, just as the world faces a global climate catastrophe and so many horrors of war and famine. And they've lined the pockets of their cronies and pals with the PPE VIP lane, done absolutely nothing to reform the Lords and get rid of the other unelected chamber, which still has some of Putin's own allies in it that this Tory government put there. So when they stand there and they talk about the war in Ukraine, and yes, the money that they have given for defence spending and support, they forget the river of dirty Russian money that has flowed through the UK financial system for decades while they've sat on their hands and done nothing. And we've had a revolving door of Prime Ministers too incompetent to deal with the basics of leadership and government, soaked in scandal and impropriety, to put it mildly. This place doesn't serve anyone other than itself, Mr Deputy Speaker. Now, a significant number of UK's biggest exports are indigenous to Scotland. Oil and gas, whisky, salmon, to name but a few. We produce 6 times the amount of gas that we consume, and 80% of our electricity comes from low-carbon sources. But we are trapped in an energy market and a UK system that has profit squeezed from it at every turn and creamed off for the wealthiest at the top. So while our constituents starve and freeze in one of the richest parts of the world, the few are raking it in, the rich get richer, and the poor die under this system and this Tory government. And Scotland has had enough. Now, right now, according to the National Grid, as Scotland's energy market booms, our energy flows from north to south to keep the lights on in England. So it's very clear why the British state doesn't want Scotland to become independent. And I'm sure when we get independence, Mr Deputy Speaker, we will be happy to negotiate in good faith and supply their energy at a reasonable cost. Because, Mr Deputy Speaker, I don't just want better for Scotland. I want better for people in England and Wales and Northern Ireland. And I genuinely believe that the broken system of Westminster government is serving every nation in this family of nations very, very poorly. And I know that the powers that be are scared that Scottish independence will lead to a recalibration of relations between the nations of the UK and how the UK is governed. And that is no bad thing. Because, Mr Deputy Speaker, the culture of this place is broken. The standards and the rules are frequently broken. Britain is broken and it needs a fresh start. So we look forward to a brighter, greener, healthier future as an independent nation in the European Union, standing proudly on the world stage, shoulder to shoulder with other nations to do our bit. And to our friends and family in the European community, as my colleague and friend from Stirling once said, Europe, please keep the lights on for us. Meantime, Mr Deputy Speaker, to our friends here in the UK, we'll keep the lights on for you.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Lyfarydd. May I take this opportunity to welcome my honourable friend, the member for Aberdeen South, not presently in his place, and I'm sure he will be speaking later, but also very much this opportunity to thank the Right Honourable Member for Ross Skye and Loch Aber sincerely for his friendship and his cooperation since I became leader of the Plaid Cymru group in Westminster. It has been an honour to work with him. And I welcome the opportunity to discuss this important matter today and fully support the motion in the name of the SNP, as well as the principle that Scotland should be given the right to decide when an independence referendum should be called. Westminster's refusal to guarantee the right to self-determination for all the devolved nations demonstrates the fundamentally undemocratic and therefore broken nature of this union. It exposes the well-worn narrative that this is a voluntary association of 4 nations which somehow choose to pool sovereignty as the flagrant falsehood which it truly is. There's no doubt that this is a UK government who are politically, openly hostile to devolution. They have consistently disregarded the Sewell Convention, rendering this supposed constitution protection almost meaningless. They have shut out the devolved governments from key economic decision-making, I will in a moment, relating to post-Brexit funding, and are more than happy to ignore Welsh Government's warnings that their trade deals will devastate key Welsh industries in their pursuit of glossy headlines. And I will give way.
I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady for giving way, but I cannot let her get away with such inconsistencies in terms of the statements that she's made. She says that the UK government is hostile to devolution, but I would point that it's the most powerful parliament in the world, devolved administration in the world is the Scottish Parliament. But most of all, I would also say, as the Secretary of State who took forward the last Wales Act, that is much more powerful than the Labour Party ever left, when they even had to ask Westminster for powers to change the law on an individual basis rather than creating a parliament that's been created now. So there's a significant inconsistency to what the Right Honourable Lady has said.
Hear, hear.
For the gentleman for turning towards the Labour Party, but one of the things that is striking in the responses that we have from either of the major Westminster parties is the sheer lack of a convincing, gripping, emotionally valid, economically rational argument in favour of the union. Time and again we hear these remarks, but in all honesty, the fact that this is politicised in the sense that we are talking about health in relation to England, health in relation to Scotland, If actually there was proper respect for devolution, this wouldn't be this wouldn't be a political football. This would be something that we would actually have the proper means within our devolved nations to answer those problems for the powers that were given to us 20-odd years ago. But we don't. And that, in all honesty, when that argument is thrown at us that we should be looking after the day-to-day, the bread and butter matters, those are I will in a moment, those are fair points. But the real point is we do not have the powers with which to sort those problems which are left with us under the influence of this government from this place.
But the facts are clear. In 2010, we had a legislative competence model in relation to devolution in Wales, but that was left by the party that her party is now working with closely in government in Cardiff Bay. We now have a parliament in Wales which the Conservative administration delivered in spite of the opposition that came from her party.
There are Conservatives in England who are questioning the devolution model being proposed by Gordon Brown. But nonetheless, those of us as politicians actually must try to do the best that we can for our people. And that is what I believe we are doing in Wales. Unfortunately, and looking at the powers of Wales, in relation to what the Labour Party have put forward with the proposals from Gordon Brown, we don't really see that the biggest transfer of power away from Westminster, which he is proposing, actually refers to the people of Wales. And in recommitting to the principle of parliamentary supremacy, his report reminds us that for Labour, the Senedd will always be subservient to Westminster. Not only would the proposals put forward by Brown do nothing to change the fundamental inequalities of the UK, he's also backtracked on previous Labour promises to devolve policing to Wales. In addition, and despite Labour-run Welsh Government's Thomas Commission recommending that justice should be wholly devolved, Brown's timid proposals only offer piecemeal powers over youth justice and probation. The level of disdain the Central Labour Party holds towards the only government it currently runs beggars belief. Indeed, last week, the Deputy Leader of Labour in Wales, the Honourable Member for Swansea East, directly undermined her own leader in Wales, the First Minister Mark Drakeford, on the very devolution of policing. Despite full devolution of policing being included in Welsh Labour's winning 2021 manifesto, its deputy leader rejected the idea outright, despite evidence of poor outcomes in a structurally broken system. And her reason, I quote, "I just wouldn't." The anti-devolutionists are still in control of the Labour Party, but their arguments are being crushed under the weight of evidence. The Brown report also fails to support Welsh Government's own request to be empowered with stronger economic levers. The Institute for Welsh Affairs has recently warned that a combination of Wales's limited taxation powers, inability to influence its block grant from Westminster, and its exceptionally limited borrowing powers is having a chilling effect on Welsh policy, and that the England-led nature of the fiscal framework is restricting Wales's ability to deliver transformational projects, those which would really make a difference to people's lives in Wales. And to paraphrase a former Conservative mayor and the current chair of the Eastern Powerhouse writing in City AM this week, devolution is a sham, while the UK government continues to hold the purse strings from the mouths of babes. The Labour Party in Westminster seem quite content to leave the situation as it is. Now, Plaid Cymru's cooperation agreement commits Labour's Welsh Government to devolution of 5 powers: policing and justice, the Crown Estate, welfare administration, gender recognition and broadcasting. Yet Gordon Brown's report makes no mention of the latter 2 policy areas. The consistent way in which Labour and Westminster undermine their colleagues in Wales raises questions as to whether a UK Labour government would ever properly implement the recommendations of their very own Welsh Government's Independent Constitutional Commission. Now, that commission, chaired by former Archbishop of Canterbury Rowan Williams and Professor Laura McAllister of Cardiff University's Wales Governance Centre, was established as part of the cooperation between Plaid Cymru and Welsh Government. And last week they published their interim report. It set out clearly that the status quo simply isn't working for Wales. Commission argue that Wales is trapped within a UK economy overwhelmingly shaped in the interests of the south east of England and the City of London, and came to the conclusion that this broken UK economic model does not deliver prosperity to Wales and, importantly, offers no prospect of ever doing so. The Commission has made clear that the answer to these issues doesn't lie in unwinding devolution. Indeed, they conclude that in this context, independence is one of 3 viable future constitutional options available to Wales. And as part of Plaid Cymru's work on the road to build the road to independence, we have published our own submission to the Commission entitled The Road to Independence, and we are working with Wales Green Party to establish a future Cymru forum. The forum will explore key questions surrounding independence more deeply, including the central question of how a new Welsh economy would work. Working together, we can show that there are positive and hopeful alternatives to the destructive agenda pursued by the Conservatives here in Westminster. And to bring my remarks to a conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the present devolution arrangements are dysfunctional and they cannot hold. It is time to acknowledge that federalism is dead. It is a dead end, and that only independence can deliver the greener, fairer and stronger economic futures that the communities of Wales and Scotland so urgently need and so urgently deserve.
Kenny McCaskill.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I will happily support this motion. All efforts to ensure Scottish sovereignty and indeed ensure Scotland's independence deserve to be backed. But I fear that this likelihood of seeking salvation through Westminster procedures is as likely to be as forlorn as the debacle in the United Kingdom Supreme Court. The reference there, especially without even having the authority of a bill having been supported by the Scottish Parliament, was supreme folly, compounded by its advocacy by a Lord Advocate who had all the passion and appetite for it as someone eating a bowl of cold sick. But the overreach in the dictum, by all means.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, as the honourable gentleman noticed that since the supreme folly, as he described it, of going to the Supreme Court, the polls have rocketed in the direction of pro-independence support across Scotland. If that's failure, I don't know what success looks like.
I very much welcome the increase in the polls, as I'll come on to. But what we have to do is to find a route and a method to get there. And so far the courts have ruled out, and indeed it looks like the political options, certainly here, are limited. But the overreach in the dictum that Scotland was neither a colony nor indeed had resorted to violence was both absurd and perverse in the Supreme Court judgment, which is why a route for Scottish independence needs set out, but a route must neither be subject to a UK court nor beholden to a UK Parliament. Legally, historically, politically, the people of Scotland are sovereign, not a UK court or a UK Parliament. That has been part of our constitutional history, as other members have mentioned. It was sent out to me as a law student by Lord Justice Cooper's judgment, and that was passed on. It was the accepted wisdom, and even politically, it was the accepted position of even unionist opponents of independence, that the Scottish people could achieve independence if they voted for it. But that is being denied. So what is to be done when not if, but when this procedural wheeze fails to deliver independence, as indeed the procedural wheeze of referring the matter to the UK Supreme Court failed to deliver the referendum? Well, it's about taking back sovereignty to the Scottish people. On Saturday, as well as attending a political meeting in the afternoon, I went to a concert of the Proclaimers in Edinburgh on the Saturday night. The crowd fair enjoyed the song Cap in Hand. We fight when they ask us. We boast, then we cower. We beg for a piece of what's already ours. As support for independence rises, as the thermometers and temperatures plummet, as energy costs soar in energy-rich Scotland and people go hungry and go cold, that absurdity must end. Now is the time that Mr Nicholson might be wished to be aware of. No more cap in hand. So what is to be done? Well, first of all, we can endorse our historical claim of right, as Canon Kenyon Wright said. Some may say no, but we are the people, if I paraphrase, and we say yes. So I hope that SNP members will sign my colleague Neil Hanby's St Andrew's Day Declaration, EDM 633. I all hope that they will support an independent...
Just gently remind, no mention of members' Christian surnames. Please refer to them by their constituencies.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the Independence Convention requires to be supported. It's necessary for two reasons. to bring together the democratically elected representatives of Scotland, our MPs and MSPs. It's required, first of all, to rebut that it's not the UK Supreme Court that is sovereign, it's the democratically elected representatives of the people of Scotland. And secondly, to drive home, when this motion fails and is defeated tonight, that it's not this Parliament, but the elected representatives of the people of Scotland who are the voice, democratically elected, of the people of Scotland. So I hope that members in the SNP benches will support the call for an independence convention. After all, it was a call made and supported by the First Minister in February 2020. We're now approaching 3 years on. It's time that convention was delivered. Thirdly, they should support the call for a plebiscite election, one that could be triggered next October and deliver us our referendum, the no ifs, no buts referendum that we were promised by members on the SNP benches. That can be achieved by collapsing the Scottish Parliament. A member of the SNP has already set out a way there. That could be done and could deliver the referendum that the people of Scotland were promised by the First Minister and others that would happen in October of next year. That must be done. And finally, support must be given to all demonstrations, all international legal actions, all actions peaceful and democratic, to drive forward the position that the people of Scotland are not prepared to supinely accept diktat either from a UK Supreme Court or from a Tory government unelected by the people of Scotland since 1955. The need is great. The time is now. I'll support this motion, but questions need to be answered by the members in the SNP. When it is defeated, when will you actually stand up and take powers back for the people of Scotland and ensure that it's Scottish sovereignty, Scottish democracy that rules, not the diktat of a Tory government further impoverishing the people of Scotland?
Patrick Grady.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I echo the welcomes that have been made to the Honourable Member for Aberdeen South and the tributes that have been paid to the Right Honourable Member for Ross Skye and Lochaber. It was, interestingly enough, on the 4th of July 2018 that this House endorsed, without a division, the principles of the Claim of Right for Scotland, acknowledging the sovereign right of the people of Scotland to determine the form of government best suited to their own needs. And the decision of the Supreme Court about the limits of the power of the Scottish Parliament with regard to legislating on reserved matters does not change the validity of the claim of right or the reality that it expresses. It is a simple matter of fact that when a majority of people in Scotland are prepared to vote for independence, Scotland will become an independent country. And the best way to demonstrate that majority would be through a referendum on a simple question along the lines of the referendum held in 2014. Incidentally, the way to prove the opposite would also be through a referendum. And if the Unionists are so convinced of their cause, why aren't they allowing a referendum to happen and settle the question? But the reality is that they're running scared. Today's motion would allow for the Scottish Parliament to choose to legislate for a referendum at a time of its choosing and at any time of its choosing. And that is an arrangement far more in keeping with the claim of right than Scotland's Parliament having to go cap in hand to this place any time a majority of MSPs are returned with a mandate for a referendum. But if the UK Government, backed up by their Better Together allies, continue to veto or ignore the Scottish Parliament and Scottish Government, then it stands to reason that a different kind of electoral test will be needed. The 2019 general election, 3 years ago this week, was an effective, or you might even say a de facto, referendum on Brexit. The Conservatives sought a mandate to implement the hardest possible Brexit short of a no deal. The Liberal Democrats, none of whom appear to be here today, but if memory serves, the Liberal Democrats sought a mandate in that general election to completely overturn the referendum result on Brexit. And the SNP manifesto supported a UK-wide second EU referendum with Remain on the ballot paper, while making clear that the best option for Scotland is, and always has been, independence in Europe. So political parties are absolutely entitled to put their proposition to the voters, and the voters make up their mind. Labour, apparently, intends to stand at the next election on a platform for sweeping constitutional reform, abolition of the House of Lords, a new devolution settlement, even though Labour established the current devolution settlement through a series of referendums. But their position now seems to be that a Labour government, elected on 45% of the vote maybe, or the UK-wide vote, would have a mandate to completely reform the United Kingdom Constitution, to completely reform the current devolution settlement, but an overall majority of votes for pro-independence candidates in Scotland would not constitute a mandate for anything. I'm not sure how they make that add up. And we hear from the Better Together parties during this debate that this is a waste of parliamentary time and that constituents want us to talk about the cost of living crisis, of supporting public services and the challenges facing the economy. But as the member for Edinburgh East laid out right at the start, the responses to really tackle all of those issues in Scotland require the full powers of independence. It's Westminster that still holds the purse strings, embarking on yet another round of austerity, continuing with the absolute folly of Brexit and increasingly oblivious to the climate emergency and its own commitments to emission reduction. And that's why it is independence that will truly liberate Scotland's Parliament to invest in Scotland's people and places, to have the chance to build the fairer, greener, healthier society we all know is possible. A society that welcomes people wherever they've come from around the world, seeks to build justice and peace across the globe. Those are the opportunities that inspired me to join the campaign for independence 25 years ago, and those are the opportunities that an increasing and eventually unstoppable majority of people in Scotland are now starting to reach for.
Brendan O'Hara.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Today's motion, if passed, will allow the people of Scotland and they alone to determine the future constitutional status of Scotland. And should the people of Scotland decide that our future should be as an independent country, as an equal member of the European Union, then that's what it should be. And it is not for this place or anyone else to say otherwise. And as much as the Unionist parties have this afternoon tried to make this a debate about the merits of independence or even the record of the Scottish Government, this debate isn't about that. Now, don't get me wrong, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm more than happy to argue about the merits or otherwise of independence. But this isn't the forum in which that should take place. And although he's not in his place, I do congratulate the honourable member for Berwickshire, Roxburgh and Selkirk, because the speech he gave this afternoon was far more powerful in favour of Scottish independence than anything I could have given. Because after Brexit, living through the worst cost of living crisis in decades, spiralling energy prices, living with the threat of power cuts for the first time in the 70s, when millions of people, working people, are reliant on food banks, with the government engulfed in yet another scandal, allowing their wealthy mates to become even wealthier by plundering the public purse to the tune of billions during a pandemic. Believe me, making the case for Scottish independence has never been easier. But as I said, this is not the debate on Scottish independence. This debate is about democracy. This debate is about self-determination and who has the right to decide what our constitutional future will be. Is it the people who live and work and call Scotland home, or does that right belong to this Parliament, led by a governing party who have not won an election in Scotland since 1955, but who hold the power to hold a referendum because it's constitutionally reserved to this place, and then thereby denying the democratic will of the Scottish people? We've heard previously this afternoon that the Supreme Court confirmed the position that only this place has the power to hold a referendum, which I should say remains by far the SNP's preferred option in how to settle this constitutional logjam. But given how both the government and the official opposition have behaved in the aftermath of that Supreme Court ruling, it's fair to say that it would require a road to Damascus-like change of heart, and I recognise that's unlikely to happen. And it does appear that they thought, perhaps bizarrely, that the Supreme Court ruling would somehow settle the matter, and that the demands for a referendum on independence would somehow miraculously disappear, and that they could instead just double down on their dogged refusal to accept the mandate which the SNP were given at the Holyrood election to hold that referendum. That was never going to happen, and as opinion poll after opinion poll has shown since that ruling, demands for that referendum have actually intensified, and support for Scottish independence has hit an all-time high. The government's position the one enthusiastically shared by the Labour Party, is completely untenable, and it's one which simply cannot hold. And I have to say to them, Mr Deputy Speaker, the more they deny Scotland's right to choose its own constitutional future, the more they say, no, you can't, the more Scotland will say, yes, we will, and yes, we can. And both the front benches would do well to heed the words of Professor Sir John Curtis of Strathclyde University, who warned the Unionists just the other day that simply saying no to a referendum does not necessarily constitute an effective strategy for maintaining support for the Union. But of course, it doesn't have to be this way. All we are asking is that this place recognises that Scotland has a democratic right to decide its own future. And if this Parliament won't allow it, then the least it should do is allow our Parliament to do it. And what this motion seeks to do is simply amend the 1998 Scotland Act to give the Scottish Parliament the power to hold that referendum that the people elected their government to deliver. The people of Scotland have continually backed the SNP at the ballot box. The democratically elected Scottish Government has voted for a referendum, and the opinion polls do show that it is the will of the people. There is a clear mandate for an independence referendum, and that case is getting stronger by the day. Mr Deputy Speaker, if this is a voluntary union, as we have always been told it is, then there must be a mechanism for one or more of its member nations to decide that it no longer wants to be part of it. We have always been led to believe that the union of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland was this voluntary union, and should at any point a majority of one of those constituent parts seek to become dependent, the least we could expect is that the UK Government would not seek to frustrate that desire. People having the ability to amend the constitutional position of their country is a fundamental of democracy, and it really does ill-behove the so-called self-styled mother of parliaments to now stand in the way of the democratic demands of one or more of its constituent parts should it decide to take a different path. And I have to ask the leader of the Labour Party, who I believe was genuine when he said last week that he opposed independence because it was, and I quote, because he does, and I quote, I believe in our union of nations. Well, I have to ask him, what happens when one of those nations no longer believes in that union? Whose wish trumps whose? Does he believe that his desire to lead a United Kingdom is more important than the wishes of the Scottish people should they decide no longer to remain in that United Kingdom? And when listening to him last week, I was reminded of an interview he gave to the BBC last month, in which he spoke about Labour's electoral failures in recent years, and how he believed that the Labour Party had lost elections because the party had listened to themselves and had put their political priorities above the priorities of the voters. And he said, in his opinion, Labour lost because we did not listen to the people and what they wanted. But isn't that exactly what he is doing to the voters of Scotland right now? He is putting his priority and his party's priority ahead of those of the Scottish people as expressed by the ballot in the ballot box just last year. And at a time when the demand for a referendum is rising, and when support for independence is reaching an all-time high, and when the latest poll showed that support for the Union an all-time low of just 42%, the truth is that whether they like it or not, whether they want it or not, the people of Scotland have decided that this is their priority. And therefore now is the time for the people of Scotland to choose our own future. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, I believe that Scotland's future will be as an independent nation, being a full and enthusiastic member of the European Union. And that is a process which has been accelerated by Brexit. An act of so reckless and so ill-conceived that history will record it as being the day that the United Kingdom effectively signed its own death warrant.
Hear, hear.
And with that decision, as never before, those opposed to Scottish independence, they are now having to explain why we should stay in this union, why we should stay in a union in which your democratically expressed wishes are routinely ignored and their economic best interests thrown to the wind. And so I repeat, the position of both the government and the official opposition is simply untenable, and hiding behind and relying upon the provisions contained in the 1998 Scotland Act to deny the democratic wishes of the people can only be seen as an act of sheer desperation, and one which betrays a fundamental lack of confidence in their ability to hold this union together in any other way.
We wish hard. I mean, part of the problem.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise from the unfamiliar terrain of the backbenches for the first time in 21 years, so I hope you'll be gentle with me, Mr Deputy Speaker, as you always are, as I get used to this new environment. Now, it's only 3 weeks, 3 short weeks, since the Supreme Court made that important ruling about whether the Scottish Parliament had the necessary powers in order to bring forward a bill to have a referendum on independence in Scotland. And of course, we've seen what's happened since then. There's been several responses to this, but most notably, it didn't happen. It didn't happen what they thought was, and were certain was going to happen. What I think they thought was going to happen when this judgment was made was that somehow the call for Scottish independence would be diminished and support for the Union would go up. Now, it didn't happen, and if they did have that view, I'm pretty sure they're quickly disabused of that notion now. 4 opinion polls, and I've just checked, a 5th opinion poll has come through as we have started to debate this issue today. Narrowly though it may be, that is now 5 opinion polls that show majority support for independence. Now, I've got an opinion about why this is the case, and I'll share that with you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And that's because the Scottish people will just not be told. There's something about the Scottish character that I think just takes badly to being told that they can't do something, or they feel they haven't got the necessary ability to do something, but they feel they have a legitimate right to do. And that comes down to the Scottish character and the Scottish personality. It is thrown, as my honourable friend says from the front bench. We just don't take well to being told. And we have been told by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has said there is no particular legal way with the powers that currently reside in Scotland to have the independence referendum. And we all accept it. I think everybody has said that their lordships had the opportunity to have a look at this, and they looked at this fairly, and they came to their own conclusion, decision and judgment. But what they're not prepared to accept is this UK government telling them that there is now no legitimate means to secure an independence referendum, that a road to that independence referendum is now closed. And that is something that they refuse to accept and that they will be refused to go along with. The Scottish people returned the government with the biggest vote ever secured for a party in the Scottish Parliament. They secured more independent support in MSPs than we've ever secured in any Parliament since 1999. And that is why I think now that we have an increase in support for independence. And it actually reminds me of the day during the independence referendum, and I'm sure my colleagues will remember this, when the Chancellor of the Exchequer, George Osborne as it was then, together with all the other unionist shadow chancellors, got together to tell the Scottish people that they could not use the pound that they believed that they had a right to, and they shared with the rest of the people of the United Kingdom. They thought that would kill the cause for independence, stone dead during the independence referendum campaign. In fact, the exact opposite happened, because support for independence rose from something in the mid-20s to something almost approaching 40% as a result of that intervention. It was probably the most important point during the last independence referendum, and from that point onwards, it was always going to be a close thing as to who would win the subsequent independence referendum when it was held. And I think this is why we're going to see such a rise in the opinion polls as we go forward. 5 in a row, as we've just said. But we are where we are, and we're trying to find a way forward at all of these issues and trying to design a way to deal with the situation that we now find ourselves in. Now, my colleagues have repeatedly asked government ministers from the Prime Minister downwards, how do we therefore now get that independence referendum when we are supposedly and notionally in a voluntary union? We've not had any real answer or response to that, save for one thing: a duck. That was the response that I got when I asked the Secretary of State for Scotland at the Scottish Affairs Committee, how do we do this now? and he said the response was the duck test. I think what the Secretary of State was trying to suggest and present was that we would just know when we got to the situation position when a referendum on independence would be reasonable and legitimate. And of course he now has that fabled duck test. If it looks like a duck and if it quacks like a duck, honourable members know how the rest of this goes. So I think what he was saying was that if it looks like it's time for an independence referendum, if it sounds like it's time for an independence referendum, then it will be time for that independence referendum. The only thing is he didn't actually tell us how that democratic test would be met. I presented a few options to him which were all rejected. So it's now incumbent upon this government to tell us how we get there. They've conceded that there is a way to an independence referendum, albeit by the guise of our aquatic feathered friends. What they now have to do is to sit down reasonably and constructively and tell us exactly what that test will be. But it has to be a democratic test. It has to be something that satisfies the democratic aspirations and ambitions of the Scottish people. It has to be based on actual results and ballot boxes as we go forward. I think there's this idea that somehow in 2011 we all got together, Civic Scotland, all the political parties, and agreed a way forward for an independence referendum. And that's right, I was here and I remember exactly how that deal was concocted together. And I think my honourable friend remember East put his finger on it. They agreed to all this because they profoundly believed that they would win this and they would kill any notion and idea of Scottish independence for a generation, as we keep on hearing about when, in the context of these debates. They're not prepared to do this now because they know they will lose. They're looking at the opinion polls. They're seeing the trends that's happening in Scottish public opinion. And the reason that they're failing to engage in a process towards a second independence referendum just now is because they know they start from a position which would assume that we would win and they would lose and Scotland would become an independent country. There is no doubt whatsoever, Mr Deputy Speaker, if there was an independence referendum held tomorrow, Scotland would vote to become an independent nation. Yeah. Every shred of evidence is telling us that. It's the trend that we're moving towards just now. The Scottish people won't be told about how they will engage in democratic affairs, particularly when they voted for a Scottish government committed and obliged to deliver an independence referendum how to go forward. I really do hope that the government get round the table and discuss this positively and constructively with the Scottish Government. We've presented a proposal and an option today to devolve the powers to the Scottish Parliament to allow them to democratically decide how this is taken forward. If they're not happy with this, which I sense that they're not, and they're failing to engage in this as a constructive way forward, it's now up to them to tell us and design a way forward where we would all possibly get. So we cannot go on like this, Mr Deputy Speaker. Year after year we come back to this issue about how we decide and settle Scotland's constitutional future. We've been doing this for nearly 30 years. We've had one referendum already. It has proven to be non-conclusive. Everybody knows that, and I think we all agree that somehow this has to be settled. Let's settle it, for goodness sake. Let us put this aside and to bed. Let the people of Scotland come together to hear the arguments for and against the Union. We're looking forward to making the passionate arguments why Scotland should be an independent nation. They should be looking forward to putting the case for their union. Let's put those two competing visions together. Let the Scottish people decide. Let the Scottish people on their own determine their future. Now is the time to constructively debate and design a way forward. It is now up to this government. I hope they get the message that this is having to come to a head. We have to deal with this constructively. So let's all agree today that we'll go forward and let the Scottish people decide.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. That this House believes it should be the Scottish people to determine the future constitutional status of Scotland and accordingly make provision as set out in this order. It's hard to believe that we even have to make that request. It's galling to think that my nation is expected to ask permission from another country to have control over its own constitutional status. And it's frustrating too when I witness the damage being done to individuals, families and communities in Scotland by the austerity policies of this current Conservative and Unionist UK government. The SNP Scottish Government has mitigated the damage to the tune of billions of pounds, and that could all have been spent elsewhere if this place had truly, as it claims, been compassionate when legislating. But it isn't, and time again, the Scottish Government takes the strain. Of course, as has been pointed out already this afternoon, There's a range of topics that we could have debated here today. The damage enforced on Scotland by Brexit, the austerity policies enforced in Scotland by this government, the dreadful immigration policies which they continue to ramp up, the decisions of the 21st century that our constituents have to decide whether to eat or eat, and so on. And we know the outcomes of each and every one of those is determined by the actions taken by the Conservative and Unionist UK government here at Westminster. There is no point in us continually addressing the symptoms when the cause is staring us in the face.
Hear, hear.
We would love to debate all of those issues in a Holyrood with the powers to address them. Westminster will deny us this request. We know that, and that's indicative of their fear. Why do the SNP keep asking? They know we won't allow it. They just don't get it. And that's partially because of some MPs that represent Scottish seats, and they will back up the UK government when they pronounce their intention to rule over Scotland. That servile attitude only empowers Westminster. I noticed yesterday that the front page of the Scottish edition of the Times newspaper had a quarter-page story with a heading, "Scots back leaving UK for 4th poll in a row." But the edition I saw in the tea room had a different story in that space. Ironically, it was last-minute talks to halt nurse strikes break down. Yep. It's not a story they could have run in Scotland, as the SNP government have successfully come to an agreement on that issue in Scotland. But the lack of the independence poll result reminded me how little engagement members here have with Scotland and Scottish issues, as can be seen today by the empty spaces on their benches. Unless we bring it to the table, it's not on the menu. So rather than retreating to their bunker and repeating the line, "You had your referendum and it was once in a generation," this UK government would do well to engage with the devolved powers in an equal and respectful manner. Share the platform with us. Respect our right to ask the people of Scotland. The pressure is building up behind their dam of denial, and when the dam bursts, they don't want to be standing under it. It will wash them away, and they will be replaced with an independent Scottish government working for all of the people in a free, sovereign nation. And finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, the UK government's choice is not what is the direction of travel. It's do they want to be part of that democratic process, or do they still live in fear of democracy?
Brown.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to take part in this debate. Just to start off, just some of the comments that have been made by the government benches and the honourable member for Edinburgh South about the SNP's choice for a debate. They should know full well that we can't bring forward a debate in Education Scotland. They should know full well we can't bring a debate forward about the NHS in Scotland because it's devolved to the Scottish Parliament and it's not the competency of this House. And if they don't know that, then shame on them. And comments from the member from Edinburgh South, where he was denying the fact that they're better together and still working with the Tories up and down council in Scotland. He should remember one of his MP colleagues was on national TV bragging about doing deals with the Tories to keep the SNP out of the councils. So it really is better together. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, this motion is about democracy for Scotland. If the unhear claims to believe in democracy, but that the Unionists seem to have no problem when denying the voters of Scotland their right to choose their future, is untenable, and going by current opinion polls is completely backfiring. I'll give very briefly.
And for giving way, he says he wouldn't be allowed, or the SNP wouldn't be allowed to debate education, health, etc. Could he try that? Would he propose at the next SNP Opposition Day debate to put forward debates on these issues that are important for our constituents and leave it up to the Speaker to decide if that's within competency or not?
It's not for me to decide. We respect the evolution, and we'll decide what we want to debate in our Opposition Day debates. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, we all know they like to use the throwaway remark about once-a-generation opportunity, but that is not a credible way to override the outcomes of elections. And indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker, you might recall the former Prime Minister, the honourable member for Uxbridge in South Russellip, told the Daily Express in the 2019 election was a critical once-in-a-generation election. Now, no one has since used that to justify delaying another general election, although the way the polling is for the Tories at the moment, and they might want to revisit that argument and try and use that. Sorry. But also, the former Prime Minister, he did not die in a ditch rather than sign an extension to stay in the EU. So I think we need to recognise political rhetoric for what it is. And then if we look at timings for referendums, or for repeat referendums, for Northern Ireland it is explicitly stated that repeat referendums can be held after a 7-year period has passed. So the whole thing about you've had a vote in 2014 doesn't stack up, given unionists have no problems with a 7-year time frame for Northern Ireland. And also I pointed out earlier on, the power to choose a referendum and the future of Northern Ireland is devolved to the Northern Ireland Assembly. So if decisions in Northern Ireland's future is devolved, then surely what they tell us is the most powerful devolved parliament in the world should also have the right to choose when to have a referendum. Why pretend it's a voluntary union while refusing to set out processes to allow voters to demonstrate that they actually consent to being in that union? And then, in other latest developments, as the Honourable Member for Perth and North Perthshire said, the Scottish Secretary now thinks we should apply the duck test, whatever that means. Now, the Scottish Affairs Committee also argued there needs to be a sustained majority for a referendum, and that in relation to knowing when the right levels of support had been reached, he stated they knew back then, meaning 2014, that they'd reached it. We don't believe they've reached it now. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, who is the we in this aspect of not believing that a referendum should be held in accordance with the wishes of the voters of the 2021 election? And if we look back to 2011, the SNP won 69 out of 129 seats. Add in 2 Greens and Margot MacDonald, there were 72 pro-Indy MSPs. A clear parliamentary majority, although the pro-referendum votes did not actually exceed 50%. Last year, in 2021, we have 72 pro-Indy and pro-referendum MSPs. But in 2021, the SNP achieved a record number of votes and the highest constituency vote of any party in the history of the Scottish Parliament. And the pro-Indy parties achieved plus 50% on the last vote. So the 2021 results were actually better than the 2011 election that delivered the 2014 referendum. So I think, Mr Deputy Speaker, that's the duck test that the Scottish Secretary was talking about. It has been met indeed. And let us not forget that the EU referendum was justified for the Tories when they won a parliamentary majority in 2015 with just 37% of the UK-wide vote. So if a parliamentary democracy is an argument for implementing manifesto commitments at Westminster, then it's high time these principles are recognised for Holyrood. Now, given the current denial of a democratic vote, despite how many elections have been won by the SNP and the huge pro-independence majority secured in 2021, it is no surprise, Mr Deputy Speaker, that people are fed up and showing support for a de facto referendum as an alternate in an election. Democracy cannot be denied forever. And people are getting more frustrated with this attitude that somehow Westminster knows best and we should just go on with it. Now, clearly the biggest imposition in Scotland against her will has been Brexit, compounded by the deal agreed with the Tories. A deal seen the ending of free movement, which we know has had significant impacts in the health and care sector and the hospitality trade. We could and should have more nurses, more doctors, more porters, more cleaners and more care staff, which would ease pressures in the various NHSs. And with free movement of people, we can have a bigger tax base, more businesses being profitable, greater food production rather than crops rotting in the fields. But no, we're left suffering due to Tory ideology and Labour being too afraid to do anything different. Exactly. Now, as the Labour leader stated recently, we don't want open borders. Freedom of movement has gone and it's not coming back. Well, in Scotland, Mr Deputy Speaker, we want free movement of people and we can have that back with independence in Europe. Even with the Scottish renewable energy success story, Westminster decisions has actually held us back in terms of energy policy. Onshore wind subsidies removed in 2015 killed investment in the onshore wind sector, and that was just to appeal to the Tory shires. Carbon capture at Peterhead pulled twice, and now it's only classed as a reserve, while, by no coincidence at all, the carbon capture clusters and the red wall seats have been given Track 1 status. forcing Scottish bill payers to pay for nuclear power stations, the highest grid charges in Europe, the windfall taxes levies applied in Scotland's energy sector while not even allowing a renewables tax allowance to incentivise further investment, and all these previous and precious oil and gas revenues squandered instead of creating a wealth fund. Bad decisions made in Westminster but imposed in Scotland. And Mr Deputy Speaker, when we look at the Scottish attitude surveys, it is clear that the people in Scotland trust Holyrood better to make decisions for the benefit of Scotland than they do in terms of Westminster. It is also clear a majority of people believe Scotland will become independent no matter what way they would actually vote themselves. And the recent polling shows a majority of voters will vote for independence, but also significantly show that younger generations are consistently in favour of independence. It really is only a matter of time before Scotland becomes independent, and I would suggest the least Westminster can do is show enough respect to the concept of allowing the people of Scotland to make up their own minds. And if they do have the confidence and the strength of the Union, the greatest political union the world has ever seen, well, let us have that vote and have that debate and let the people of Scotland decide.
Mr Grant.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Earlier today I had the great privilege of standing a few yards away down on that floor and announcing that the House had followed the lead of the SNP and voted against a proposed bill that would have been an affront to human rights and to the rule of law. I'm very grateful for the cross-party support we were given in order to do that, and I greatly commend my honourable friend for Glasgow Central for the outstanding and passionate speech that she made in that short debate. I hope this evening the House will again follow this SNP's lead and this time vote to start to put right a situation which is an affront to democracy and an affront to the sovereignty of the people of Scotland. Today's debate is not strictly speaking about whether Scotland should be independent, although that's something I'm happy to debate any time at all, and understand and respect the fact that people will have different opinions from me. Today's debate is about whether the people of Scotland have got the right to decide on their own future. And there is no debate about that. There is no compromise about that. There is no dispute about it. Sovereignty over Scotland is inalienably vested in the people of Scotland. That means we don't just have the right to decide our own future. We and we alone have the right to decide for ourselves when we want to be asked a question about our future. And yes, we have the inalienable right to change our minds and to decide we want to be asked the question again, and to give us the opportunity of giving a different answer, just the same as the electorate gets to change its mind in between elections. Power lies with the Scottish people, and we believe it is for the Scottish people to determine how we are governed. Not my words, Mr Deputy Speaker, the words of the leader of the Labour Party, the leader of the Conservative Party and the leader of the Liberal Democrat Party in 2014. Of course, they might have changed their minds on that since 2014, because 2014 was a long time ago, and nobody would dispute the fact that they might have changed their minds since 2014. But the right that they espoused then belonged to the people of Scotland in 2014, and it belongs to the people of Scotland just as much today. The will of the people of Scotland, as expressed at the ballot box, must prevail, and it will prevail. The whole purpose of our constitutional political institutions, whether we like them or don't, the whole purpose of those institutions is to give effect to the will of the people. If our political institutions do anything else, we're no longer a democracy. And history tells us what happens to institutions or to politicians who seek to block the legitimate will of the people. Those politicians and those institutions themselves become history. As for the claim that we've had again from the Minister earlier, and we had it previously for the Shadow Secretary of State, that Scotland is one of, or perhaps even the most powerful devolved parliament in the world, it's a wee while since we've had any interventions, so I'll invite an intervention from any of the Unionists left to let them tell us just one devolved parliament anywhere in the world that is less powerful than the Parliament of Scotland, apart from Wales, obviously. And I see, we have an offer then. Let's hear it.
We know health, education, transport, local government, the economy. These are all the powers that the Scottish Parliament and the Scottish Government have that make them the most powerful devolved administration anywhere in the world.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I've no doubt that Hansard got that. The honourable member was given the chance, he took the chance to name one less powerful devolved parliament in the world, and he couldn't think of one, and I doubt if anyone in here can either, Mr Deputy Speaker. Or, Mr Deputy Speaker, if we don't want to look to the words of party leaders in 2014, how about one from a previous party leader? The Scots as a nation have an undoubted right to national self-determination. Thus far, they have exercised that right by joining and remaining in the Union. Should they, that's us, determine on independence, no English party or politician would stand in their way, however much we might regret their departure. What have we come to, Mr Deputy Speaker? When the late Margaret Thatcher, for indeed she it was, the late Margaret Thatcher shows more respect for the rights of the people than the Scottish Labour Party. So, Mr Speaker, this motion is not a plea to our superiors from a subservient people. This is a clear statement from a sovereign people about the direction that our country intends to take. It's an opportunity for those who claim to support the British Constitution to allow that Constitution to do its job. Because the result of any vote tonight won't decide whether or not we become independent. It won't decide when we become independent. It won't even decide whether Scotland's people get the chance within the lifetime of the current Scottish Parliament to decide our own future. Because that is going to happen with the consent of this place or without the consent of this place. But what it does do is it offers a chance to find a way of delivering in the will of the people in a way that leaves the British state and its institutions with some shred of political democratic credibility. Because the options before the Labour Party and the Conservative Party tonight are not do we allow or do we prevent Scotland from having its say. It's do we allow Scotland to have its say in a way that will retain some kind of international credibility for this place, or do we try to stop it and take the consequences that happen to parliaments and to politicians the world over when they try to stand against the declared will of the people? I'm quite clear, I've got no doubt at all as to what my preference would be. I saw some people on Twitter earlier on suggesting that by placing this motion we were somehow looking for a different route from the preferred choice of the First Minister and others. I want to see our independence delivered with the consent of our friends and neighbours in the rest of the United Kingdom. I want us to start on our first day as an independent nation, knowing that our bigger neighbour to the south has recognised and respected the rights of our people. But let us be perfectly clear that withholding that consent, withholding that respect, is not going to stop Scotland from setting our own future. In fact, this has been made clear from earlier contributions. The further the British state tries to stand in Scotland's way, the more certain it is that the decision day will be soon and that the decision on that day will be yes. At that point, when there is a clear expression of the will of the Scottish people that we will be an independent country, the ball is then back in the British Unionist Institutions Court. It's up to them to find a way to make it work. Can I commend my honourable friend from East Lothian? I hope I can still call him my honourable friend for the passion with which he spoke today. He set out some other tactics that might need to be used. This is not the time to talk about the tactics that we use. This is the time to give the British state its chance to do the honourable thing, the decent thing. Give them a chance to do the democratic thing. Give them a chance to put their politics where their mouths are. Nobody in this debate has argued that sovereignty of the Scottish people of Scotland lies anywhere else other than with the people of Scotland. Nobody in this debate has claimed that the people of Scotland do not have a right to set our own future. The challenge to the Unionist parties, all of them, or at least the ones that are bothered to turn up, the challenge to the Unionist parties, in particular to the present government and the would-be wannabe government, is to accept this offer tonight and to find a way that allows Scotland to chart her chosen course in a way that leaves some kind of shred of credibility to this place. The British state has never successfully and permanently stood against the independence of any nation when independence was a settled will of the people of that nation. They are not going to do that to Scotland.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll start by saying I envy my honourable friend, the member for Aberdeen North. In fact, I'm right jealous because she gets to sum up today's debate following the speeches from the Government and Labour front benches. Holy moly, Mr Deputy Speaker, talk about fantasy stuff. It's quite incredible. They've been hilarious with this matter, not so serious, but getting to the very heart of democracy in this precious union of ours. But Mr Deputy Speaker, I've recently been rereading Ian Hamilton's books on his mission to liberate the Stone of Destiny and on his incredible life before and after the event. It was to make him a household name across Scotland and, for a time, the Met Police's most wanted person. Ian was many, many things: an incredible intellect, a top-tier advocate and a political one-off. But what comes through again and again in his writing and his character is his unshakable belief in the people of Scotland. Not in whether they should choose self-government, although he continually argued that they should do so, but his absolute conviction, rooted in his very soul, that no one had the right to stand in the way of their choice if it was arrived at fairly and democratically. That should be completely apolitical and unremarked upon state of affairs, and it reflects appallingly on the two major UK parties that they've turned a matter of basic democracy and decency into a constitutional bunfight. Indeed, prior to the 2014 independence referendum, the SNP and the main unionist parties all agreed the following joint statement: "Power lies with the Scottish people, and we believe it is for the Scottish people to determine how we are governed." That isn't a new concept. Many of the, at least some of the members opposite, might have grown up with a poster of Maggie Thatcher on their bedroom wall. She said, as one friend from Gullis had just said, "As a nation, the Scots have an undoubted right to national self-determination, and should they determine on independence, no English party or politician would stand in their way."
Honourable friend, give way.
I will do, yeah.
It's been a very powerful speech, and I thank him for bringing up my late constituent Ian Hamilton, a wonderful man. But he's talking about the change of heart from 2011 to now. Would you care to speculate as to why he thinks that change of heart has taken place? What possibly could have occurred in those intervening 10 years to make this change of heart so dramatic?
Well, I appreciate my honourable friend's intervention, but I have to say he's got me stumped. I have no clue whatsoever. I could hazard a guess that it might be because of their fear. They are now feared that they would lose the referendum. That's now 5 polls in a row that show support for Scottish independence. And following the late Mrs Thatcher, we had her successor, John Major, who said of Scotland, "No nation could be held irrevocably in a union against its will." Well said. David Cameron said, "I felt, as the Prime Minister of the UK, I had a choice. I could either say to them being Scotland, well, you can't have your referendum. It is for us to decide whether you should have one," before going on to say, "So I did what I thought was the right thing, which was to say, you voted for a party that wants independence. You should have a referendum that is legal, that is decisive, that is fair." Yes. The former Secretary of State for Scotland, the Right Honourable Member for Dumfriesshire, Clydesdale and Tweedsdale, said, "If the people of Scotland ultimately determine that they want to have another referendum, there will be one," before adding, "Could there be another referendum? The answer to that question is yes." Mr Deputy Speaker, the UK has had literally hundreds of referendums over decades. And I know many like to pretend they still live in the age of Badgett and Dicey, where this place could legislate to turn the sky pink and theoretically change the laws of physics. But the simple fact is that popular democracy is not a novelty, and nor has it unleashed anarchy on the land. We've had referendums in the UK to solve internal disputes in the Labour Party, in the days when Harold Wilson knew some things about heading a broad church that should be studied by the current leader of the opposition. And we're still picking up the pieces of the last referendum, designed, many say, as a manifesto commitment by a Prime Minister to silence his backbench awkward squad of arch Brexiteers, but hopefully to trade off in a coalition negotiation with the Lib Dems. That entirely self-created time bomb went off, and so did that Prime Minister. Off, in the entirely accurate words of Danny Dyer, with his trotters up while the rest of us count the cost. Mr Deputy Speaker, we even had a referendum to keep the Lib Dems happy, which surprisingly for the Lib Dems didn't. And finally, back in 2017, the current Prime Minister said, "It seems hard to block a second referendum, but we should push the timing until after Brexit so the choice is clearer for people." He also described the union as being there by consent and said that it exists democratically and voluntarily. Although when asked many times in recent weeks, he's been singularly unable to tell us how that is indeed the case. How can it be democratic or voluntary when Scots continually give the SNP and our partners an electoral mandate to seek an independence referendum, only to have that denied time after time after time? So, I will do, yeah.
I'm grateful to him for giving way. We've heard a lot about mandates recently, and clearly, as I mentioned, in 2021 the pro-independence parties got more than 50% of the vote on the list vote, which is voting for a party rather than for candidates. Does he recall that the party that told us that voting for them in the list vote was the only way to stop an independence referendum managed to get 23.5% of the vote on that occasion? Does he think there's a lesson there about respecting mandates that perhaps the party opposite should be listening to?
I couldn't agree more with my honourable friend, and he'll probably recall, as I do, that not just in that election, to be fair, but in every other election, whether it's Scottish Parliament, whether it's Council, whether it's Westminster elections, every single leaflet that the Scottish Conservatives put out was to say no to Indiref 2. That was essentially their only policy in every election, whether it was relevant to that election or not, and they've been defeated soundly each and every time. So perhaps the Minister, given the Prime Minister couldn't tell us, perhaps the Minister, or indeed the Shadow Secretary of State, can explain to us how Scotland or Wales can leave this voluntary union. What is the route map to democracy? How can we get it? I'll give way to the Minister.
He's there! Well, I don't know where the honourable member has been, but if the honourable member listened to my opening speech earlier this afternoon, it was very clear the mechanism by which there could be a second referendum, in that we experienced it in 2011. There was consensus between both parliaments, between Civic Scotland and all the political parties. That consensus is not currently here.
So, just to be clear then, and I can intervene again if I'm wrong, essentially the only thing missing, everything else is in place essentially. If you look at the situation in Scotland, the votes in the last 2021 Parliament, in place the role of Civic Scotland, the only bit that's missing is the consensus of this government and this Parliament. Is that correct? Would you like to correct me, or is that correct? Oh no, so maybe in his summing up he'll confirm that that's the case. So you're vetoing Scotland's right to democracy?
Yes. I'm not vetoing anything, and this isn't a chat. Please, could you continue with the speech?
And to be fair, Mr Deputy Speaker, you're not vetoing anything. But this government certainly is.
Would the honourable gentleman give way?
I will do, yes.
The honourable gentleman, of course, has exposed what we already know, and that is the fact that they will not tell us what the route is because there is no route, because they are in effect vetoing it.
Yes.
Because we've had our democracy, Mr Deputy Speaker. But I want to ask my honourable friend, the current Prime Minister has said before he became Prime Minister, I want to take on the First Minister of Scotland and take on head on the arguments for the Union because I believe in it so passionately. Does he share my view that the now Prime Minister has changed his mind on that because he knows it's an argument he cannot win?
Absolutely. Well, if he started the argument, he's doing a pretty good job with the independence polls been so good for yes. But it would appear that he's walked away from that because he is feared. He's feared of the voice of the people of Scotland. The Minister shakes his head, so perhaps he'll now allow an independence referendum and allow that debate. If he's so sure and the Prime Minister's so sure, let's have that debate. Yep. But I see he's unmoved. So we expect nothing less from the benches opposite. But for a party that owes its lineage to R.B. Cunningham-Graham and the Home Rulers who founded it alongside Keir Hardie, those in the Labour Party who still publicly at least are keen to get the Better Together band back together, are setting themselves up for a very graceless fall. Yep. The UK has seen referendums on congestion charging, licensed premises, water authorities, council tax rises, creating directly elected mayors, abolishing directly elected mayors, English regional devolution, neighbourhood plans, and a referendum on where to hold another referendum. Yet we are told the future of Scotland, the potential self-government of a country that dates back 1,000 years, the restoration of our relationships with our international friends and allies is a no-go area. That the smallest parish council in England can hold a vote any time it pleases, but a national government and parliament elected yet again on a mandate to ask the people what they think is told now is not the time. And unlike previous referendums and the parties who have called them, there is no internal dispute in the SNP about independence. It's what we've stood for throughout our 88 years of existence. Yep. It's what we stood for through good times and bad. From the days when saving our deposit in a single constituency was considered a triumph through to more recent years. And I was there, Mr Deputy Speaker. I might have been young, but I was there. Yet those parties who have used referendums to solve their own self-created intramural conflicts who now stand in the way of democratically expressed will of the Scottish electorate and the will of our democratically elected Parliament. And I give way to my friend.
Thank you for giving way on the subject of referendums. Isn't it strange as well that the Honourable Member for North East Somerset, who is vehemently opposed to Scotland having a referendum, was advocating referendums to allow fracking?
I couldn't agree more, honourable friend. The double standards on the benches opposite are quite unbelievable. And we have seen, as been mentioned a few times by myself and by honourable friends, we have seen the polls shift quite strongly over recent weeks following the Supreme Court ruling. And more pertinently, I believe, the UK Government's stubborn and shameful refusal to accept the democratic mandate of the Scottish Government. 4, I had written 4, but now 5 polls, with a significant lead for yes, with utterly disastrous polling for the Conservatives in Scotland thrown in for good measure. I say to the UK Government, change course now, so that when the inevitable happens and Scotland has its say, they have a sporting chance of making it a contest rather than be faced with the prospect of being the side that has nothing to say other than no to a country that wants to say yes.
Kirsty Blackman.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm sorry, I was slightly distracted there, and I was clearly listening to everything that my honourable colleague said, but I just missed the last few sentences, unfortunately. Mr Deputy Speaker, we are here talking about Scotland's future, and we're here talking about Scotland's future because we're stuck. We're in a constitutional conundrum. We've got a situation that we can't get out of. We've got a situation that there's no way out of. And that was proven by the Supreme Court judgment. The Supreme Court judgment effectively said there is no current democratic way for the people of Scotland to get out of this union, even if they want to. Even if the people of Scotland, which they continually do, vote for parties that support having an independence referendum, even if they keep doing that, there is no way out of this situation without the UK Government giving a Section 30 order. There is no way out of this voluntary union of nations. We are stuck in this voluntary union, whether we like it or not. We're stuck in this. And the opposition, in fact, both sides, from the Labour Party and the Conservatives, seem to think it's some sort of oddity, some sort of unusual situation that people in this place would be keen to talk about constitutional reform. In some odd way, apparently, the SNP are the only ones that have got any interest in constitutional reform in this House. From a party that's passed the recent Elections Act, changing the way that people vote, that's changing the parliamentary constituencies and reducing the number of parliamentary constituencies, from a party that is desperate to abolish the House of Lords. I mean, we've heard that before. From a party that has previously said that they would abolish the House of Lords, from parties that have spent decades tinkering with the Constitution, making changes, and are still doing it, are still making constitutional changes, are still talking about the repeal of EU law bill, are still talking about Brexit and what a wonderful bonus it is. That is all constitutional change. The only difference between our party talking about constitutional change and their parties talking about constitutional change is that we are doing it consistently, pointing in the same direction, all of us standing up, fighting for independence for the people of Scotland. That is the constitutional change we are speaking for with one voice. The fact that we can consistently do that is very different from the warfare that is happening within Better Together about the best way forward for the constitutional future. It's very different. And that's why it riles them so much that we are able to come here and speak with one voice, because we, on these benches, act together in supporting Scotland's right to choose. Mr Deputy Speaker, the reality is that in the UK Constitution, the way that it works, Parliament is sovereign. Now, that has never worked for us, as my colleague said. That has never worked for Scotland. That is never Scotland's constitutional set-up. Our set-up is that the people of Scotland are sovereign. The people of Scotland are the ones that have the right to choose our form of government. The people of Scotland are the ones that should be making this decision, and we should not continue to be stymied by Westminster. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to talk about ducks. Thank you to the member for Perth and North Perthshire for mentioning the duck test. He says that there is a duck test in relation to the referendum. That is apparently the position of the front bench over there. So if it looks like it's time for a referendum, and if it sounds like it's time for a referendum, then it's time for a referendum. Now, I hope that the Deputy Speaker will not mind me saying the party doesn't have a very good track record on determining whether or not it's a duck. Because if it looks like a party, and it sounds like a party, it's in fact a work event. If it looks like a drive to Barnard Castle, and it sounds like a drive breaking COVID rules, it's in fact completely legitimate and perfectly normal for people to do that. And definitely not an eyesight test, indeed, and definitely not against COVID rules. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have got some questions for the Minister about his plan for how Scotland could choose to determine its constitutional future. I've got some questions about exactly what he's said in this. And, you know, I'll move away slightly from the duck test. He's said what we need is we need all of the parties. We need all of the parties, and we need civic society in Scotland to come forward in order to have a referendum. Now, thinking back to the Brexit referendum, is it possible that not all of the parties supported having a Brexit referendum? Is it possible that that dramatic constitutional change was not supported by every single party in this House? I mean, I think it is possible that that was the case. I think it is possible that every party in this House did not come together and support constitutional change. I think it's possible that in 2011, prior to the Scottish Parliament election in 2011, the Conservative and Unionist Party didn't put in their manifesto that they would support an independence referendum. I don't think it was in the, I assume it wasn't in the manifesto of the Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party. I think it's incredibly odd for the Government Minister to suggest that every party should need to support something before. Does he mean the Labour Party and the Conservatives and the SNP? Does he mean the Labour Party, the Conservatives, the SNP and the Lib Dems? Does he include Plaid? Does he include the SDLP? Does he include the DUP? Does every party across the UK need to have in their manifesto that they're going to have a referendum on Scottish independence in order for that to happen? What does he mean by every party? Does he really mean every party? It would be great if he could provide some answers to this. Does he mean every party that gets over a certain percentage of the vote? If so, what's that threshold? What is the threshold? Do they have to have it in their manifesto, or do they simply have to make the agreement afterwards? Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to give way. Mr. Deputy Speaker, talking about the points that were made by the members opposite. Talking about the points that were made by the members opposite in relation to the Scottish Parliament, in relation to the Scottish Government, in relation to the decisions that are made there. I was quite confused to hear the members from the front benches talking about things that are devolved matters. Talking about things that are devolved matters when they've chosen to be elected to Westminster. They've put themselves forward as Westminster parliamentarians. They put themselves forward to this place when they knew that these issues were devolved. They talk about that. And actually, it got even more bizarre. A member from Murray stood up and started talking about this. Does he realise he's in the wrong Parliament? Does he realise that in his other job he could ask these questions? Absolutely.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way, because I have been trying for some time. So I want to take her back to the point that she was making about what things look like and what they are in reality. Can she tell us what it looks like when the Chief Executive of her party gives a personal donation of £107,000? And what is that in reality?
Black cloud.
Do you know what? For this party to talk about donations, I mean, given what we have seen, £29 million go to to somebody that took the VIP lane, given that the people who took this VIP COVID lane have got private jets, given the party opposite are agreeing that the former Prime Minister can have his bills paid for his defence against having a party during COVID by the taxpayer, I don't think they have got any ground to stand on in this regard. Mr Deputy Speaker, the talk about the powers of the Scottish Parliament, the talk about how the Scottish Parliament is managing right now, the reality is that we don't have all of the flexibility over our finances that we should have. The reality is even the Labour Party are not suggesting devolving workers' rights, which seems the most bizarre thing to me, given the continued attack that there has been on workers' rights and on trade unions by this party. If we devolve it to Scotland, we will not be doing that to trade unions. In terms of Scottish Parliament's budget, we have got to subsist on the budget that is given to us. We have got to exist with a fixed budget that is given to us that we've got no flexibility over. My colleague, the member from Angus, said earlier, it is like trying to set a table when all you have is spoons. You cannot make all of the decisions that we would like to make if we continually have to mitigate against Tory policies, if we have got to exist on whatever budget the UK Parliament decides is relevant for Scotland, if we've got to exist in a situation where they're unwilling to give fair pay deals to public sector workers, and we are stepping up and making that change, where we're mitigating the bedroom tax, where we're mitigating the rape clause, where we are doing all that we can in Scotland with our anti-child poverty strategy, the second one that we're on to, that is making a massive difference. The Scottish Child Payment that we have increased and widened the eligibility massively for. All of those things are making a difference to the lives of people in Scotland, but we do not have full control. This is about the democratic right of the people of Scotland to choose their own future. Westminster is doing everything that it can to sink this ship and to go harder and harder in support of policies that make Scottish independence all the more likely. Mr Deputy Speaker, we need that route out of this union. This is a democratic trap that we are shackled in, and we cannot get out of it. The UK Government have failed to give us that route. That's why we are here today. That's why we're here today, arguing for the future for our constituents.
Thank you very much. With the leave of the House, Mr Deputy Speaker, let me start by thanking all of the right honourable and honourable members who have made contributions during this debate. I will turn to address as many of the points made as I can. Now, as we heard from my honourable friends from Murray and Banff and Buchan, the SNP chose to focus today's debate on the Constitution instead of the pressing priorities of the people of Scotland. They should have used this time today to raise matters of immediate importance to Scotland's future. They should have focused on what families and working people across Scotland are focused on right now, such as the standard of our education system and many other policy areas. Now, before the SNP came to power, Mr Deputy Speaker, Scotland's schools were among the best in the world. We are proud of our education system in Scotland. It's not just a vital public service, it's part of our national identity. Being Scottish has always meant going to a great local school and getting a first-class education. But under the SNP, Mr Deputy Speaker, our schools have slipped down international league tables. Nicola Sturgeon doesn't even try to claim that education is her #1 priority anymore, because it obviously just isn't true. Or if the SNP didn't want to focus on the future of Scotland's schools, the SNP could have focused on the rising cost of living globally. This UK government, has announced a further £26 billion to protect the most vulnerable with the cost of living in the autumn statement. But the SNP didn't want to talk about that today either. Or the SNP could have made this debate about Scotland's healthcare system. Many of my constituents in the Scottish borders are struggling to get access to the NHS. Waiting times for treatment are regularly hitting record highs. It's difficult to get a face-to-face GP appointment. Local surgeries are shutting every year. That would have been a very worthy issue to bring here today for debate. Schools, the cost of living, hospitals. Those are the issues that matter to my constituents in the Scottish Borders, and those are the key priorities of people across the country. And those are the pressing issues that the SNP should focus on in their budget in the Scottish Parliament tomorrow, not spending another £20 million of taxpayers' money on another referendum. I just want to make a little bit more progress, if I may. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, we've heard a lot from the SNP members opposite, including the Honourable Member for Edinburgh East, Ross Guy and Lochaber, East Lothian, Glenrothes, Glasgow North and various others, who made it very clear that instead of focusing on what matters, the SNP have come here today to try and create new grievance with the United Kingdom Government. Despite the clear ruling of the Supreme Court, division remains the SNP's only goal. Now, as we've heard, the Scottish Parliament is one of the most powerful devolved parliaments in the world. But instead of using those powers to improve the lives of people across Scotland, the SNP focus on irresponsible, overblown and flawed rhetoric about democracy. Mr Deputy Speaker, we've heard so much from the SNP members today. Now, they might be trying to rewrite the record, pretend they could care about education, the NHS and the cost of living. They have chosen today to talk about the Constitution, referendums and independence. You've had your chance this afternoon and you've missed it. I'm going to respond to the points that you have made. The SNP ignore the fact that Scotland has been at the polls just about every year for a major election in recent years. They ignore the fact that we had a referendum on the country's future and people turned out in record numbers to vote decisively for what they wanted. At this moment, we should be focusing on pulling together as one United Kingdom, not splitting apart. Now is the time for unity, not division. Now, the Prime Minister set out clearly that he wants to bring people back together and unite the country. The Prime Minister has said we are committed to working constructively with the Scottish Government to tackle all the challenges we share and face. Mr Deputy Speaker, now to turn to some of the SNP's negative and divisive arguments and instead look at the more positive case we heard today for the United Kingdom. We've heard from a number of members, either through speeches or through interventions, including the member for Banff-and-Buchan, Murray, Bosworth and the Vale of Glamorgan. For instance, the UK Government has delivered a record block grants estimate for Scotland of £41 billion per year over the next 3 years. We have made a multi-million-pound investment in Scotland's defence and shipbuilding industries, safeguarding the UK's security and also thousands of jobs on the Clyde and beyond. We have committed to the landmark £1.5 billion City and Growth Deals programme, investing in Scotland's infrastructure and future industry. We have delivered real devolution by levelling up communities and bringing local projects to life, such as the redevelopment of Inverness Castle and the construction of a new marketplace in Aberdeen. Now, I'd like to thank right honourable members again for their contributions and conclude with this. Mr Deputy Speaker, Scotland's bright future as part of the United Kingdom is better served by focusing on the issues that matter. It's the wrong time to obsess about another divisive referendum when we ought to be drawing on our collective strength to tackle the issues that really matter to the people of Scotland, the standard of our schools, the cost of living and working to drive down NHS backlogs. People want to see the SNP government in Edinburgh focus on the issues that matter to them, not on constitutional division. They want to see both of our governments working together. This government remains determined, focused and committed as ever to getting on with the job of delivering for the people of Scotland. I would urge the House tonight to reject the SNP's attempt to take control of the order paper, to let this Parliament and this Government get on with the issues that really matter to the people of Scotland.
The question is as on the order papers. May I please say aye? of the country now? No! Clear of the lobbies. Order. The question is as on the order papers. May I have that opinion say aye? Aye. Country no? No. Tell us for the ayes, Marion Fellows and Peter Grant. Tell us for the noes, Amanda Soloway and Jacob Young. Order! Order!
Here we go.
The ayes to the right, 42. The noes to the left, 265.
Thank you. The ayes to the right were 42 and the noes to the left were 265. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Marco Longhi.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And thank you for allowing us this adjournment debate. In July of this year, South Staff's
What distinguishes Broadcasting Scotland from a website or blog, apart from our brilliant programmes?
Hi there, I'm Gordon Ross.
Are the costs we face to enable us to produce those programmes. These costs are significant and ongoing. However, our facilities are able to do so much more if only we had the staff. In the last year, some of our supporters have cancelled their subscriptions. In one way, we would prefer it if it was because they didn't like us, rather than it being because of the financial pressures which we are all under because of COVID. The really positive outcome of our fundraiser is that at a time of economic challenge in Scotland, we will use your donations to create jobs and in a small way contribute to improving the Scottish economy. If you want us to be Scotland's independent broadcaster, able to provide an alternative mainstream television platform, then please support us.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
Just imagine what we could do if we had even 1% of the BBC Scotland channel's budget. Imagine. And then please consider turning your imagination into reality. Please support us if you can afford it.